Baby, Mr. Army, Zora, Smars, baby, good morning, liars. And hey, baby, Tim Whitman, answer, get some, Wanda Don, wandering, baby, yes, swa. 10% Alex in the house, baby, Stafford ready to play, Jerry Woods, Uncle Terry, good morning. What's up, Young Ugly? What's up, Full Papers, Ben Stone, Red, Peso at home, Monica Ashley, good morning, Battleborn, how you living, baby? Xavier Cunningham, El Jefe, Greg Ale, Mitch Connor, Wise, baby, all trading Indian. The man, the myth, the legend. What's up, Dakota? Inverse King, El Chapato, oh, Mr. Hanlon, baby. Good morning. What's up, Justin Franklin? What's up, no bus driver, Stowe, Ben Stone, Rob Canton, baby. Open face sandwich. Oh, my goodness. Good morning. Happy Monday, Chatadonia. What's up, Ayush? Kahel Cambellini, baby. Lucky Soldier ready to go. Good morning, Najee. Well, breakdown. And oh, my goodness, Chatadonia. Kanan, Rosa, Fofef. Oh, good morning. What about that Twitch? Woodrow's in the house. Dexis 8012. Jake from State Farm. Good morning. Angelus. Dr. Suede. 8012. Robo Head Tech. Dev Patel. Preforms Destroyer. Oh, good morning. What up? Hailstone. BDA Cookie Monster. And last but not least, Robo Hand Tech. Good morning, Chatadonia. Oh, man. That's how you wake up on Monday. Are you ready? Honestly, I'm telling you, last couple weeks, this is we're waking up to a lot here. People are feeling good. It's unfortunate that the data by the end of the week will change everything, but, you know, we're starting off pretty good. So before we do anything, let's get the random play out here. I put in the link. I answered the CAPTCHA. Let's get the YouTube comments. Wait, I did it wrong. 9 plus 1 is 10. All right, I'm not good at math. We'll see. We got 54 comments. Lord bless it. Nikolai, September 22nd, $1 call. Oh, no. Okay, I'll take it. We need to go with Nikolai. We're going with Nikolai. Thanks, Sarah. We're going with Nikolai. We got to take the Nikolai. Honestly, the random play, I think we have like 800 left in cash on there. So I hope we turn one. I hope we turn one soon, man. But Nikolai, $4. September, $1 call. That's it. $1 call. Tesla, keep it up. But Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for the day. And now, let us get into the news. You got some plays on the screen, too, just in case, if you could read that. But the dollar falls the most in 2 weeks as stocks advance. The dollar fell the most in 2 weeks while stocks rose as traders took bullish cues from improving Chinese data and comments from Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. The yen had the biggest move against the dollar, surging more than 1% after the Bank of Japan Governor Kozuya Ueda aired the possibility of ending the developed world's last key negative interest rates. Meanwhile, futures on the S&P rose by 0.5 and European equities advanced. Tesla rallied as much as 6.1 in the United States pre-market trading on an upgrade from Morgan Stanley. Italian banks led by among Europeans lenders. They gained after a report that the government is weighing changes to a controversial tax on banks' windfall profits. The dollar weakness is definitely a bull case for the markets. Beata Manthi, global equity strategist at Citi, said in an interview with Bloomberg, "Let's see what this week brings in terms of monetary policy decisions. There's a raft of news later this week that could shape the direction of markets. On Thursday, ECB is expected to announce a policy decision. It's almost an even split between economists anticipating a 10th consecutive hike and those anticipating a hawkish pause. U.S. inflation data is also due on Wednesday, which may be pivotal for the Federal Reserve meeting on September 19th. Speaking over the weekend, Yellen said she's increasingly confident that the U.S. will be able to contain inflation without major damage to the job market. Every measure of inflation is on the right road down, Yellen said. In China, there are hints that the economy may be stabilizing after a sharp downturn. Strong credit data published Monday showed recent steps to bolster the real estate market may be starting to lift household demand for mortgages, while corporate loans are also picking back up. The yuan rebounded from a 16-year low after the People's Bank of China delivered a strong verbal warning to speculators. Policymakers also set a daily fixing rate stronger than expected. Benchmark CSI rose by 0.3 on Monday, snapping a 4-session losing streak. In commodity markets, copper, iron ore, and other metals got a boost from weakness in the greenback, while improved China data added sentiment. Most emerging market currencies advanced, and a gauge of developing nations jumped by the most in a week. Led by China shares, if the soft landing scenario overtakes, it would be time for overweight in emerging markets. Citi Manthi said, "For now, being overweight parts of commodity space is enough. Elsewhere, ARM Holdings is considering raising the price range of their IPO after the meeting of investors for what would be the world's largest listing this year, according to People Familiar. SoftBank owned the chip design share sale is about 6 times oversubscribed. Said the people who are not asked to not be identified if the information is private. Events this week: jobless claims on Tuesday, Eurozone production Wednesday, UK industrial production on Wednesday, US CPI on Wednesday, ECB on Thursday, Japan production on Thursday, retail sales, PPI, business inventories, and jobless claims on Thursday, China property prices, retail sales, and industrial production on Friday, and then U.S. industrial production, and then University of Michigan consumer sentiment alongside Empire Manufacturing this Friday too. Chatadonia, wow. That means they're going to have a lot of data. Again, a lot of data and a lot less people talking about China, even though we're waking up to good currency news for the most part. Consumers cutbacks after staving off recession for longer than many thought was possible. U.S. consumer is finally about to crack, according to Bloomberg. Their latest survey, more than half of the 526 respondents said that personal consumption, the most important driver of economic growth, will shrink in early 2024, which could be the first quarterly decline since the onset of the pandemic. The finding is at odds with the optimism that permeated U.S. equity markets for most of the summer, as cooling inflation and low unemployment boosted hopes for a so-called soft landing. On Sunday, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said she's increasingly confident that the U.S. will be able to continue or contain inflation without major changes to the job market. Should the economy stop growing, it would mean more downside for stocks, which have already slipped from late July highs. Distracted China. President Joe Biden in China's recent downturn has left President Xi Jinping with his hands full, and that could diminish any inclination of Beijing to invade Taiwan. Biden was speaking in Vietnam, where he traveled after the G20 summit, where he met with Chinese Premier Li Qiang. Pressed on why he hasn't met with Chinese President Xi Jinping in 10 months, Biden said Xi has his hands full right now. The Chinese president opted not to attend the G20, giving no explanation. China has a difficult economic problem right now for a whole range of reasons that relate to international growth and lack thereof in the policies that China has followed, said Biden during a press conference in Hanoi. I don't think it's going to cause China to invade Taiwan. Matter of fact, the opposite. Probably doesn't have the same capacity as they had before. Volkswagen's Vice, shortly after taking the most important job in German industry, Volkswagen chief executive Oliver Blume got some bad news. A top executive had been dispatched to China who told his new boss that Europe's largest car maker was losing the electric vehicle race in its most important market and had no prospect of catching up on their own. Half a world away, Tesla continued to expand and had laid claim to leadership in automotive innovation, undermining the German giant's cash cow Audi. The competitive Visa squeezing Volkswagen from top to bottom and from U.S. to China is the subject of today's big take. The issues could evolve into the biggest crisis since the 2015 diesel scandal and might be even harder to overcome. Wow. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Already we got more. Tesla, gigantic Morgan Stanley upgrade. They were talking about like Tesla supercomputers and a bunch of other things, and then they just got lifted. They got lifted. You know what I'm saying? They got lifted. So S&P futures are up by 0.5 Monday morning, trading after U.S. equities finished lower last week, with S&P and NASDAQ down over 1% and back below their 50 DMAs, while the Russell 2000 lost more than 3.5%. Smartphones, semis, banks, and airlines, some of the biggest decliner. Treasuries weaker across the curve with global bond yields rising, some upward pressure on Bank of Japan comments. Dollar index is down by 0.4 with yen strength, the story in Forex. Gold is up by 0.4. Bitcoin futures are off by 1.1, and WTI is down by 0.3 after gaining 2.3% last week. Big week ahead with CPI, PPI, retail sales on the U.S. economic calendar, Apple iPhone event, Barclays Financial Service Conference, ECB meeting, and China activity data. Market tone has been more defensive as of late, with better U.S. growth backdrop pushing up the rates and driving good news is bad news mindset. While the Fed seemingly is done, pivot pushbacks are another headwind on risk assets. Still worries about market concentration, and particularly with some key leaders. Apple semi-European luxury under scrutiny. Also some concerns about dampened disinflation momentum with jump in energy prices, along with pockets of heightened scrutiny surrounding consumer resilience theme. Geopolitical tensions are expected to remain elevated and exacerbate deglobalization push. Nothing on U.S. economic calendar this morning. Weekend press touched on a number of key themes, including peak Fed, September pause widely expected, positive earnings estimate and revision trends, labor market loosening, likely UAW strike, and Xi's continued opposition to aggressive China stimulus. A few interesting developments overseas. China's new yuan and loans and credit data beat expectations on policy support, while CPI showed an uptick in prices, easing some deflation worries. Bank of Japan Chief Ueda had some hawkish-leaning comments suggesting there could be enough wage and price data by year-end to determine whether to adjust policy. More policy support after China as Beijing relaxed rules for insurers to invest in stocks, and Chinese FX authorities said yuan stable and will take action to strengthen if necessary. Not too much on corporate news. Tesla upgraded at Morgan Stanley with firm Dojo supercomputer may add as much as $500 billion in market cap value. Meta reportedly working on new, more powerful AI system. Qualcomm announced agreement to supply Apple with 5G modems through 2026. RTX hit by worse than expected unexpected Pratt engine problem. Smucker's near agreement to acquire Twinkie in a deal expected to be worth $4 billion. Walmart reportedly exploring a majority stake in ChenMed, which operates primary care clinics for seniors. Boeing near deal to sell 50 737 MAX jets to Vietnam Airlines for $7.5 billion. Bob has said Daniel Zhang is to step down as chairman and CEO of their cloud business. ARM Holdings reportedly considering raising price range of IPO due to strong demand. Wow. God bless you, Rob. You too, man. You too. Amen. We are all his children. We are all great in his eyes. Amen. Amen. I got more headlines. China escalated their defense of the yuan by delivering a strong verbal warning after forceful guidance. Bank of Japan turned their loans for bonds program to curbing rising yields after governor's comments on negative interest rate policy sparked a rout in the nation's debt market. China said that Premier Li Qiang met with President Biden at the recent G20 to urge the U.S. to see the possibilities that his nation's advances offer. The European Central Bank will remove a capital surcharge on some lenders as they address shortcomings in their levered finance businesses. European Commission cut their outlook for euro area economy, predicting that it'll be dragged down this year by a contraction in Germany. UBS is cutting hundreds of wealth jobs in Asia just months after completing their takeover of rival Credit Suisse as the bank responds to muted client activity and China's slowing economy. Don't worry, you got more headlines for you. It's a very active headline day. Bank of Japan Ueda signals change of ending the era of negative interest rates. The ECB grapples with knife-edge decisions on interest rates as hawks push for one more hike. Bank of England faces rate hike dilemma as inflation set to rise again in August. Survey shows majority of investors expect U.S. consumer spending to shrink in early 2024. China's economy shows signs of stabilization as credit demand improves and deflationary pressures ease. Yuan rallies. EU cuts Eurozone growth forecast, citing weak consumer demand on high inflation. Germany in recession. Germany's economy in reverse gear again as industrial woes weigh. GDP likely declining in current quarter. JM Smucker nearing a deal to buy Hostess brand for close to $5 billion. ARM Holding Moles raising IPO price target after meeting investors. Meta reportedly planning to train a new model that hopes will be as powerful as OpenAI's latest GPT-4. Biden administration antitrust crackdown on big tech takes center stage, and Google and Microsoft set to battle it out. Investors eye consumer good companies for potential activism campaigns. ECB to remove leverage loan capital surcharge. Some lenders, if shortcomings are addressed. Gensler faces legal challenges over SEC's authority to pursue ambitious reforms. Chevron applying to labor regulatory to help resolve their dispute at unions at Australia LNG sites. Wow. And then big themes into the weekend press. Number of high-profile themes discussed in the weekend. Peak Fed in focus and September pause widely talked about. Earnings estimates rising further, underpinning expectations for a profit recovery. Labor market loosening via slower hiring trends and declined job openings. Good news. One economy is bad news for stocks. Theme highlighted a big decline in correlation between the S&P and Citi U.S. Economic Surprise Index. UAW strike against big three automakers increasingly likely after union president trashed the latest contract proposals, even with brief work stoppage seen causing billions in U.S. economic damage. And then Chinese President Xi ideologically opposed to aggressive stimulus, increasingly seen as necessary to bolster the economy. Ueda interview gets hawkish spin. Bank of Japan still gets big outlier from policy perspective, though flagged as a risk when it comes to potential further upward pressure on global yields. Corporate messaging at sell-side conferences seems to fit with the soft landing. Messaging from companies presenting at September sell-side conference thus far seems to have meet with soft landing expectations, positive revision momentum, and expected second half earnings rebound. The tech conference indicated that conditions have shown signs of stabilization in the second half as improved customer demand and underpins healthier backlogs. Defensive tone thus far in September. Market has been defensive in September. Better U.S. growth backdrop is pushing. And good news is bad news. And pivot push back another headwind on risk assets. And then China big overhang for Apple. UAW strike deadline approaching. I think that may be it. So, on that note, what time is it? 9:16. I think we got some good time. Here, I'll play this. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We'll give you a little commercial break, then we'll go over the plays. And then we go from there, Chattadonia. It's Monday. I hope you're ready for it. But good morning. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And I will be right back.
So when we're looking at what's happened, I think with crude prices, We clearly saw commodity prices jump around 6-7% in Q3, but they're still below their July peaks. And so we would not chase this recent rally in crude oil. A lot of it is more related to some of the policy driven and also demand side driven. And clearly, I would say the major driver of the spike in the price is really what Saudi Arabia and Russia are doing right now. So I don't think that there's a broader macro context here in terms of what is happening in Europe and China. And particularly, I think for anything from an economic perspective for China, what we really need to see is stimulus. And so we need the Chinese government. That's the major catalyst in terms of whether we see that fueling additional rallies within commodities.
Jay, it's not just crude though, is it? It's a conversation we've had before. It's iron ore as well, at multi-month highs. What do you think's going on here?
Yeah, no, John, we'll take the other side of those comments. We're long commodities. We've been adding to commodities over the course of this year. There have been significant outperformer relative to bonds, and we expect that to continue. Yes, it is partly supply driven, but it's also demand driven. China oil imports are up sharply, and we think that suggests that the economy is starting to pick up. We're of the belief that one of the things we need to see, we talked about transition and traction. Obviously, the drips and drabs of Chinese policy need to gain traction. We do not expect the big bazooka stimulus. That's highly, highly unlikely. What we do expect is over the next couple of months, the stimulus policies that have been brought to bear over the last couple of months, there have been many of them, but they've been kind of small, will kind of catch traction together and drive the Chinese economy higher. And look, China is still growing at 4.5%, 5%. Manufacturing PMI was 49.7 last month, up 3 months in a row. Trade numbers last week, which everyone bashed, were actually better than expected and up sequentially. So we're of the view that in the coming months, China is going to reflect a better growth path, and that's going to be constructive for those very commodities that you mentioned. And so we have exposure and continue to hold exposure in the energy, industrial metals, as well as other segments of the commodity space.
Jay, look at that, like magic. You managed to say it and the lights stayed on. Last time Jay Pawlowski was bullish on China, the lights went off. Jay, stick with us. We'll talk about China and input costs a little bit later.
Indeed. Chatadonia, the bell. We got 10 minutes till the bell, 5 minutes to the pledge, baby. But time for some pre-market movers. What do we have here today? Obviously, Tesla. They're up 6.2. Morgan Stanley upgrade. Let's zoom in here a little bit. Qualcomm, they're up 5.4. Agreement with Apple to supply Snapdragon 5G modem RF system for smartphone launch in 24, 25, and 26. Man, Kenvue up 3.6, Deutsche Bank upgrade. DoorDash is up 2.5 on Jeffries upgrade. Deutsche Bank up 2.3 off of nothing. ACAM up 1.6 off of nothing. Twinkies is up 17%. JM Smucker to acquire for $34 a share. SN Shark Ninja is up 4.7. Jeffrey initiates a buy. VKTX is up 4.3 on nothing. CRNX up 67%. Once daily oral paltusotine achieved primary and secondary endpoints in phase 3 Pathfinder study. BLRX up 19%. U.S. FDA approval in combination with filgrastim's GCSF to mobilize hematopoietic stem cells in the peripheral blood. CGC is up 13% off nothing. DAL 12.9 off nothing. BNGO 10 off nothing. IMTX up 7.6. Multi-platform collaboration to develop oncology therapeutics with Moderna. TLSI is up 6.9. IBRX up 6.2, 470 million equity and debt financing from founder Patrick Soon-Chong. IFRX up 5.7, top line results from single ascending dose. SAD INF 904 phase 1 study. Stitch Fix up 4.5 off nothing. Momo up 3.9 off Craig Halliam initiates buy. RIO is up 3 point. Metals and miners broadly higher than Chinese ADRs. Smucker's down 9.4 to acquire Hostess brands. RTX they're down 3.6. Update on Pratt & Whitney GTF fleet. Updates 23 and 25 outlook. It was pretty much the engine problem that was worse than expected. VRT up 3.1, down 3.1 on nothing. AstraZeneca down 2.8. Daiichi Sankyo represents results from primary analyses phase 2 Destiny Lung 2 trial of Enhertu. MDGL down 8.4. Bill Sibold has succeeded Paul Friedman as CEO. Grant Ridge Resources 7.1 million offering down 4%, and then CBay down 2.3, 150 million common stock and pre-funded warrants. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, check the Twitch. The Twitch is muted. Oh, my bad. I forgot to unmute you guys. My bad. Twitch, you guys good? That's it. I don't love you. Don't. What do you mean I don't love you? Isn't it not on members only? That's it. Now you just reminded me. Why did you have to say something, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's it. My bad on leaving you muted. But then you take it to the personal level. He's like, oh, he don't love us. After I throw y'all an olive branch, I throw you a huge one. And then they just, oh, man. Anyways. But Chattadonia, those are the plays right now. Oh, yeah, the wire. We need your wire. That makes sense. Oh, shit. It's because I'm on the wrong one. Oh, dude, I'm totally on the wrong scene. Yeah, that makes sense. There you go. That's good. That's good. Well, Chattadonia, that being said, we got a couple more minutes. We've went over the plays. I have a couple of them, but let's go. You guys know if it's muted. You know all these different things, but tell me, what is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. We got a couple of minutes. I got a couple to go over. What do you got for me, Chad? Post it in the chat below. What do we have? Oh, there it is. Watching XOM. Tesla calls. Short. I've been on the YouTube. TSM calls. Tesla. Watching oil going crazy. SPX calls. Tesla long. TSLA. Apple calls. Tesla again. Apple. SPY calls. BLRX. SPY 405. 450. Coca-Cola. Microsoft. NVIDIA. Oxbridge. Sitting on my hands. SPY credit spreads. Good morning. JetBlue calls. Google calls. Selling my Apple swing. NBY. NVIDIA puts. Qualcomm 110. MES long. Watching MES. Tesla long. Tesla snow. Sell Tesla. Tesla to the moon. NBY long. Disney. MPW calls. Or MP calls. Tesla. Austin. MBY. Being grateful. Carvana. Soxel. EBL. NVIDIA put. HD put. Starbucks calls. SPY calls. EMB. MPW plays. SPWY. ENB. I said SPY. Going into cash. PDD. Microsoft. First play out is getting blown up. Or is getting in the winning mood. TLT. SPY calls. Horn. PayPal long term. Effing it up calls. PayPal long term. Hard. SPY calls. Intel. Mostly watching. Maybe flipping in the SPY range. Microsoft. Maybe Aero Environment. TLT put. I'm almost late again. SPY credit spreads. ACHR. Good morning. And the final play. Amazon call, Bullhorn, and SPY credit spreads only for the big boys. Let's go. I was waiting for it. Oh, my goodness. I thought there was going to be one more coming, then y'all hesitated for a little bit. Yeah, where's Jill? Anyways, but there's a good move. Honestly, I think we have a lot going on, a little bit of relief, a little different than kind of what we were expecting coming into this weekend, aka you're just opening up with a lot of relief. So honestly, I think there's a wide variety of plays today. I'm going to be watching MO, Coca-Cola, MPW, my ex-dividend plays. We're going to watch out for that. Tesla, the Qualcomm news is big and they've been beaten down, but I don't know how I feel about Qualcomm at 5%, so watch out for them. VKTX, it's moving today. There's no news, but last week, a lot of the GLP-1 drugs started doing good, so I'm going to watch out for that. And then finally, Baidu, there wasn't really good China news, or again, they got a little relief. It was Baba who had bad news specifically, but I think they might be able to move. But like I'm saying, I'm going to try to take it slow here today until we see, because tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, pretty much after today, we have a lot of relief right now, but after today, it just turns into, what's it called? It just turns into data. So I hope you're ready for it, Chattadonia. I hope you're ready for it. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I think it's time. We're going to have to go a little early here, man, because here at the Colt, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people. And if you don't know who I'm talking about, they have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, man. But this goes, it means a lot more, especially today. Yeah, that's why, it's a big day. I can't believe it was 22 years ago. Not only were there people lost, every day we shout out the police officers, the firefighters, and the vets, man. This was everybody on this day. So it's close to a lot of people. Some of you guys might be younger, but this is very, very big and it's happened. So before we do a pledge, let's just take, 20, 30 seconds, moment of silence for all the people that we lost, man, because it is a very big day. And once again, thank you to the vets. So continue. On that note, Chad, Big shout out to the veterans. We love all of you, man. And really shout out to the veterans every single day. My police officers, my firefighters, my teachers, everybody giving back, man. The garbage man, nonprofits, you know what it is. But for real, man, the people who have given their lives and who have given their service on a day in, day out basis. Thank you guys again. We love you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Let's go, Chad. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's it, Chad. I still have it up here. Honestly, God bless you, man. Big day today. It's important a lot. And just once again, one of the 1,000 reasons I have to shout out the vets and the people who have provided services for their communities, man, for real. God bless y'all. I need to take off my sweater now. We only got a minute. We only got a minute, Chad. So are you ready for it? Again, today's pretty decent. Like I'm saying, you have relief. It's a much different vibe than last week, kind of going back to 2 weeks ago. But the question is, does it continue? Oh, the random play was a Nikolai. You know what I'm saying? It was a Nikolai. Oh, Lewis, I forgot, bro. I had a very bad weekend, so it was actually fucked up for me this weekend. I got to play my 2K, but I had a lot of things come up. It was really bad. I was in the hospital, not me myself, but I had to go to the hospital a couple times. It was fucked up. So we'll see. We'll see, man. But I'll get back to you soon. Sorry about that. Don't worry. TD. Where is it? I need to log in. So I need to open up a TD. We got 30 seconds left. Again, Young China, bro. Young China. Young China. If we get anything there, otherwise ECB. Young Yen, too. Love you. No, I'm good, man. I'm good. And God is good, too. I feel great. That's all, man. It's all good, bro. It's in God's hands. It's in God's hands. We good. And it's Monday. We get an opportunity. Let's go. Can you change the expiration on Nikolai to 2025? I can, but that's just not how it works, bro, unfortunately. Round one. Fight. Oh, damn, bro. We're at 44.86? Yo, what? So we're right back up to Wednesday's level. Yeah, bro, this is a pretty key level because that means we got like 30 points to fill the gap, or you got like 20 to 30 points to go up to 430. My goodness. Oh, yeah, I need to roll over the yen. I'm mad that it's up right now, but I'll take some of the short term on there. But then the thing about it, too, the yen, I don't want to roll over till ECB, though. But it might have to make sense now. We'll see. Futures rolled over. All right, we need the Nikolai random play. Where is it? He wants he wants September, what, $5 call? Wait, what's the Nikolai player? $1? Yeah, honestly, I'm going to change the Nikolai play to a $1 call for January 25. Because the other one, I don't even know if that was like a troll play. Because if you said $1, if you said $5 calls, there's nothing there. I grabbed a January 25 $1 call for 50 cents. That's the random play. We'll call it a day. Crude is at 88. Yeah, dude, it's not only 88, the streak of it. This is one, again, it's the same thing with the dollar. So it's no coincidence that the dollar and oil are on literally 2-month streaks right now. So that's kind of the big problem there. But we will find out if oil could actually hold. But like I was saying on that one video on Friday, is like if oil breaks past that 112, 120, we might be entering phase 2, which or phase 3, whatever you want to call it. But it starts to get really, really weird at that point. Let's see. One of these up. Airbnb ripping, bonds flush, looking at the wheat on 52-week lows. That could be a good pickup there. Again, especially after the G20. And remember, Airbnb and some of those will get added to the S&P, on the 16th. Airbnb 147. Watch if it goes 148 to 150. MPW came up for a little bit, but back to the average on the average down price. Coca-Cola is not moving. Altria up 0.5%. And then Baba is on the way up. Again, Baba had the worst news out of any of the China ones because what's his name? Daniel Zhang left. Meta's on the high. Airbnb, IEF's down by a quarter. SPY is working its way up. Bro, this is kind of crazy. So we're just under 44.90 right now. First 3 candles running. You're going to have 44.88 and then like 44.93, then 4,500. Amazon, DraftKings are on the high right now. NASDAQ is up 0.93. Wow, talk about a morning. And then SPY up by 0.4 or 0.7, and then Dow Jones 0.5. I thought oil price reflected economic demand. It doesn't. You should watch the video. I was talking about it because I think some of how it played out explains even some of that logic. Last year we even made plays on that and got washed, but maybe we were just 2.5 years too early or 2 years too early because right now, if you look at the setup of oil, it looks like 2008. It looks like it's about to peak again. And then once it starts dropping with the dollar, it gets hideous. So, but either way, I mean, just let me give you the easy way to understand oil right now. Easiest way to understand oil. After about 1 or 2 weeks of this year, from January, nobody thought oil was going to go near 90, $100 this year. That was a contrarian play. So like if you were like, oh, oil is gonna go to $80, everybody, or like $50, everybody believed you. If you were like oil is going to $90 at the end of 23, $100, people would have said you're a jackass. So that's kind of the bigger shocking factor underneath the surface with oil as well. It's one thing about economic demand and how it goes, but if I could simplify it for you, the easiest thing to look at is just not too many people expected this to happen. Wheat stocks are getting into squeeze territory. They can't even move a little bit more. Just remember, all the wheat stocks were crazy. Again, I saw one of those wheat stocks was in the green this morning. Even 7%, bro. That's huge. Meta's still on the high. Pfizer is near the low too. They're not getting any pickup there. Where's VKTX? Again, watch any of them. Eli Lilly, NVO. A lot of things aren't like moving though. Eli Lilly's kind of trying to go. Bonds on the low. AMD dying. Is it because of the Qualcomm stuff or any of the other chip stuff? Honestly, they all kind of look decent. Where was it? MSOS, Tilray. Why is the VIX up? Correlation, baby. That's what we talked about the other day. I think it was on Thursday or Friday. Somebody asked that, and I just said, be careful, like play, the actual asset because, a trend we saw last year was the VIX going in the direction of the market. Meaning that the SPY would go up, the VIX would go up. The SPY would go down, the VIX would go down. So that's what we got to watch out for. But I think it's just part of the weird correlation. And then again, we went from a month of volatility, a week and a half of relief, and then one bad week last week. And then now we're waking up with a lot of relief with like 4 or 5 different things on the table, though, in terms of what could move us this week. Chip sliding, powerful storm and floods in Libya. Left 250 dead. Bonds are hitting another low right now. Interesting. New rates on cash, CDs, and bonds. Wicked. Yeah, I think it was even after last week, after we got the mortgage stuff. But overall, I mean, rates do keep climbing. We haven't had the, you don't have people vomiting just yet, but we'll find out after this data. Apple trying to fill the gap. What's that? Oracle on the low? And then ASML. I forgot about that. Remember ASML, SMCI. They could low-key get murked. And then Broadcom, 867. A CD better than Bill in terms of taxes? I think, actually. But they should be kind of viewed as the same. Because if it's short term, I'd say, I mean, as far as taxes, longer terms are the best, and then municipalities. But then be careful with some munis, but other munis are tax-free. Airbnb is bullish because they banned it in New York. Well, that's part of the news. But then also, they are getting added to the S&P 500 on September 16th. Apple getting clapped. Low key, yeah, they were up. They still got 0.4 here. I mean, watch if Qualcomm too. They're linked to it now. Microsoft's coming down. I mean, we're giving up some, but just remember, we just gassed. So like, you just hit 44.90. I mean, we closed at what 44.57. You could drop through 3.5 levels, and you still wouldn't even fill the gap. That's actually crazy. Getting banned from New York is bullish, yeah. I mean, it's only, I think it's went up a lot since it happened. I mean, the way I'm looking at it is that it's going to highlight a very good use case scenario of Airbnb. That's it. Just watch what happens to hotel prices in New York, and we'll see how long people like it. But at the same time, it doesn't seem like it was, again, we've actually seen Airbnb sell off on way better news. Lots of cushion. On the day, yeah, we could move around a lot. That's the crazy part. I mean, I'm even surprised 1% makes sense, though. NASDAQ's up. The only weird part is that our bonds are not up, even though the yen is just running. Bookings at the high, NVIDIA on the low. Same thing with AMD again. Our long-term plays, they challenge it in court and win, then sets legal precedent. Down the road, yeah. That's either way, though. It's been, again, it's the onslaught of it in all cities. You know, LA has had that. So since I was Airbnb since like 2018, 2019, LA had that, you know, pretty much you weren't allowed to rent out anything unless it was your own property. And then you had to do like 30 days. You had like 30 to 60 days max. And then you have to get a license. And then they allowed you to do certain things, or if you had a room. So it's been like that. When it's highlighted on the high-low ticker, that means 52-week high or low. So Space is hitting a 52-week low. E is hitting a 52-week high right now. Carvana's on the high. Again, NVIDIA is sold off by 1%. Whereas Carvana is still at 47. My goodness. NVIDIA, SQQ on the high. So now you have, again, somebody was asking earlier, we're still green. We're green by a big margin, at least 0.5%, and except for the Dow, just under. But now you have the VIX going up, the Qs, AMD's flushing, a couple of chips. SMH is on the low. I mean, you're down like 0.3 to 1%, depending on what chip maker it is. Qualcomm is still up. Again, they're still off the good Apple news. But then like ASML, SMCI, they're barely green. But some of the ones with drama last week kind of selling off there. And then SPY's near the low of the day. DraftKings holding up. I have this up here. It looks like he's not even responding. MO, Coca-Cola, MP. Yeah, some of the divvy plays are holding up. Raul from the top ropes. Intel's been great every single one of these days. Yeah, Intel is not. It seems like, if anything, Intel's been catching up while all of the other chip names are going back and forth. MPW going down. I was just looking at it. I think it had a little pop and drop. Yeah, it's pretty much right where it opened. That's why I watch all the value ones. And then I haven't even looked at REITs or regionals today. They're kind of chilling. Regionals are up. So I guess everything is. I mean, welcome to said relief rally. Yes, nice volume. Where are we at? Oh, 4 million. It's still early. Still very, very. It's only been 13 minutes. Decent volume, actually, though, for that little of time. Could futures getting reset mess with today? It's normal. I mean, again, the next expiration will be on the 16th. That when they actually expire and roll over, that's where it'll get, you'll get more of the arbitrage. Again, I think this one, is it right before Powell? Yeah, I think the 15th, the contract on the 15th is a big expiration. No news on HYLN. I mean, I could check, but I haven't seen anything. Oracle on the lows. We started watching that dump. Square's on the high now. Remember, Square got a upgrade this morning after their little sell-off. Yeah, Square's up 3% right now. Even PayPal's up only 1%. Victor Mendoza, baby. Good morning. All right. Nike, please. Hold on. I had an idea. Nike. It's weird. Tech is moving today. Most value is just kind of there, and then give or take if you're running off everything else. Give it like 10 more seconds. We'll check the other thing. We'll check the market dynamic, like the structure, an idea of laggers and leaders here. But I do think some of the more value names, the Nike, the dividend ones, they need to kind of find their space here more or less. Still no caffeine? Yeah, of course. I mean, that's it. I almost came close to it. I almost had a sip of Coca-Cola. HE on the high. Yo, Hawaiian Electric, big pop. Literally like 1.5%, 2% on that candle. HE popping. Again, check news on that. You're probably going to get a headline related to everything going on. RTX shares hit 1.5-year low over outlining the $3 billion hit. What's this? HI Depot bus. Ratings unaffected. I'm not seeing anything on HE. Apple red. Again, HE, big pop here. It's still up 5% right now, but big volume. NVIDIA is going lower. Coca-Cola. They don't have caffeine. No, I didn't drink it at 6:30. I'm talking about over the weekend. But my girlfriend said Coke has caffeine in it. So I was like, damn. Big Reds, Pfizer, Costco on the high. All right, we've honestly, bro, all that little relief you just had. I mean, that's crazy if we end up going negative, but you've just given up a decent amount of it. I mean, that's at least 15, 20 points from the top right now. Watch what happens at 44.73. If it doesn't hold up here, you might want to go and fill the gap, but we'll find out. XLK went red. I think it's been a month of no caffeine, 1 month and 1 week. Tesla, man, Tesla still has a lot of cushion too. Is that Abercrombie? So one of the random retailers holding up. My goodness. Tesla, Biogen. Oh, where's Regen? So see if we actually get a bounce here. Let me turn on some VWAP. Yeah, 44.75 is the low of the day. Apple, dude, Apple is are they ready yet? Nvidia's down 1.7 now. So Nvidia's dropped 1% since going down 0.8. That was in the last like 5 minutes. Apple is red now. So Apple's even given up like 0.5%, 3/4, I'd want to say, in just the last couple of minutes. RTX is getting murdered. So again, they had an engine problem and it's like a $3 billion loss. Or at least that's what they're forecasting that they'll go behind on. But RTX, and then Boeing, I'm surprised Boeing's not up. They had a $7 billion order from Vietnam or whatever. Apple going lower. So is Nvidia. So is the SPY. And then even the bonds too, man. I don't think we could avoid anything right now, actually. Tesla, Coca-Cola popping. Yeah, that one's waking up. MO a little bit. ACI too. Oh no, am I tripping? I would say this thing, remember on Friday, the Kroger's and ACI kept getting headlines. So we will see. Tesla might act as safe haven. There's a couple of them. There's a couple of things up a decent amount. But NVIDIA and Apple, I mean, that's not going to help eventually. So Microsoft has 0.5% before going negative. And then Qualcomm too. Qualcomm and Tesla, those are solid. But Qualcomm's kind of giving up. Tesla's still holding 6. Rite Aid pop. They're up. Again, it was just almost near 80. But until it gets to $1. The only thing that's weird, if you guys haven't noticed, it's been now 3 or 4 weeks since they were supposed to file for bankruptcy. Thank you, Wall Street Journal. Is there news to correspond with this? Or are you okay with things moving like this on nothing? The latter, for sure. Yeah, there's not every move is going to be dictated by a headline, especially in the morning. That's why they call it like power hour at the last hour, and they just call it the opening. They call it cash open at the opening, but it's just like this is where the most swings happen, believe it or not. The first hour and a half of the day and the last hour and a half of a day, that's where all of the action happens, but it's not always going to be dictated by news. If you really want to think about it, it's dictated by the news all throughout the morning that led up to this, and now with our markets open, everybody's starting to do their thing. Pfizer, big red. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 20 cents at the low. Pfizer with the 33 handle now. Why are you okay with that? Big money has inside info you don't get to access. That's just not reality, if that makes sense. Because how many times in the morning, I make a play, I'll make an instant 5%, or I'll lose 5%. So it's algorithms. If anything, even if there was no information, they're going to have an insight on you by knowing your brokerage information. I don't know if you're familiar with payment for order flow and like the real reality of that type of industry and how it's working, but that's the advantage they have on you. But the stocks aren't moving on any, if somebody knew the CPI, that'd be great. But the only people who do are the ones embargoed by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Algos after the first hour. CPI is not leaked, no. No. But somebody knows CPI before it comes out. They're just not allowed to do anything with it. You can transfer your brokerage from TD to another with no fees. Should be. You just send them the forms. It might be like a tedious process, but yeah, definitely possible. You'd love to see Pfizer go up in flames, but now I feel guilty because you snagged it. Nah, I'm with you, bro. It's okay. That's fine. I have like 12 or 15 different plays. We have a long term. It's okay. But at the same time, get some both ways. I think it's a win-win. If they don't burn in flames, then there you go. And we benefit. If we lose on our long term, the world benefits. So it's great. And then bonds, 10 years starting to run. NVO still going over. That was VKTX. He might run up next. Eli Lilly. How many feds? This year, none. But I feel you on that. That's just awful. It's one thing. The feds that's just awful. That's a different level of insider that you're talking about. That's. I appreciate you. You have no idea. I love you, man. God bless. Amen. That's why. But I feel you. I feel you. Amen. Amen. They stopped looking. Well, honestly, the second time they caught everybody, it's not like they stopped looking. Bostic just admitted it after doing it again. I'm like, what the fuck? All right. Two Tessie, SPY bouncing off the bottom. The bond just woke up out of nowhere. Again, I think TLT, IEF were selling off, and now both of those just woke up right there. Actually kind of wild. Got a buy target or done loading? No, I'm just need money. So whenever the next deposit, if Pfizer's lower and then Walgreens is lower, or let's say Walgreens is up, I'd be down to grab another one. Or if Disney and PayPal, depending on where they're at. But that's the general idea, is that we're going to be going pretty much month by month now based on the calendar due to our deposits than not. And then Tesla's working its way up. Again, Apple is about to go break even. NVIDIA is still down 1.5. RTX is dying still. That's another almost 1% on RTX. Again, they had bad news regarding guidance and like an issue with one of their engines. Roku on the high. SN. Roku's up 4.7, my goodness. And then NVO keeps going. That's why I was looking at VKTX, because VKTX was up this morning. NVO and Lilly are running it, but then VKTX is kind of staying chill. J&J on the low. Where's healthcare? Healthcare is actually going up, but a couple of them are down. You like that fake news shirt? I bet. Hey, bet. Pizza. Is that PZZA? Netflix on the high. Netflix. Teledank. Dude, Netflix just does that randomly, bro. It's actually crazy. Like I think, wasn't that last week too? They were up or down 4 or 5% in between, somewhere there. It's actually nuts. Hostess ripping. Sorry, I was checking something. Hostess is getting bought out for $5 billion, though. It's like $35 a share. Yeah, and then Pfizer's just getting murdered now. 2% right there. DVN is down 3. Amazon. No news on Rite Aid, but I mean, honestly, until it's at like $90 or not, I wouldn't go too crazy. Coinbase, I haven't seen, but then crypto, a lot of currency moves in currency land, the yen, the dollar, all that. But, I didn't really hear much about crypto over the weekend. PayPal, DVN, didn't they have issues? PayPal starting to flush. Remember, Square was up off a downgrade. Square's even gave up half from the open. I don't know. It's still a lot of pressure. Low tickers taking over. Even Altria now. Altria is going up on the high. But SPY's starting to come down here. But, like, you're getting a lot of pressure still. It's weird. It's awkward. But SPY and down now, they're not as safe. But 0.3, 0.4. XOM straight down. Oh, it could be energy. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, low-key, I think this is energy. Because, again, it was up here in the morning, and then now it's starting to sell off. But, you know, anytime we get, like, certain things holding and then a quick move, energy or banks have been the culprit. Eli Lilly, yeah, they're killing it. Eli Lilly and NVO. That's why VKTX is a sympathy, but it's not moving the same way. But Eli Lilly, NVO are murdering it. Again, ever since like Wednesday of last week. Theoretical Powell skips rate increases. Will the market rip further? He's expected to skip it. So the market might be able to rip further, but it just depends on what the rest of the data says. So that's why it's like so important here, because if he probably will skip, but if the next sets of data or other countries kind of create a scenario where, you know, it's going to be worse, or that he's either going to have to keep rates high or cut them, people are going to react to that. Disney, what about Walgreens? Where's the Walgreens? Yeah, Walgreens even below 22. So even all the value plays, like low key, they're still kind of getting kicked right now. Yeah, real estate stocks are now down 0.5%. Regionals are up. They're barely hanging on now into the green. Activision's on the high. Again, regionals are underperforming the big banks. The auto workers strike could cause more inflation. Yes and no. Like I said, just a lot of things that should theoretically be a big deal. I don't know how we found a way to ignore them, but theoretically, yes, it should. It should cause inflation by messing up supply chains or by raising wages a lot. But then again, it might be 2 years before you witness it. You know, I was doing some research on the CPI, and you guys know it's like 2 years old. So where is it? Oh, where is it? I was going through the how they reclassified everything for last year. And yeah, it's like a 2-year delay. That's what they talk about. So that's why they did new weighting. So the CPI weighting stuff that they changed. I mean, pretty much like the data is from a year and a half earlier. So as far as the UAW stuff, I think it'll have an impact, but it will not show up on paper for a year and a half minimum. I could almost guarantee that at this point. So, but I do think it's big. It's just a matter of how it goes out and how it plays out. But you might get a reaction in markets, but it won't hit the data till a long time. Bank of England member, MPC, man, I would rather err on the side of over-tightening. Again, ECB's on Thursday. Apple's trying to come off the bottom. Amazon's on the high. So not everything's doing bad. Amazon's literally 1.7 right now. Yeah, I think even Meta's killing it too. Meta's up 2.7. Google's even up by 0.5. Bank of England, man, if I'm wrong, inflation and economy drops more significantly, I will not hesitate to cut rates. Adding the coin in the long term, no, not unless it goes back down to like $20, $40 after that point. But coin is it's up like over 100% at the beginning of the year. I had a friend. I was talking to him this weekend. It's my homie who likes Dogecoin, and he just said, he was like, what if it triples? And I said, why do you think it's going to triple? And he says, because it's already up like X amount, 100% or whatever. And I just said, everything in 2023 is up that much. So just make sure, you're looking at that. But that's how I feel about a lot of things. Even though it's almost the end of the year, I haven't forgotten, I have a very, I'm a stickler with that one. But a lot of these prices are still high. Like, again, if I buy something at the low and it sells off, I mean, that sucks, but way better than buying it at the high and then it keeps going down. But it's just something along the lines where you got to be mindful of how things moved so far at the beginning of the year. And that there's still a lot of premium, even if we've dealt with a lot of back and forth. Some names lost it all, some names held it, but it's not there. T-Mobile fired their leadership. Wasn't that a couple days ago? I want to say, or which company? There was something with like CFO or CEO. Eli Lilly's still running. Yeah, bro. Walgreens is dying. Dude, 21 now. We're talking 22. If it was there by the next deposit, you're going even lower. SN on the high. Shark Ninja. Oh, yeah, they had news in the morning. I remember reading that one. Microsoft. Tessie's still going up. Hoth and Powell. What's Hoth? Hoth Therapeutics. 11% pop right now. You don't see it. It's popped up 11, though. If it's still holding. It's at 274. HOTH. Hoth. Okay, now it's 5%. It's 10 o'clock. 7:04. Be of England man holding rates constant at current level, risks enabling further inflation persistence. Snowflake's moving up. Again, Hoth, I don't have any news on that. I just checked. But they're moving. Snowflake 170. Oh, shit. Nice. So that Snowflake option is break even now. Or you're down like $10 off this spread. So if you remember that earnings play, remember we hit it off earnings and then honestly, this thing rallied up. I don't know why we were even down on it now that I think about it. Fucking scammers. Remember, it jumped up like 7%, then it sold off that earnings, and then the last 2 days it gapped up, but contract's back to break even. Tesla, oh yeah, where's B&B? Oh, they came down today. If dollar flushes, do you think the markets have to go up? The market could flush, but I think other things around the world could be a little better. So, I mean, generally speaking, the dollar weakening right now will be a good thing. But then again, I think you may have paid attention. There's other times where the dollar can crash and start going down, and then we have a positive effect, and then it actually just like ends up selling. Everybody sells off with it. Disney pop, Parapop. I thought Disney, Disney was just dying, bro. What the hell? Yeah, Disney's printing on the high ticker. And Comcast. Yo, Disney, check Comcast. Has to be something there. Hold on, I'm not seeing it yet. Big pop on Disney. Again, Comcast is moving up too, so I see it on the high ticker. I think that's the easiest thing to get out of there. They probably made a deal. Oof. It's already up $1, though. So that's 1.5 on Disney. Fubo, huge dump. Yeah, Para and Comcast too. There's something going on in Media Land. So check it. It's Disney, Comcast, and the other one. Disney and Charter hearing carriage deal. So watch out for that again. Paramount's up. Watch all of them. Like I'm saying, Comcast, Disney, Para. It could be a trap. I didn't make a play on it yet. I didn't top ticket. But I'm waiting to see. Some of you guys are confirming it now. CNBC, Faber, Disney, and Charter are said to be nearing a deal on ESPN rights. Ah. Well, why is Paramount going up on there? So CMCSA, I don't know why Paramount's moving, but watch out for Disney. Little Chicle, it's up 1.2. Charter nearing carriage deal, CNBC Faber. Yeah, so that's where it is. All right, you came down 0.5%. You're still up 1% off of it. Where's Comcast? That's interesting. Para's the one holding there. Yeah, any cable company might find a sympathy, but it's between these two. What's the other one? Fubo. I think you guys said Fubo down. Well, yeah, because don't people buy Fubo for sports? So if there's like a cable deal that makes ESPN cheaper. But then again, I mean, there's like 4 of these deals going on right now. They need to negotiate the Hulu stuff and this and ESPN and make money. Yeah, there was Disney News right now. Again, literally in the last couple of minutes, there was a pop. Paramount, Comcast, and a couple of others started moving. And it looks like they're said there's talks of nearing a deal for ESPN. WBD pop too. Apollonian is still dropping. I mean, SPY's still at the low. So don't let that Disney news fool you. I mean, we've only been here for what? Still under an hour, but we are slowly working our way down. We are below the last level, actually. I mean, the one level would be 44.50, but realistically, we start breaking down. I mean, now we went from gapping well above where we were Friday to now we're back to Friday levels, and then we're still going. Para's still running now, and then Eli Lilly, but watch out for that Disney news, and now we're about 20 points from filling the gap. Disney might do it. Ooh. Nah, so this is honestly, I think it's gonna resolve the deal if they get it. All media is moving up off of it. Yeah, Liberty now is moving, Comcast, Para. Again, and Disney's going to be a big driver. Dude, Paramount's actually killing it. I want to say you could probably even look at WBD. Yeah, even Warner Bros. So it's a carriage deal between the companies, and it's going to now finalize how they could agree with each other on the prices and making sure that all the content gets delivered. So I think broadly speaking, it may be bigger. Like this may be with everybody. Again, that's why they're all moving, but it is big news. Now Disney's starting to climb. Honestly, you went from 1.5 back down to 0.5, and now you're moving all the way up here again, 1.5 once again. And then all the other names are starting to run. It's good for Disney, yeah. It's good for all. I mean, it depends on the terms, right? But they're pretty much agreeing on to how, it's a very, very complex agreement in terms of making sure everybody gets the content, who gets paid for what, the cost associated, all that. They have other issues besides the charter deal, yes. The charter deal just kind of contributed to the extra $5 below here pretty much. Use that divvy announcement. I know, right? I got one more quarter. SPY hitting a new low. Bonds 10-year still working. Damn, Microsoft with a Chicle. Did everything just take a Chicle? Yo, everything just took a red candle down except for the ones that are kind of holding like Disney. But that's it. Raul from the top rope, bro. He jumped up to 44.75. Now we're coming down. Again, we've sold off right from the open after gapping up 1% on the NASDAQ. Now the NASDAQ's only up 0.3. SPY is up by 0.29. And then the Dow Jones is up by 0.22. My goodness, Mondelez is on the high. I mean, keep that in mind. Disney's still going. Mondelez might move just in relation to the Twinkie deal. Again, Pepsi, J&J now, all these value plays are starting to go up. Yep, that could be it, honestly. Except for the real estate ones. The one I got down, but MO's still doing good. Yeah, real estate's clapped because the rates are tweaking. But some of those, some of those value plays are holding up now for the ex-divvy, but it's kind of small. Tesla is still 2 candles down. Nvidia, new low. AMD about to hit a new low now as well. SMCI down 1.5. ASML, where's Qualcomm? Qualcomm gave up half of the gains off of the Apple deal this morning. Big futes on that drop. You're kind of wicking into the low. So again, he just went off the top rope pretty much, but let's see how much lower. Now these are like near the highs of Friday. Nari S, DXCM on the high. Well, we'll jump. Yeah, even Airbnb gave it up. They were killing it. Bro, a lot of things were very green, but like, I mean, it took us, 45 minutes to sell off 3/4 of the gain today? It's pretty wild. Good morning. Happy Monday. All off the China, Japan relief, and then now we just still have a whole week of gigantic data and the rest of the day. Oh my goodness. And then bonds hitting a high now. Mondelez still again, like I'm saying, watch out for the Twinkie stuff. That could be part of it, but even in general, value, except for, except for MPW, all of the ex-dividend plays are running up right now. Disney on another high, $83. Verizon too. Yep. Then Liberty again. Para still holding up. They're all trading like Disney. They're all moving in tandem. Disney breaking out. Eli Lilly. UEC. J&J on the high. ASML still selling off. And CNI Uranium on the high. And then J&J again. How to anticipate such sell-offs? You always get caught holding on days like this. You got to just kind of be aware. Like today, I think the easy answer of like why we could have sold off, does it mean it's going to happen every time? No, that's the problem. That's why like you want to try to learn from today and you want to learn from every days. But the problem is you don't want to try to learn something that wasn't there and then try to bring it into a random day again. But the way I'm looking at it is just we've seen it a lot on these days where we have a lot of events coming up, but it's more so along the lines. It's like if the relief in the morning is like really big, but the news is like kind of just like comments, those are usually the times when we sell off. But then again, I mean, it's a wild market that we're in, but it's like, dude, dealing with the bonds and where things are at, it's on a day-to-day basis, it's hard to say what will hold up and not. And yes, the answer is easy, long-term, for sure. But on a trading element, I get it, you're here every day, but hopefully, you do have your long-term, but at the same time, I wouldn't try to read into it too much. And that's why I go with evidence, go with conviction there. It's like today we were up because of what? The Chinese currency didn't go down. They were talking about it. There was bad news in China. And then also, again, with BABA, but then the Japanese yen. That's it. We were up. The biggest thing today was the dollar going down because the yen went up because they talked about possibly doing something in the future. So that is your relief catalyst this morning. Was that? I think it's enough to maybe keep us green. I mean, this is still the morning, but therefore, it's like, was that really worth 2%? That's what we're going to ask ourselves for the next 6 hours. Where's Snowflake? PHR on the high and then IDTX. Disney again now. So Disney 83.38. The difference between the two contracts is almost 50. That's how it normally it's like 40. So that's usual how it should be. Because remember, that next contract has 3 months of time on it. So there's that's why there's a 40-point gap or 50. My first store inventory on Wednesday. Wish you luck. I got you, baby. Good luck. I feel like it's going to be a lot of work too. I'm saying is everybody has to roll those contracts this week. Yeah, on everything too. On the yen, I got to roll over the yen. I already rolled over the bond. Everything except bonds, I think, needs a rollover. So NQ, ES, I think most of the commodities, agriculture, and then that's it. Thanks for the twink play. I hope you got. I mean, we had it when we called out the first news, and then it took a couple days. So they announced the bio this morning. If you were already in it, hell yeah, bro. GG. Long-term Apple this month. There was Disney. Yeah, Disney, there was news about reported the carriage deal between them and Comcast or Charter. So pretty much figuring out the deal that clapped them last week. And then all of the media companies, Para, WBD, they went up. Fubo went down. Comcast went up. Charter, Disney. So they're reacting. And remember, that news brought Disney from like 85 to 80. But, somebody asked, do they have more problems? They do still. So it's good news for now. But remember, they only had the bad news right here. So all this things leading into Disney was a plethora of other reasons. And then Spy's still trying to work its way off the bottom. He's trying to curl up here. Disney's still running, bro. Charter as well on the high. Those are killing it. I'm coming from meme stocks. I don't know where to start. You could buy the high as long as you average down. Get a long term. That's it. A long term and go with a couple of names that are blue chips that you know about and use. One of the easiest ways to make a portfolio is walk around your house. What do you use in your house the most? Okay, who owns it? Is it your computer? Great, Microsoft or Apple. Is it your toothbrush or you like to eat products and food? Is probably Procter and Gamble. You know what I'm saying? Or Johnson and Johnson, maybe Pepsi, maybe Coca-Cola, Nestle. It's like those are great places to start. But Starbucks. But even then, though, a budget, save 10% of your money, and little by little, I'd say the difference between long-term investing and meme stocking is immediate gratification, and it's faster. So that's the beauty. Meme stocks, you can make money quick, but you could also lose it all quick. So versus the long-term, it's just a plan of 10% every month, little by little, and then just let tortoise versus the hare. Bitcoin, waiting. I don't know about it, though. I think the halving is the only thing I care about with Bitcoin, but at the same time, Bitcoin does not look, I don't know, maybe I'll say it. Crypto doesn't look healthy to me. I know it's a hot take, and again, I still have crypto, and I love it, but at the same time, it's like, it doesn't look healthy to me. Nothing about this chart looks like it's just pinned. You pull this thing out on a 3-year, like it looks like it's still dead. It's still in the Sam Bankman zone. And but like I said, I like Bitcoin more than any of them. Again, I told that to my friend. Even then, he said he wanted to buy the Dogecoin. And I just told him to buy a Bitcoin and sit on it then, if that was what he wanted to do. But at the same time, just crypto's not, I don't like how it looks. I really, really don't. CGC was up. I don't know what they had, but they just went up today. I think it's just all the weed stocks. The year before. The halving is great, but I'm also like, I don't have closure. Like, that's all I'm saying. If you saw the whole Sam Bankman thing play out, and then you look at the price history of Bitcoin, and then, like I'm saying, you just start to look at this comatose asset that still has the ability to move 100%. There's no closure. That's it. I'm just saying, I have not seen. Again, I'm a big fan of crypto. You have to understand that, but it's just like you just watched a giant fraud and closures, and it correlated with Luna and a bunch of other things, and then we just never. got an answer as to what happened to the money. Even Sam was scamming a lot of other things. So it's just all of that in general. Until I get more clarity, I'm fine holding coins at $200, $300 and not giving a shit. But would I throw new money at it? No way in hell. If I need a house too, I'm going to sell that shit and buy a house. But it's just like, until there's, it may take a couple of years, but at the end of the day, it's just not I don't feel the same way. And I think a lot of people are ignoring the elephant in the room when it all said and done and comes down to crypto. You mean Pepe Pickle Boy? It's crazy, bro. Yeah, Disney, maybe we should have took that. 2.7. So you got a whole nother 1.5% right there. I think 85 might be the max because that's where they dropped off, but that's looking good for now. Disney up. Charter's still holding up too, and then SPY right at VWAP. Adobe RBC raises price target to 615 from 555. Apple's flushing though as we hit VWAP. Apple into the low. Uber's on the way up. Airbnb was killing it in the morning, but we'll see. Your friend made 2K off of 50 on Pepe coin. It's cool, but like, dude, the problem. Oh, did he start? But it's just like the fact that it could like possibly, like Pepe and all of those things could possibly be Sam. It's insane. Dude, I'm telling you, it's insane. But like, crypto was already the Wild West, but it's the Wild West mixed in now with political donations. It's crazy. So I'm a big crypto fan. I hope once we get, you got to let it, I think a couple of years need to burn through it, and then we'll see what happens here at the what's it called? At the halving, because the halving's usually a big event. So that will tell you a lot. Micro caps are safer than large caps of what you're saying. Yes and no. I get you. That would be a great logical fallacy, right? If I'm assuming that, political donations makes you sketchy, but the whole idea is I started it off by saying Bitcoin was already the Wild West, right? So it was already like a micro cap, and then it became big, but it was already shady to start with, right? Like even before Sam Bankman, crypto was shady. I know it because I've been investing in it since 2014, 2015, right? If you pressed the wrong button, people would steal your wallet. Again, people would say only drug dealers use Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Like it was already the Wild West. And now you're telling me the Wild West has turned into politicians, bankers, $7 to $30 billion disappears, and we have not even have a full-on investigation. And then now, where is all of that money? And then again, it was built off of fraud. And who knows, again, if banks can hold $500 billion of unrealized bond losses, how many unrealized collateralized crypto loans are they holding from backing up 30 billion of assets on shitcoins? That question hasn't been answered yet, nor has it ever been revealed. So it's like, that's where I'm at with. So I feel you, but I'm just saying it was already a small like cap shady, and if not shadier, and then started getting, political weapons. Like, you know what I'm saying? Then it started getting JP Morgan backing. And again, I'm not against this. I made an absolute fortune off crypto. I'm an early investor in it, but like all I'm saying is I'm not really trying to put new money into it right now. In 2021 I did. But at the same time, it's like I'd really wanted to get some answers. Hopefully the halving brings something out of it. But at the same time, I'd be very patient with that asset. Wait and see. Apple just keeps dying, though. Overstock's on the high. Snowflake's running up now, too. Oh, my goodness. We need whistleblowers to rat out the politicians. It's not, I mean, you guys have already like quickly, jumped to certain reasons with it, but at the same time, it goes back to what I said. I don't think the financial system, like you couldn't have handled the banking crisis if we knew how many banks loaned off of collateralized shitcoins. I'm telling you, it's a wicked concept, and nobody has pursued that answer, nor has any information given it. But we're bouncing right now. So hold on, not on Bitcoin, but on the SPY. A little off the bottom, back to 44.81. You're about to reach 44.83. So see, if we could get above this level, you still got life. Remember, anything below here starts to look very, very ugly. And again, I'm going back to the questions. People are going to ask, why did it do this? Is there off of news? No, this is just the market moving. So keep that in mind. Remember, we are off of relief news. Was it the strongest? No, but it was enough to move the yen 1%. Is the Apple drama that bad, or is this an overreaction? Great question. I think it's bad on a political front. So do I think it's going to destroy Apple's sales? No, I do not believe. I think it'll have some sort of negative effect. But me personally, I'm more worried about the theme of China doing that, because now it just pretty much says China is trying to create GDP. I view banning Apple as ghost cities. I view that as their attempt, skirting sanctions to get Huawei back online. I think it's all an attempt to spur GDP because they are really struggling, and they also need to keep that money in that country. Now, the reason why it could be an overreaction, I think it was not Dan Ives. Who was it? It was somebody. I forgot the fund. It was one of the analysts, but they were correct on it. They said, right now, government phones are only 500,000 units in China. Still a lot of iPhones, but you compare that, they've sold over 40 million iPhones. So 500,000 units should be a negligible impact. But if you're more worried on the macro of what China will do, the pattern that they're creating, and then even then just China struggling, that's where it becomes bad. But if you look at it at face value, like, okay, let's say China really just limited government phones, what would happen? It would be 500,000 units out of 40 million iPhones. You don't have anything to worry about. It's definitely an overreaction, but it's the other potential that could become the problem. I don't believe it's economics. Apple set out an update about Pegasus. This is not an update. Elaborate, my friend, please. I'm not following, but it sounds interesting. So it's going to affect Apple. I think the way I'm looking at it is that it affects China the most. So yes, it will affect Apple. It will affect a lot of people. And then also, too, it may not be anything. You have to understand the negligible impact. But what I'm saying is that it's the most important for China as a country. I think it's China is all I get from that. You're telling me a story about the apple that fell from the tree, but I see it as the apple that broke this could be showing you that the kingdom is cracking, essentially. Top ropes again? Oh, savage, bro. He didn't even make it, but watch out here. We'll see. If it bounces off here, that's nice. Otherwise, this is just there to bigger movements, bigger candles, going to make it a lot more annoying. Raul's making you sick. I think everyone's getting messed with, though, because you're getting a nice little rotation. Now everything's balancing out. SPY and NASDAQ are matched up. Dow is only down by 0.8 comparatively, but it's up 0.32. So it's like in the morning, we were up by 1%, and then Dow and SPY were like 0.5, 0.6. So some things are just balancing out right here. MO, yeah, that one's running. Again, all of them, okay, except for MPW. I think MPW just came back to break even, but most of the ex-dividend plays, they did catch a little boost here today. Yeah, Pepsi, I think that's another one too. Pepsi, Coca-Cola. Pfizer got murdered. XLF bounced a little bit. eBay or CPay on the high. Visa on the low. And then Snowflake went green now. That leap went green. I'm actually pretty impressed by that, but mad because shares protected us from the downside, though. Wait for the close on the gap. I don't know. We're awkward right now because any gap fill is like 20 points lower. Any move to the high is 20 points higher. So realistically, we could move 50 points or move 10 points down, 10 points up, and then just play this back and forth. But you're like right in the center of the high of today or the next level, and then even where the gap fill is at. Ready to short again. Dividend pays out 1 month after dividend. So if you own it, if you buy it before X dividend, you get the dividend, and then you sell out 2 days later, you'll get paid the dividend in your account 1 month later. Weed has honestly been going up all day. Even Uber, remember on Friday, Uber was on fire too. But yeah, weed is 8%. There's like 7%, chilled out a little bit. Now it's climbing again. But all the weed stocks, low key, without any news, they've been on fire. Baba, what's his name? The CFO of the cloud, Mr. Zhang, he left. So even though like people like the China news, I mean, that was the pressure there. Just it didn't give good vibes out. The dividend update's already in effect. So now their ex-dividend will be tomorrow, I believe. And then or the Tuesday or Wednesday, but then the dividend's already been lowered, but you're still going to get paid a dividend. It's just going to be almost half his amount of the last one. The delayed IPO of Freshippo. Which one? There's the door, not the. I keep Instacart, and ARM, but like ARM is on fire. They're saying ARM right now is 6 times oversubscribed. So they want to raise the price, honestly. So I'm actually surprised by that. They're just the money's there still, believe it or not. Apple infected with new Pegasus. Isn't what's it called? That's the thing that was hacking everybody. Yeah, and then Apple issues emergency patch after Pegasus spyware breach. That was 3 days ago. Honestly, bro, you might be right. I see what you're saying. That's crazy. Because Apple hasn't really been effed up. So, like, nobody is really, like, what's it called? No one's really like hacked Apple before. Again, they always say safe and encrypted and all that. But yeah, literally, Apple rushes to patch 0-day flaw exploited by Pegasus 3 days ago. Apple launches bug fixes for iMac, iPad, and iWatch to combat Pegasus. Apple issues emergency patch after Pegasus spyware breach 3 days ago. No, Israel is Pegasus. I don't know what, that's actually crazy. I didn't know Apple got hit by it. MGM got hacked, yeah. But that's crazy because it's Apple, though. Like, when was the last time you heard Apple ever getting affected? Disney, Chicle. Spy's even a little lower, so watch out. But Disney's still holding up great. Net is on the high, too. Yeah, even more bullish for cyber, honestly. 100%. You've been watching that trend a lot lately. You should up. I hate updating my phones, though, man. Apple, yeah, 16.61 is the emergency update. That's the one you're supposed to do it to. That's crazy. Why would China, most paranoid government? But I don't know, though. So that's a great point, honestly. I love it. Thank you for this. Because that's definitely, I think, information that has to be factored into it. But at the same time, I just think China, I don't know, though. I think they might be worried about the Pegasus stuff. But at the same time, I really believe that they are just more panicked about their government or about their economy. I don't think they're as worried about, I think the cybersecurity is BS. But now with this information, I think it gives that claim a lot more weight. So I'm still camp China economic failure, and they're scrambling to do anything. But I think it definitely that Pegasus thing could be tied into it, or at least it gives you. For me, it helps me. Now it's like you can't really doubt. You shouldn't doubt the cybersecurity reason. Essentially, you shouldn't doubt it as much now, because I thought they were just saying that as like, pretty much to make it sound good. I thought they were just copying America and the same thing, but little did we know a couple days ago, Apple just got breached low-key. Chinese currency is not depegging, but they're definitely trying to control it. Right now, the problem with China is they need to control their currency while stopping people from dipping out the minute anything happens. That's the problem right now. That's what happened in 2015, is that once China starts losing, if China really starts getting bad, what's going to happen? I'm going to have people in China asking me how to move $1 million and buy real estate. It happens every time. And again, all the people with money in China, and you be like, well, who has that much money? China, they have a lot of money there. There's a lot of people with money that can't get out. So it's like the minute the economy starts really getting bad and the currency's worried, the people get worried, they start pulling their money out. So right now, that's what China has to deal with. China has to find a way to keep everybody okay, keep the currency stable enough, and even if they're doing stimulus, they need to be able to do all this without spurring capital outflows from citizens, investors, and everything else. Roku's on the high. Just shut down the bank. That's what they did last time. Remember Evergrande? They did shut down the banks. They said it was because of protests, though. But yeah, 100%. But it's like, even if there's a big middle class in China, but also there's just a lot of people. So just like imagine like bank runs, and if everybody was like, oh man, let's move our money to Hong Kong, Japan, and let's get it out of here. And the government does they put a they put a limit on it. You can only move like 50 to 100 grand a year. That's your cap. But, you know, especially they might put more capital controls if that happens. But that's the issue we're waiting for. And then, like I said today, you know, we want to see what the dollar does. That's why the relief today was the dollar dropping. But the ECB, that's going to be the one we want to watch for. Mm-hmm. Teledoc is running. I've seen like 5 call-outs there. I just had it up. I see it on the high ticker again. Still going. UK Deputy Prime Minister Dowden, UK will send aircraft carrier to Indo-Pacific in 2025. TNT Stevie, thank you for the gifts. Child, we got a hype train? Let's go, baby. Twitch. Are you guys ready, Twitch? I have good news, bad news for you. Actually, I don't think I have any bad news for Twitch. Except you, Mark, but we're the stepchildren, blah, 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 blah. No, it's okay. I love you. Are you ready, Twitch? You guys want to play 2K tonight? Yep. We got it. Oh, I'm really good now. I played, so like I had a very it was a weird weekend, dude. Like it was actually like kind of wild, but then like my whole plan was just to play 2K, and I still got my games of 2K in, but then like holy shit, bro. By the time it was like end of Sunday, even yesterday, bro, I was like, oh my goodness, but I got everything set up. So like, and I did it good, bro. So, like, I have my setup upstairs now in my, like, theater room. So, like, low-key, we could stream 2K tonight. I'm going to do it after the bell, though. After the watch list, though. I have to, like, go to the gym. I have to do a lot of things. But, oh, dude, I'm killer now. I'm already, I'm already on baller level on the rec. I mess people up now. I'm good at it. I'm so happy. It's finally. And until they update the game. It's because everybody's still new at it, but I'm very good at it. So, you guys are in for a treat. And now we need to run a squad. Amen. Amen. No, yeah. I bought VC, bro. I didn't have time for that. I was mad too. I had a very stressful weekend, bro. It was like, God is good though. Like it was good, but then I was just like, oh my gosh. I was like, I can't do this. I don't have time to play it. I caved, bro. I caved. I bought VC. Straight up. They got you? Well, yeah, bro, because I was like, all right, maybe I could grind it out. But then after like 1 or 2 games, I was like, this is going to be impossible. I was like, I don't have that many hours. You know, that's it. So I only get me like 1 or 2 games. So unless it's the weekend on day of release. But I was like, all right, time to move on. But I'm good, though. I'm excited. I got something for you. I don't know if it's worth upgrading to PS5. If you have, maybe you could, it's cross-platform. But it's hate or love it. You'll see. You'll see. I feel like you got to see it. Apple. Speaking of which one is it? Is it Take-Two? Yeah, Take-Two is the one that owns 2K and GameStop. Or is that Rockstar? It's the same thing. Rockstar, Take-Two. MCAT was on Saturday. Don't find the score till October. Oh, yeah, bro. Oh, how did you feel about it? Did you feel good after you took the MCAT? Or were you like, were you like, I killed it? Or were you like, I bombed it? It was hard AF. I have no clue. Man, all right, good luck. I'll pray. Team Atlassian, we're Snowflake. That contract's still up. They're working their way up. Carvana's on the high. And then CVNA. And then bonds came back down. Bro, the market is very wacky today. Where's the dollar, actually? Maybe I should be looking at that because I think that is the driver. Dollar's still down. So that's what you want today. I think that ultimately is keeping us up. But, dude, the back and forth with bonds, the market, a very interesting relief Monday to start off. And remember, every Monday has been green, no matter what. Remember, last week wasn't too good. But and then Carvana raised to triple C plus from D by S&P. Carvana just got a credit rating upgrade. Interesting. So Carvana now triple C plus from D at S&P ratings. That's coming out right now. I don't know. You might be able to go for it. It's already up 5%. Take it at your own caution. Amazon's still working its way up. Bumble could hit 15 and dip. Watch out on the dating apps, though. It's kind of random, but when Carvana is running a little bit off of that, weed has been up since 2 weeks ago, since the declassification stuff, every single day. I don't think Carvana is a $47 company. That's why I'm just saying, go at your own caution. But this thing gets squeezed. We've played it before. People like it, but I'm not in this one. But that news did come out. Pretty good considering. I think midterm outlook on weed stocks is good. Honestly, you just got to be careful. You're going to buy, if you buy it at the high, or eventually it's going to be a game of musical chairs. The legs will get taken out. But like I'm saying, I think in the next 12 months up until the election, I think weed, you're not going to have a shortage of headlines once a quarter, if that makes sense. But the only problem will be as like how it moves. You know what I'm saying? Like the back and forth in the meantime. Dude said, watch out for the dating apps. He knows he's on them a lot. No, man. I have a girlfriend, asshole. What I was going to say before I answered the other question was Grindr. Maybe you're more familiar with that one. But what they did is they recently instituted a back-to-work policy, and over half of their staff quit. So it's like all of the, like Match.com, Bumble, they might have a very similar working base. You know what I'm saying? So it's pretty simple where all of these dating companies, they might have problems with employees. But yeah. No, so I had real news behind it. I wasn't just, that's it. I had to have defense because then I don't want my girlfriend, my girlfriend would take offense. My girlfriend would approve. So that's why. Added AMD. Fast man. Oh, dude, is what's his name in here in the Twitch? Oh, what was his name? Dude, I had a weird moment yesterday. I would call, he's in the Twitch. His name is Windump, right? His name is Windump. That's what I would call him. You guys, you ever hear me say shout out to Windump? You guys, have you ever heard that, Twitch? This one may be just for the Twitch. I don't know if he's here right now. See. The Twitch, y'all KO'd. You don't see him in here? But do you ever remember it? Not familiar? Oh, you guys, damn, y'all ain't showing love to your boys? Well, here's the deal. It's like, his name isn't Windump. His name is Windup, I think. I was thinking about it yesterday. I don't know what happened. Something in my head. I was like putting on my clothes. And I was like, Windump. I don't know why I thought of it. And I was like, wait a minute. I think it's Wind Up. And then he just has like an OG name. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, oh. His name's Wind Up. I've been calling him Windump this for a very long time. I was like, that makes a lot of sense now. So I had that realization the other day. Yeah, Windump instead of Wind Up. Oh, man. Eli Lilly again, and then Tesla off the low. Even Amazon, Apple off the low, but Amazon is the one ripping. We're back above VWAP, so we'll see. Josh be walking around thinking of people in the chat. Hell yeah, you know how many random times throughout the day you just see something and then you'll remember a comment in the chat? Always. Amazon's nuts. What do you think of me? Yeah, I have, Mr. Otero. The name is familiar. Some of you, it's random though. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what happened. I was just randomly thinking of Wind Up, and then I was like, holy shit, I butchered my man's name for like a year minimum. Like, that's it. We should be getting a pause. That's what everybody is talking about. I mean, it's ironically, we don't know what's going to happen with the ECB, but we do. Most people in America were kind of set Powell in 2 weeks will pause. Now, granted, we have a lot of data this week, and then we have CPI, so it's going to be good. Oh, pocket ban? You get him on accident, bro? The CP, I was going to make a video on it. That's why I have the info. I need to find it. But if you go to the Department of Labor, the Bureau of Labor Statistics website, and like you read through the recent like reweighting, dude, the CPI is like legitimately at least 1 year delayed. So like they start collecting data. Like what I'm trying to tell you, like let me tell you this. I don't know if you're gonna believe me or not. The CPI that you are gonna get released on Wednesday, that is gonna be from September 2022. Like the inputs of it will be September 2022. I don't know if you believe me, but I'm pretty sure I am under a very good impression that it is going to be like literally like it's from a year ago. Like no exaggeration, the recording period was September 2022. It's like it's supposed to be, it's a month behind in terms of the reporting, but like no, it's legitimately like I see that's why I wanted to make a video about this, because I feel like I can't just say this shit and not show you the chart or like not give you the evidence, you know what I'm saying? So hold on. Where'd it go? No. Hold on. I gotta go to the... I forgot what I was looking up. Yeah. I don't know if you're gonna get this. I'll read the whole thing to you, but then I'll read you the one comment that matters. I'm not doing the full CPI report, but this is what the main event is all. This is all Wine Dump's fault. But look at this is from the 2023 CPI weight information. So I'll read it to you, but it's very hard to understand. Again, if you're not, if you read the last one with me, these mother effers love to confuse the shit out of you. But with the latest release of the 2023 indexes, the BLS has updated the spending weights used to calculate the CPI. Previously, weights reflected consumer spending in 2019 and 2020 and were replaced to reflect the changes in 2021. In May 2022, the BLS announced a change to use a single calendar year of data and update weights annually from the prior practice of using 2 calendar years of data weights biennially. The page provides more info regarding that. That's not the main point, but they kind of work it in there. I'll tell you what it is. But here's what you got to understand. Exhibit 1, it shows the consumer expenditure revision in the last biennial weight update and first annual weight update. Under a biennial weight update, consumer spending information obtained from the consumer expenditure surveys was 2020. The BLS analyzes 2 years of spending data during the following year to estimate the biennial spending weights used to calculate CPI. Rather than continuing to use these weights in 23, the updated weights to reflect consumer spending in 2021. With this change, the BLS uses 1 year of spending data rather than 2 and updates every year rather than 2 years. The change reduces the average lag between when consumers make purchases and when the BLS uses those data to calculate CPI from 36 to 24 months. So that's just the final sentence is all you need. So literally the change in weighting that they made in the last year, it's just like they go off of so under the old one, they would look at 2019 and 2020 to get you an update on 2021. Right? And now they just lowered it. So like if you check the new update, they lowered it by a year. But essentially there used to be a 36-month lag. Now it's only 24 months. But legitimately it's telling you consumers make a purchase and then they record it, but you don't get it analyzed and spit out to you till another 24 months later. Believe it or not. So yeah, welcome to the 2023 waiting. That's it. You go through the BLS site enough, bro. That's it. You'll figure it all out. But then it's a lot of there's a fat delay embedded into everything. Not expect more volatility. Just like I'm saying, obviously, like how we move forward from here, Powell and the rest of the year, all that stuff's important. And but what's Powell going to do? He's going to respond to the data. But then the data is like legitimately, we're entering at an interesting year-over-year point. But just keep in mind, it's like it's not really showing us what has happened. You kind of have to be able to live today and kind of think about what happened 12 to 24 months ago. But the data is it's not real time. But the reaction to Powell will be real time. Until then, I mean, just keep in mind, these data sets are important, but they don't really tell us the reality of the economy, but people will really react to it when it comes out. New York Fed, August, 1 year ahead. Inflation expectations jumped to 3.6 from 3.5. August, 3-year, 2.8 versus 2.9. And then 5-year expectations, 3 versus 2.9. August, 3.1 rise in median home price expectations, highest since July 2022. Yeah, that's coming out. New York Fed consumer goods projected higher food, gas, and medical costs in August. Record number of consumers said credit now harder to get. Households more downbeat on current future finances in August. The CPI, I mean, they're trying to reduce the lag to 1 year. So pretty much they collect spending data and then they analyze it for a year, then they release it. But there's still potentially 24 months of lag. It used to be 36, but they changed it to lower 1 year in 2023. But at minimum, there seems to be money gets spent, they collect that data, and then they fully finalize it 12 months later minimum, or 24 months, and then they tell you, then you get the report. So pretty much spending data, though, is already being collected. And that's what they're saying is like they have the collection process, but the collection process is at least 24 months, which is wicked to think about. You can find all of this at bls.gov, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This is everything I've ever showed on the website. Everything I've ever said about it, I've shown the website, just because it's all from them. If you're interested in weightings, revisions, or how any of that stuff works, get it straight from the horse's mouth. I am still buying real estate, yeah. Not like I haven't bought anything at market value in a while, except these like Indiana houses, but yeah. But I've been getting some decent deals, but like I said, a lot of cheaper properties is what I've been going for. So I haven't bought a property in Cali. I bought one in Cali this year, but everything else has been outside of California. Still waiting for the crash. Funky Prepper, my man. Let's go. Well, real estate, but that's the thing, bro. It's one thing to like with real estate. Like, let me tell you my hot take. Are you ready? Real estate is the new gold. Yes, right. Everyone says to buy all of this if the world does this, and I'm down. I have water, bro. I got my MREs. I got everything. I'm ready to go. You have no idea. But at the same time, I'm like, dude, a house, like, just to stay in, bro. 4 walls, it not only does it keep the value there. Again, that does not mean buy at all-time highs. You got to be careful. But, it's still like, in a weird way, the way it's both held value and just offered utility has been amazing. But like I said, I'm just going for very specific properties right now. You can manage my properties in Indiana. Maybe I have somebody who does it now. They've been good, but if we do keep expanding, I mean, maybe I might be open to that. They're telling me we're looking at CPI data from September 21, borderline, or at least from September 22. I could say that's fair, either or. I think we've gotten a little bit of info on prices, but there's a plethora of spending data related to prices that will be at least 12 to 24 months delayed. Is Sacramento a good town to live? I've heard good and bad things about it, but generally, yes. I would really be looking for job opportunity. Is there ghetto places in Sacramento that aren't safe? Of course, but then there's very nice places too. But at the same time, like the thing I've talked to with people from Sacramento, it boils down to job opportunities. So like, if you're like, are you going to be commuting or not? That's really what it comes down to. Because if not, like if you have to commute a long way and do a lot of stuff, it may not be in your best interest there. You could probably find a better city or a better town. But at the same time, it's like some people for jobs and all that, it's very good. And then as long as you, like I said, just avoid, I don't know. I don't know the area like north, if it's north, south, east, or west, but there's like some bad parts, but they got their good areas. And like I said, if it works with your job opportunities, and then especially with prices there, sometimes the prices are good. Just don't go too rural. I know rural Sacramento is hard for real estate. That's just the problem. So try to stay near the city, try to stay near the jobs, and try to stay near a good area. Then I could get behind it. Yeah, you got a couple of people in Sacramento in here. Some say don't live there. Some people like it. Or I don't know if someone said it depends. I work in SF but commute from the valley. Like San Jose. That's not bad. It's still a drive, but that's not bad. But like I know people who live in like Cali or Sacramento, but then they drive like an hour, 2 hours to work. And I'm like, what the hell? Or they live outside of Sacramento and then they commute into the city. And I'm like, man, that's wild. Because there was Sacramento, I haven't checked the prices, but like it was like 2019. It was like 2019. Oh, no, you drive from Sacramento to SF? No way. How far is that? But it's like 2019, Sacramento had cheap properties. Like Sacramento had it was just like you were able to get these like 4 or 5 bedroom houses just slightly outside of the town. It was a good value. It was a good price, and people were buying them up. But then like there's big commuter vibes there. 90 miles. I mean, as far as commuting, it may seem bad, but it's not that bad. You probably save a substantial amount on living, and then your living quality is probably better. Like low key, I wouldn't want to live in SF City. So I feel, but I think like some people commute a lot in like SoCal, they commute like 60 to 90 miles. It's actually more common than you think. Yeah. But I'm telling you, I know that a lot in Sacramento, the houses were just so cheap, and it made way more sense for people to do that 5-10 years ago. It was like, why would you try to spend, $1 million, $750,000 for a small hut in San Fran when you could go get a house with a backyard and then just drive to work, and then you get a new car. SF wasn't that bad. I even stayed by the Tenderloin. No way. Savage. Yeah, I stayed in the city once and I liked it, or once or twice, but I like San Jose. I like Palo Alto a lot. That's like I don't get it. Like Palo Alto is just like a bunch of weird tech nerds, but it's a vibe. And today's my B-day. Let's go, Indiana. Happy birthday. Or not. Let's go. Amen. Any stocks looking to bounce? I mean, all of the ex-dividend plays moved. If you want, you could try to go for China bounce. Like I said, they had good and bad news today. But, if China could get out of the, if China could get out of this week because there's so much other data, then maybe. Other than that, I think you're going to maybe financials and bonds if you want to play that sensitivity. Definitely the yen. But I would probably wait till the data starts moving us. Got you, bro. Happy birthday, man. Let's go. Another year, another long term. Another year for the long term. Another year for the long term. OM? What's the overstock? MPW. Oh, yeah, that came down. That was the only one that didn't move. It came up to break even a little bit, but Coca-Cola killed it. MO killed it. I think anything with the ex-divvy. I don't know if Abivai is soon. I think even Pepsi might be one, too. They all ran. It's small, though. It's like 0.5% to like 1%, depending on the name. SoFi. There was another big runner, and then a couple of biotechs. Apple calls. Apple's going through a lot, but at the same time, it's a mix of a bunch of bad news. And remember, they were still coming off of a kind of a lackluster earnings. Then that's it. If you held your ETH short, what would you do now? I would keep holding it if I didn't close it, because when I closed it out, it saved me, extra losses. But at the same time, I mean, you're there, or I would shift it to a bond or the yen play. But at the same time, it's like, if you could still keep handling it and you're not against it, you've already held it through more pain. I do think there is more pain if the market bounces, but at the same time, though, the clock might start turning back in your favor on that one. Disney Charter Report, another update. Wall Street Journal. Yeah. And then Tesla's still at the high. SPY near the low of the day, though, so watch out. Yeah, you're about to hit a new low, 446.843. And then now you are about 13 points or so. Oh, no, 10 points 11 points from filling the gap. Amazon reaching one by when? It's killing it now, though. So it's honestly weird, though, because Amazon is still a consumer name. So watch out, even Amazon with retail sales and PPI this week. That could move stuff. So we'll see. You like IWC watches? No, but they've grown on me. I'm just too ignorant. My girlfriend yelled at me because I was trying to explain to her I don't understand the appeal of the IWC watches. And then she went on about Formula One and like all these different things. And I was like, okay. And then she was like, you have one in the G-Wagon, you fool. And I was like, what? So like they've grown on me a lot. But like a couple years ago, I didn't even know what it was. Like I said, I'm just a little ignorant when it comes down to it. But a very good history behind them. And they actually do hold their value very well. You got one? Nice. I have one in the G-Wagon. That's it. That's all I got as far as IWC. Strong demand pushes ARM to close IPO order book early. Isn't bills supposed to be settled immediately if I sell to buy? Yeah, but that happened to me the other day. So if you buy in prior and then sell out, you might have an issue, but it should be settled immediately, but I don't know if they're changing it. Because like I feel like Bill might be switching from a cash equivalent, because I had that issue the other time. Yeah, I had the same issue literally 3 days ago. Weed stocks are soaring. Should I sell? Maybe sell covered calls, because then you could just take profits every time it pops. And like I'm saying, it depends if you're going to flip in and out of it or not. But like I'm saying, I think throughout the year, you're going to get a lot about it, man. You're going to get a lot of weed headlines. Tesla on the high. Ari, thank you for the content. What do you think about Hog, Harley Davidson? I think their last earnings was bad, right? I don't know, or maybe it was a good one. But overall, I mean, when the economy is good and there is good consumer, I think Hog does well. But at the same time, I don't know. The trend has been lower. They look like they have some value, but at the end of the day, I think they're going to get murdered by the consumer. But it's not like a death, it's a death sentencing in the sense that even with a consumer rebound, I think they would benefit off of it. But look into their last earnings. There was something on it. I think it was a pretty big surprise miss for them. Amazon and Tesla again. And then there's Hog. And then SPY off of the low. Bro, Tesla's still killing it. I'm going to buy my kids some bonds. Should I put their names or mine? I mean, how old are they? But why are you going to buy them a bond? Buy yourself a bond. But don't do that to the kids, because remember, bonds have a fixed maturity, so it could only make what it is. So let's say you buy that bond for your child, right? And let's say you hide it from them for like 20 years. It's like it will only be worth what it was. So like, I was even talking to my dad the other day, and he told me he bought us bonds back in the day too. He said, "Do you remember? I have a paper bond." My dad told me he has a paper bond that he got for me. I remember it. He's like, "I have it here. It's somewhere in the attic. Trust me, you have it." But like, it doesn't matter because it'll only be worth the maturity. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if you put in $1,000 for that bond and then it pays out, let's say 5%, you're going to get back $1,050 or something, right? That's all that contract will ever be worth. So like, let's say you buy your kid, I would want to say long term. I'm trying to think of something that's like a bond that has that upside, but the idea would be, if you're going to hide it for your kids for like 10, 20 years, when they get it, it's like you maybe something worth $1 million. Maybe a CD, they'll have the cash, but the bond, you'll still get the value. But it's just like, if it's for the children, it's a cool gift. But if you want something for them like down the road, I would maybe look for some equity. That's the only difference. If you buy them a stock, by the time they're 30 years old, the stock may be worthless, depending on what you pick. But then if you buy the bond will only be worth whatever you paid plus the interest. So even if 10 extra years go by, you don't get any extra money. So like I'm saying, I have a bond from the 90s or something that my parents got for me. But even if I took it in to cash it in, it's not like I'm going to, like if I had a collectible from the 90s of a share that wasn't even a real share, but was like a transcript, that would be worth more than the bond just because of the time value. So the thing is, once you buy the bond and once you use all the time value is eliminated. A trust fund? No. A trust fund would only be putting the money into a trust. So it would be hiding the money and keeping the money in its own little area. So like I had a trust too. Like when I first made my first bag and started buying Ferraris, we thought it'd be a good idea to put my shit into a trust because I was gonna blow it all. So, but like that's after I made money. But at the same time, like a trust it's separating and said this money could only be used for this purpose. So like that's why like a trust fund would be like you know your parents made it for you and they said you have $1 million but you can't use it until you graduate college, till you do this, till you're this years old, and once these conditions are met, it's irrevocable, you can't change it, then you will get access to this money. So a trust wouldn't benefit unless you wanted to make protect your children from taxes and then make sure that they couldn't access money until certain things are met. A trust wouldn't work in that instance. But like buying an asset for your children and holding it for 10, 20 years and hopefully giving them something with upside, you could buy a bond. It just doesn't have upside, but like stock or other investments might be able to do that for you. Mm-hmm. Like bonds are inflation protected, that compound. It's the good thing about bonds is that they could compound, but all I'm saying is that it's fixed. So like you ever see people like find like an old collectible from the stock market, or you know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, my dad had a physical share, It's like if you had one physical share from the 90s, of like any company like Apple, you'd be a billionaire right now or a millionaire. That one share would have, again, on like a physical paper, not only the historical value of the document, but like what it represents is more future value, access to equity that has changed in those 20, 30, 40 years. But now if you had a bond, and let's say you find a bond from the 90s right now in your safe deposit box, all you would get is the amount that the bond's value is worth, plus the interest over those years. But if the bond matured in the early 2000s, that means the last 25 years absolutely did nothing. That means there's nothing to gain off of it. So that's where I'm saying, in a weird way, buying stuff for your kids sometime, especially, they look cool though. I think you should do it. It's very good. It's good knowledge for your children and like get them a little bit of it. But at the same time, like go get them a bond to hold, but like, maybe even getting them certain shares or companies and locking it away in an IRA with dividends, that might give them something that 10, 20, 30 years, if they never look at it, never touch it, they may open it one day and become a millionaire. You see what I'm saying? That's, I think, a better take than just giving them a bond. The bond's cool, though, but it's not going to leave them with the upside. Oh, wow. That's good. If you don't use your Roth allowance each year for yourself, put it in your name, but use it for your kids. You don't get a tax benefit when you put it in, but you'll benefit far more when you take the money out and don't pay tax on it. On the college plan, the kids pay tax and get dinged for college grants and work study. That's very, very good. Thank you, Stacy. And I don't know, CCI, actually wasn't CCI the one that, no, that was P, they could have cut dividend. If this is a REIT, I don't know. You could get some companies, you could get physical shares, but nowadays it's more for vanity as opposed to like back in the day, like there was actually there. Oh, I think CCI has ex-dividend, or I think they had ex-dividend last week. Digital real estate. My dad showed me his 1,600 XOM shares from 2003. I made him more. Yeah, see, and that's the thing, because they have dividends. So once you cash, like that's the thing about a physical share, you never got your dividends. So once you cash it in, you get all of your dividends. And you get all of the stuff that you're entitled to with it. So hell yeah, that's awesome. But that's what I'm saying. It's like if you are going to try to do something for your children, get them a bond, but also get them some equity where it's like I'm saying, if you lock it up in a Roth for them or lock it up in the certain area, it's like they might wake up one day and it could be very good for them. Yeah, music royalties, they're good. I own a couple of them. I mean, I've done music industry for a long time, but it's a very, music royalties are like small cap stocks. You don't know what's going to hit. So like you could buy, like, bro, I'm telling you, you could buy like the royalties for a song, like the full, all of them, all the royalties of a song that somebody else made. It could even be an old song, right? And then the song gets picked up in a commercial. Then the song gets picked up as an intro to a movie. That's where you make big money off of it. Otherwise, you could spend $2,000 to $20,000 for royalties, and then you'll sit on it and it'll do nothing. Like legitimately, it'll be worthless, or it'll make you like $20 a year or something. So that's the only issue with them. So it's very illiquid. Yeah, TikTok sounds you could get lucky if you own the royalty. Yeah, but like movie placements, video game placements, that's how you really make big money in that. Yeah, you could buy all sorts of royalties and arts like that. So it's even like it's music. You could even buy films. You know that? Like you could buy old films. Or like you could buy films that people, pretty much the license holder wants to sell it now. So then you could try to sell it to Netflix. But then if it's for sale and Netflix isn't buying it and it's not popular, that means it's not even worth that amount usually. There's a couple of platforms, but just looking at buying music royalties. There's another word for it. I need to check my thing. I'll get it for you. There's a technical industry word for it. I'm blanking on it now. Big pop, a little bit off the bottom. I mean, Tesla's been running us all day. And then, yeah, CCI, I don't know what it is. XDivvy, it came up as like XDivvy report for REITs. And then, oh, I see a transcript, Crown Castle, hold on. I think they're doing an offering of some sort. Oh, no, tech conference. They're at the Goldman Tech Conference. I read as of April 1st, physical shares are worthless now. Really? I'm sure they've implemented that change, but I didn't know. But then it might just have a historical value, though. That's the crazy part. Some of those shares, like the slips, they could have already been redeemed, but people will still sell them for a lot of money just because it's like a collectible. Airbnb's on the high, and then Apple is trying to work its way up. Amazon and Tesla are the killers today. Yeah, even Apple, though, back to 0.4. Airbnb, 147. James Maniaka to join Airbnb board. Airbnb adds Google's Senior Vice President of Research, Technology, and Society, Maniaka to board. No shit. It was right there on the wire. Nice. That's a good placement, but, like, not really, though. Because then I'm like, no. Employment-based compensation. No. Stock-based comp. No. Stop paying people. But, yeah, we'll see. CGC, if I'm depending on what price I'm in on it, like if you've been holding weed stocks and you're getting back to a break even on them and you have profits, I mean, that's up to you. But like I saying, over the next year, I just think it's going to eventually fail, but it's going to go up 50, down 50, up 50, down 50. I think all the weed stocks throughout here till the election, they're just going to be running off of juice and headlines. So I think sell covered calls, do your thing. But other than that, it's like I genuinely think I don't know if you're looking for a right answer. The point is the weed plays in the next year are going to be high risk, high reward. That's it. It's going to move a lot. There's going to be catalyst. It's going to be up to you, but there's like no guarantee that they're going to stay up. So just don't drink the Kool-Aid too much, but make sure you get your licks in and leave. Other than that, though, I do think it's just one of those risky momentum plays tied to some of the future news coming up. Even Tilray. Just none of them have proven it. So maybe they end up proving it, and you can be on the lookout for that. But all I'm saying is, like, I see the opportunity for weed stocks to move a lot of dollars up and a lot of dollars down. And I think it'll be good plays, but you're going to need the stomach for it. With so much money in tobacco and alcohol, why do you think weed is lagging? Just the nature of what it is. I mean, it's great, like economics. I mean, when you look at just a large amount of suppliers, the supply is big. It could grow out of the ground. There's a lot of taxes and regulation, which should lower the supply, but at the same time, it's creating this. It's done that for years, and then you have to think about it. The politics of alcohol and tobacco, that's been around since all of you were born. Yes or no? You got to think. Do you know there's an agreement between the government and tobacco companies to not like pursue them for giving people cancer? Like, you ever wondered about that? Like how cigarettes kill everybody, but like it's not like that's a government deal from back in the day, like the 80s and the 70s, bro. So it goes way, way back, and that's why like weed is new. And it's taxed heavily. There's a lot of regulation. It's easy to get into. There's a lot of competition. So people just haven't profited off of it. Whoever does eventually will become the kingpin. But as of now, it costs a lot of money. And it's just, there's a lot of competition. And it's not proving to be profitable for almost anybody. I don't think there is a profitable weed company right now. I don't think smoking weed gives you cancer, but if you smoke anything, like you could smoke plastic, but like tar in your lungs is probably the bad thing about it. Whereas like nicotine or what's in cigarettes has more carcinogenics, but when you light anything on fire and inhale, it has its own set of health effects. I also believe there cannot be new tobacco companies, so there's no competition. It's very heavily regulated into. It's the safety stuff and all that, but I do think that could have been part of the deal too. Well, the propaganda has died on weed. It's not even, you're saying it's they used to call it the devil's grass, but nowadays, like, weed is accepted. Weed is loved by people. It's actually amazing to see considering the shift, but at the same time, it's like, it's economics. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just anybody could do it. You could grow it. It's so easy to grow weed. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could grow weed anywhere. If you have indoor, outdoor, anybody could do it. And not only do you, now you have a clean market, but then you also have the underground market. And then you have all the people doing it. And then you have the big corporations. And then you spend all this money and then people get hyped and then they loan for it. But then again, back to competition, then 30% of taxes. And then it just gets crazy. So it's one thing about the propaganda, but it's just like, on an economic scale, it's just very, very hard. It's the product everybody wants, but it's also the product everybody can make themselves. And that's what gives you the weird dichotomy of it all. NVO again, all day. NVO, Eli Lilly, Remember, Apple, Amazon, Airbnb, a lot of runs here off the bottom. We're just right below VWAP. What time is it? 8:30, Euro close, baby. Right on the dot. With 20 million. I think better volume than the last couple of days. Not bad. So, Chad, let's go. Oh, shit. Please hold. But Chad, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. Chad, we've been here 2.5 hours. 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. We were just talking about weed, too, so I'm waiting for but I'm sitting and smoking. Yeah, move your body, baby. Let's go. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Let's go, man. There you go. Blink a couple times. I'm already lifting, man. I already got the curls in my hand right now. You think most stoners don't put in the effort to grow their own? Yeah, you're mistaken. But then also, too, you're forgetting a big industry. And honestly, I hope I create this industry, too. Not really, but I hope honestly, I just hope you guys get into real estate and stocks and stop fucking around. But at the end of the day, it's very simple. Don't ever underestimate the population of people who do not do drugs but sell them. I don't smoke crack, I sell it. So that's what I mean by competition. You don't even have to like weed and you could get into it. Like, why wouldn't you? Like, that's what I'm saying. What do you think is going to happen with everything else? I would rather have you sell it than consume it yourself and destroy your mind. That at least can be justified in the economics handbook. But do you get what I'm saying? It's just anybody could participate. So that's what you got to watch out for. There's a lot of people who just, again, it's a plant. And it's a commodity. So the next thing is like, go look at commodity trends of any agricultural asset or any agricultural commodity. It all moves like weed. It's a plant. It's that's just how, unfortunately, when you could grow something out of the ground, how it moves in terms of prices is only, it can only do so much. I smoke crack, I sell it. But Chad, hopefully you did your workouts. Okay, but now I need to go to the bathroom. I hope if they give us a commercial. All right, they do. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram, at the Trading Fraternity. I will be right back.
The comments, is it a big surprise that Catherine Mann has come out and said, look, we should err on the caution of more hikes, given within the context of about a week ago, Andrew Bailey, the Bank of England governor, said that we are closing in or getting closer to a plateau in terms of rates. Where is the BOE in terms of its thinking, and how consequential will the wage data be in terms of where they go next?
But certainly, we have to remember, throughout this tightening cycle, there hasn't been a single decision by the Bank of England that has been unanimous. There has always been some level of dissent, whether on the hawkish or the dovish side. Catherine Mann is very much on the hawkish end of things, and she will make her case. And it is not obvious which way to go here. Is this enough? Is this not quite enough? The different paths, as was explained last time.
Where do you think they land? Do you think they hike again?
So we think at this point there is some more tightening coming. The wage numbers aren't quite good enough as yet to prevent that. So we think we will get a little bit more from the bank, but they're nearing the top, not at the top.
Does it tip the economy into a painful recession, Sandra? Because that's why I thought the Jeremy Hunt sound was so interesting, because it really doesn't sound like the government's going to be able to be there in any meaningful way to help.
It's certainly true that we can't rely on the sort of extreme government support that we've had beforehand. And that's a message that has to come across loud and clear. At the same time, we are starting from a position where there are labor shortages. We don't think companies will want to let go of staff unless they absolutely have to. And it doesn't look at the moment as if the situation will deteriorate rapidly. Yes, we're looking at a recession, but probably a shallow one without too much pain. That is at least the hope as things stand.
Does the housing market here in in the UK? Does it break? I mean, the consistent headline, it's almost on a weekly basis. We get headlines around property prices, around a slowdown in transactions. Is there a floor under these prices, or are we potentially a kind of a moment of reckoning when it comes to the UK housing market?
I think house prices, we always have to see in the context of the general price trend in the economy. So the prices seen right now reflect the fact that inflation in generally is much higher than it has been in the past. So yes, we have seen declines, but the bigger correction has been in real terms. So inflation.
Oh, good timing. ESPN and Charter announced transformative pact for distribution. So ESPN Plus to be included in Spectrum TV to select Plus TV packages. That's actually kind of good. So then that means now they're going to have a way to pair up like some of the Disney offerings there. They held out for one day. I got this news too. This is I think this is in honor of 2K. MasterCard and Xbox to launch the Xbox MasterCard, their first ever credit card in the US issued by Barclays. North Korea leader Kim Jong is traveling to Russia, Pentagon. That was a couple minutes ago, or a minute ago. My family dinner, I'm going to tell my mom, you know what I learned today? That Josh would rather have me sell weed than smoke it. I mean, as weird as that sounds, I get it, but yes, 100%. I would rather have you sell something than be a victim of it. 100%. Are both wrong? Yes. If you then tell your mom that one too, okay? Tell her that Josh said both are wrong. But if you had to choose between Biden and Trump, you know you're going to pick the least of two evils like everybody likes to play, but that's the devil's game. That's why you don't want to pick them. But that's, again, like I'm saying, I'd rather have you be an economist than a crackhead, no matter what you choose to do in your life. So you could even do whatever. You could be involved in any world, but you could be an economist in that world, or you could be a crackhead. It's up to you. So amen. Amen. Choose God. Amen. Do you think the election polls affect the markets? Not now. It's still very early, and then we still got to do what happens with everything else. Longeveron? No, I don't still own it. No. Do you smoke weed? I used to, like a lot actually, but it's not anything like just randomly if it's there, but not in a minute. Like I said, I think there was one time, I think this year maybe, I have to double check. There was when I did what's it called? I vape too, like a nicotine one. I forgot, but usually it's not. I mean, I used to do all the time. I used to wake up. I'd run it on y'all. You have no idea. But yeah, it's just other things, bro. Like eventually, I said it to some of y'all. Like eventually, it doesn't affect you. So that's all. I swear you hit the pen one day. I think there's one video, an old video. I just have a pen in the video. I didn't realize it till it was too late. Somebody would always call it out, and I was like, oh shit, that fully is a pen. Yeah. There's one person who's been killed by themselves by drinking too much water. You wouldn't say drinking is bad. You brought that up last time we had the discussion. It's simple, man. Do what you want. I'm not trying to condemn anybody. Like I said, bro, there's people in this chat that you have watched every day. And honestly, it's sad because you ain't seen them again. And ain't nobody says shit, bro. And it's a result of drugs. Like, that's all. Like, literally, people have ruined their lives. People you know, and they are your friends. And you don't even know. So I get it, but I have a responsibility to at least guide people in the right direction. But I don't judge you if whatever you do. But you know what I'm saying? To compare drugs to water, though, like just keep in mind, like other people, like, and to spread that logic, it's just like, you know what I'm saying? That's not really a fair comparison. One, you need to live. One is a choice for having fun. You know, if you use it for health benefits, I'm not talking about that. But at the same time, it's just like, you know, but whatever you believe, I'm not trying to talk you out of anything. I'm just trying to make sure, you know, everybody has both sides. And if anything, I hope nobody gets inspired to, you know, you have a world. I'm the minority here telling you not to do something that could hurt you. Just that's all I know. In a world nowadays on the internet, every single thing says, go do this, go do that, go have fun, go do. And I feel like I'm not, and like I'm saying, I will never judge you as a person, what you choose to do. I love everybody. Even I still got friends. I told you this the other day. But at the same time, it's like, that's not smart, and I'm not going to be quiet about it. But at the same time, I don't mean you're stupid if you do it, but it's just like, I want to make sure it's not, I've lost too much, bro. You know, again, even this weekend, I've just lost way too much. We have these talks because we get into good discussions about stuff. Like we just discussed the economics of weed as people were asking me about weed plays. And then the conversation naturally goes into everybody from economics to now what about personally. So that's how we got here. But it's not, I don't think it was too far off from the weed discussion. We're flushing. Only live once, man. Well, make it a peaceful one. Make it a peaceful one. Every discussion is a great discussion depending on what you want. And then also, on certain stuff, you may not like it too. Maybe a shitty discussion. But it's on your attitude of what you get out of it. Am I still in MPW? Well, that's your third message of the day. I'm welcoming back the Twitch chat, so I'm gonna just tell you to go hit the watch list, baby. Hit the watch list, and you'll know all the answers. You know, especially if you want to average down, a 1-2 minute watch list will help you out right there. Amen. Amen. Walt Disney may have renewed commitment to lead industry in mitigating effects of unauthorized password sharing. That was a headline off of the Disney thing. Disney, that was a good play, but it's still at the 1.5. And then SPY's coming down here now too. Remember, we just are off of Euro close, 15 minutes. Euro close, we were at VWAP, top rope from VWAP pretty much. The watch list, fire. Honestly, I don't know if you guys like it, but like, have you noticed? I'm not recapping the day anymore. So in a weird way, I feel like I kind of like it though, because I just rant a lot less if I don't have to recap the day. Because when I start recapping the day, I have to go over like 50 different things. But then if I just focus on like something that happened and then the main event of it and like what it relates to, it's a lot easier to get through. So I don't know if you guys like that or not. You tell me. Because again, it's for you. I hope it is useful. Otherwise, just let me know. But that's where it's so much easier to get into. And I hope it's less confusing too. I want to make sure. Mention the levels. But actually, so here's the deal. This is what I'll do. I hope some of you guys were inquisitive enough to pick up on it. But this is what I'm doing instead. So if you come to the watch list, go to the description. It has everything you missed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to include headlines. So what I did is I include every bullish and bearish talking point from last week into the description. So that's the way I could balance it out. If it is a big event, I will talk on it verbally. But I did this on the last 3 watch list. You should be able to see what's it called? I got a lot of text news in there, so it is all there. But I just for the sake of because again, like the dollar stuff, I'm spending like 5 to 7 minutes on it. But then some people might it's like if I spend the first 5 minutes on the what happened, people start to like trip out a little bit, or they might miss it.
Order submitted.
The
Order
reason
canceled.
we watch the video is so we don't have to read because you recap. Well, like the video. Let me know what you like and don't like. You know what I'm saying? That's it. But it's just the last 5 days in a row has been barely anything happening in the market. So, and then I'm like, look at the dollar. Look at this. Look at that. So it's been good to focus on. But we'll see how it plays out. But I'm just giving you that heads up. If you see lack of recap, go to the description. And then also, it just depends. But even yesterday, too, we went through the events, but the main thing I'm saying is going to be the ECB. I think Walgreens will go bankrupt like Rite Aid. Too early to tell, but I mean, they kind of look related. You know what I'm saying? That's it. God bless you, Forever Young. You coming in with the recaps every night too, baby. I love you. God bless you. Shit's beautiful. Beautiful. I do cardio and watch list. Wow. Well, so you want a shorter one? That's it. You're like, I'm done. Cardi, I feel you're not doing the Stairmaster, are you? That'd be violent. Stairmaster and watch list. I don't know if I could even do that. That seems like a lot. Stuck in a $1 range. Surprisingly, yeah. Besides this little like sell off, but we are still there. The chat complains so much. But honestly, man, it's all about vibes because, depending on my attitude, you could see it as complaining. But also, I don't know. I'm learning more every day, bro. And just like everybody has different things they're looking for, and that's why it's like, so instead of viewing it as complaining, it's like as I've started to view the differences in people more and trying to see, and obviously you'll never make everybody happy, but it's just like, that's it. Complaining is after they do it like 10 times. You know what I'm saying? Or like the same thing over and over, but it'll help to learn to try to work with it. Because I'm like, man, everybody does have very different preferences, to say the least. So that's where it's like, everybody got their own thing. And it's good, though. That's why it's like being able to work together with that. It helps a lot. Yeah, and it gives you new ideas, too. All right, man. This is 4th low of the day, or I guess 4 times at this level. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then right below 44.75, 10 points from filling the gap. Or no, 20 now, a little bit more. ECB's on Thursday, excuse me. Tomorrow, ZEW index for Europe. That's going to be a big one. And then Wednesday, you're going to get retail sales? Or no, Wednesday CPI, Thursday's retail sales, and PPI. And then we'll see if Japan gets in the way. Remember, that was a big deal today. Japan talking currency did a lot of work today. But the dollar is down, but then the bonds are kind of moving weird with that. Disney flush. Womp, womp, womp. Oh, yeah, Disney's getting back now below 1%. Again, like 1.5 was there. Added Pfizer. Am I thinking more Disney? I am. I'm waiting till we get another deposit. So Disney kept going lower. We just had a big one. I was going to average on it, but the reason was it doesn't have a dividend. So now, again, even after MPW lowered, after picking up PayPal Disney, I still want dividends. So like I said, we're on pace. We're almost doubled up our dividend this year. And I'm hoping that if we could get a running start into next year, we could do the same. But by the time I get my next deposits, October 1st, we're going to see where Walgreens is at, where Disney's at, where PayPal's at, some of those other ones, and we'll go from there. But currently now I've utilized all of my cash. So that's where we're at, but I like them. Tesla. Greedy short, maybe it could be, because then you'll have the opportunity to fill the gap. But it's like that other day. What was it? Was it Friday? Wasn't Friday greedy short? And remember, it was like super slow, and then it eventually hit, but then it was like small. I really think you might get a play out like that. But then I would watch out for the upside, though. Just, why? Because the dollar is still down. So that's it. This is the only thing where the bonds are moving wacky. The yen, it's like the news and the relief is weird in the morning. But just the dollar is kind of awkward, more or less. And then, yeah, Disney just dropped $2 there, $1. About holding physical gold to diversify, just don't hold a lot. So I don't know about your portfolio size or your relative asset worth, but just don't buy too much physical gold. But I think having a little bit, and especially in physical, definitely. I prefer physical gold to paper gold. I will only trade paper gold in very extreme events, debt ceiling, rate cuts. Those are the only times I would want to go for paper gold. But I'm a fan of physical gold, but just don't over diversify and don't over allocate into physical gold, because it's at a high price right now. It's near all-time highs, more or less. But then at the same time, too, it doesn't move a lot. I was just telling the story on Friday. My dad pulled up on me with a bunch of gold. And I remember, he was buying gold with me back in the day. I turned my dad on to gold back in the day, sadly. I turned him into the Peter Schiff, and then the people at church, they took over. But he, I told him, though, at the time my dad first bought gold, I also bought Bitcoin. My dad's gold doubled up. My Bitcoin went from $300 to $60,000. So you don't need all gold. That's all I say. No matter what, have a little bit of it. And I think it's great to have in your portfolio, but just do not make the mistake of having, I would not have more than 20%, maybe even more than 10% gold. I think is a lot of your portfolio, asset, net worth, all of that. It holds its value. It will be there when you need it, if you need it, but you don't need more than 10%, honestly. And that's still a large amount. Tesla's 9.6% right now. Holy crap. Thanks for answering. Yeah, man. I hope it helps. And I just hope you listen to the wisdom of it. Because I think gold is good to have, but just like anything, good things are good. But if you ever have too much of something, that's just always the problem. So it's gold has a purpose, but every time people understand the purpose, they go OD with it, and then that's it, all gold. So just make sure you are controlled on that. Did they downgrade it on Friday? I forgot. I know there was one day it sold off big last week, but then this was all off an upgrade. That's it. And then remember, we've been saying it for how long? We were like, how come nobody talks about Tesla's AI and this shit they're working on? And now all of a sudden they're like, supercomputer, Tesla will add 500 billion of market cap. What? Yeah, they literally said Tesla could add 500 billion of market cap from their supercomputing stuff and the AI. Yeah, Meta gave it all up. Remember, Meta's still up 1.2, but remember in the morning, you guys are like, damn, that's strong. And then Dow Jones is about to go negative, only up by 0.04. What about high quality rubies, sapphires, and emeralds? So I know a little bit about it, but honestly, that's like, you got to know your shit with that. So kind of back to the music royalties, you might end up with something very illiquid, but I honestly don't know much about color diamonds or again, rubies, sapphires. I know the ones that sold historically or the big ones that sell at Christie's auctions and all that, but I don't really know much about like the specifics of it all. AUG. Yeah, you gotta, if you link up with somebody who knows the right dealer, or again, like even talk to the people at the auctions if you want to get into that. But otherwise, it's that I've shied away from simply for the lack of experience. The Adam Sandler movie, what was it called? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Or he's a gambler. Just be aware of the Phoenicians. Indeed, scoundrels. Scoundrels. Oil's dying. That's it. Oil was up today. I forgot what gave it the knees, but it was actually holding up pretty good. Uncut gems. Yeah, that's what it is. Did you sell that car you bought? No. I jacked up the price and then I kept driving it around. The Kelly Blue Book value on it, like, it shot up over the last couple months, so I just listed it at a super high price, and now I'm just fucking posted, dude. I drove it the other day. I'm just chilling, dude. Chilling. Gemstones and uncut, precious gemstones. Precious gems. The Lambos went down. I mean, same thing, though. Cars are chilling. But like that, it's weird though. Car industry's fucked though. Like I'm saying, it's what they brought on the Manheim Used Car Index last week. It's the sales are going up, but it's only as a result of inventory, in the sense that people are getting more options to buy certain vehicles, so they're buying them. But overall demand is still pretty low. It's super weird. It's super duper weird. I like the Mach-E a lot, but I just don't like the price tag. I think if you get the Mach-E cheap enough, that's a beautiful car. But I wouldn't spend like German money on a Mach-E. That's it. Yeah, discounts are back. It's just inventory. That's it. So like hard to find inventory. Those are, they're not like selling the same way, but then that's where people are getting demand. So like pretty much most people right now, they're not trying to buy a car because interest rates and what it is. But now it's like, if they have the car that you want that they probably didn't have over the last 2 years, you're gonna buy that car most likely. That's kind of how it is right now. It's not necessarily you're not gonna get a discount on that vehicle, maybe the more widely available models, but it's an inventory thing. So like, let's say you wanted the F-150 with 4 doors instead of 2, right? Let's say you're not going to buy a 2-door F-150 right now for overpriced. Even at sticker, you probably might not buy it. You're not in the market. But then there's just people who they wouldn't buy a car, but if a 4-door F-150 showed up, they're going to buy it. Again, you may not want to buy a car, but there's people out there, if you could get a inventory access to a Prius right now, they'll buy it. So it's a weird dynamic, and that's what's messing even with some of the prices, because you're watching demand, but it's not real demand. It's just more demand for specific inventory that was lacking. The Priuses are just super, super rare and in high demand. That car, just put it on a fucking curve, bro. Price is low. The appeal is high. Like, everybody wants it. It's environmentally friendly. It's like, that's a beautiful car. That's the only car I would take right now. Like, if you wanted a generally fuel efficient vehicle for like $30,000, $35,000, I would buy a Prius or a Tesla. Again, a used Model 3 or something. No, that pop is real on Tesla. They got a fat upgrade. It might fade. Remember, Chad was just talking about some of the downgrades on it last week. So there it is. Someone asked me to buy it from me. Yeah, because it's you can't get that car, bro. Or you have to wait a couple of minutes or a couple of months, and then it's affordable and it's beautiful. Like, the car is just too clean, bro. Yeah, Disney now new low. No way. So Disney just sold the news. Yeah, bro. I didn't play it off the first one. I kind of regretted it, and then it came back down. But my goodness, and then Spy's still holding up. Jeep Wrangler is one of the best cars that holds its value. But besides, like, the G-Wagon and a couple of luxury cars, the Jeep Wrangler is the best car to hold its value. It's because the style never changes. So honestly, I think, I don't know. I've owned a Jeep for like 2 weeks, and then I got scammed. It was a crazy story. But other than that, Qualcomm, that was in the morning. Unless it's another reiteration. Lyft welcomes Philippe Avila as chief marketing officer. Yeah, they have issues, but as a car, like, that's a car that you could buy for $40,000, drive it for a year, put 10,000 miles on it, and sell it for the same price, or like maybe like $5,000 less than what you paid for it. And then over the years, bro, it's crazy. But the Jeep Wranglers are one of the best cars value-wise, especially at their price point. And then if you want to like Turo it and rent it out, even better. But people love them. It has a culture, community. It's iconic, and then the style doesn't change so much that your value is just it's rock solid. Forerunners, that's a very similar car in that sense. Procter & Gamble running up right now. Again, Disney just flushed off all the gains. Lyft just announced a new chief marketing officer. Stock's not really moving yet. A Jeep with the V8 Hemi, yeah, I saw that one. That one's going to be a cool car. But then it just still looks like a Jeep. A Jeep has its own car. I know, bro. I started messing with them, man. I be driving my G-Wagon in LA sometimes, and then I'll see a Jeep person, and then I wave to them. Like, 'cause that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to do the little, like, thumbs up on the steering wheel or whatever, right? Like, that's what they do. But they get hella mad at. They look at me because I know they see me. They look at me, and I give them the wave, and then they get so offended. Oh, they get so mad, bro. I'm like, my bad. I thought this was. I said I identify as a Jeep. Stop hating, bro. I know. I'm not in the club. So you don't know that. If you're in a Jeep Wrangler, next time you're driving, and if you ever watch two Jeep Wranglers drive by each other, they're going to, like, dab each other up. They show love to it. Yeah, the Wrangler wave, essentially. They do it all the time. You guys haven't seen that? Oh, that's crazy. That's culture, bro. That's culture. What if you're in a Jeep Liberty? I say fuck it. I think you could still pass. You might be able to. You might be able to. It's Wrangler only? Okay, calm down, Donald. Yeah, we're gonna build a wall for the Jeep Liberties and the Wranglers. Wait, why are you... Yeah, you mean I'm gonna build a wall? That's exactly what we're gonna do. Yes, the Jeep Wagoner is $100,000. Who the hell is buying that for $100,000? It's amazing. Like the motorcycle. Oh, the motorcycle wave, yeah. Very chill. The Wranglers are going up against competition. Not really, but in general, Jeeps. You guys know the average price of a Jeep is now like $60,000 though? That's the problem, is that a lot of these American brands in the last 2-3 years their average prices have shot up. So they've been trying to just sell higher end SUVs. Cousin loves the Wagoneer. I like the car. I can't believe it's $120,000. I sat on it. I sat in it at the auto show. The car is like, it's beautiful. I've never driven in it, but I got to sit in it and I was like, man, this is a cool car. But I was like, dude, the tag, it's an expensive car. Jeep is owned by Fiat, I think. Or Stellantis. Honda Civic Sport. Bro, I saw a Honda Civic for $100,000. I don't get what's happening here, bro. Like, it's crazy. Like, yeah, there was a Honda Civic Si manual, a brand new one. And apparently it's like 60, 70 grand. And then the dealership wants a $30,000 premium on it. It's crazy. The Honda Si. So it's like 170 to 100 grand. Or it's like Type R, not Si. Yeah, maybe it's Type R. Maybe I'm tripping. I saw a video of it and I was like, well, this guy was at the dealership trying to buy it and they were like 100 grand. I was like, what? For a Civic? Yeah, that's crazy. Type R's are going for 120 near me. Yeah, that's nuts. So I'm not wrong on this because I was like, I thought this was just one video where the guy was tripping out, but even then, I was like, still 100K is ridiculous. It's a nice car. I feel you. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of these cars where I'm like, dude, that's a cool car. I would love them, but I'm like, I don't know. But now they cost as much as like every other car. I mean, 100 grand used to get you a lot of car, man. That's nowadays it's like, again, every car. I feel like once they make the updated version, they want 100 grand for it. It's crazy. I think my friend got the Civic R for 80K. That's actually good. That's a good deal though if people are charging more, but it's crazy. Just start collecting 90s cars. Yeah, but you have to wait like until they actually blow up. You're showing up 40, 60K on Auto Trader for a brand new Type R. I think it's Type R, not SI. But I think they're up there. Oh yeah, I see one $43,000. Yeah, Car Gurus. Yeah, bro. Wait, that's estimated price. Do you want to call him? Watch. Let's ask him. I'll call him right now. Yeah, it says this car is supposed to be $45,000. 2023 Honda Civic Type R hatchback. I really don't think it's there. It says brand new. It says estimated price. That's the MSRP. There's a couple. If you just Google Honda Civic Type R, a couple show up. Well, one's like a normal one. I see two of them. One's for 55 and one for 45. Type R base. MSRP 45, sales 60. Oh, what the hell is that? Let me help you with your Honda Type R. No, okay, I'm sorry. I'm leaving. MO's doing great. Again, most of the dividends did good. MPW still shrugged. But Coca-Cola, MPW, or MO on the high, it's great. Airbus did not expect impact on 23 deliveries nor ramp-up plan. They've taken note of RTX's announcement, remain in constant dialogue with Pratt. Airbus supporting customers as they work with Pratt & Whitney to resolve the situation and to minimize the disruption in their fleets. The Lambo indicator has stayed chill. The Lambo indicator is pretty much the same amount. It went up that 100 and then it just chilled there. It's roughly about like 350 to 400 Lambos at any given time. But let's see. No, the cars are coming back up, it looks like. Some of the Lambos I'm seeing are really expensive. Let's see. Oh, they've came down. 370. I don't know if this is updating, but yeah. Holy shit. Whoa, that's crazy. That's a 29. That looks like mine. But that's for fucking 219. Yeah, dude. But so I don't know. It's up to you. There's less inventory, but the prices are lower. So a couple weeks ago, is that like 450, 500? But that's crazy. Yeah, some of these are, dude, sub 200 on a fucking Lambo, on a Urus. That's nuts, actually. Especially that one was 16,000 miles. I sold mine with 11,000 miles. But yeah, Lambo index still kind of kicking. Well, welcome. Yeah, I got like 350 for mine, and then I walked away with like 330 after the cut for the guy I still have to pay the guy who scammed me. But I sold at the literal peak. And my car had an accident too. That's the funniest part about it. That's it. No, they robbed me, bro. That's it. I'm telling you, I think God made that happen because I wouldn't have sold the car if the guy didn't do that. Because then I would have just taken it back. Like, if he wasn't shady, I would have just been like, give me my fucking shit back, bro. But that's it. I was like, nope. He put 409 in the gas tank. Damn, selling damaged cars. Bro, you're worse than CNN. He's like, that's all you got out of it, that headline? You don't think I disclosed it? They offered to fix it for me, the guy who I paid to sell it, and then they ended up scamming me, bro. It was awful. Coca-Cola, again, someone's just talking about MO. EWW on the high, Mexico. Oh, 1.5. Worse than CNN. His name was Moose. Nah. It was so you guys have heard of consignment, right? I've told you this story. It's consignment is like going to a pawn shop. It's going to anywhere you have an item, they have a store, and you make an agreement that they will sell your item for you, and then they take a percentage. It's like sometimes you go to stores, even car dealerships. You may go to a car dealership and they'll have a car there, but the dealership may not own it. It could be a consigned vehicle where they sell it for somebody and then they take a fee. So that's what I did. I wanted to sell my Lambo, and I took it to this guy who was like very well reviewed and it was everywhere. And I was like, all right, sell my car. And then he asked me, he was like, how much do you want for it? And I told him, I was like, max, I'm looking for like 300 to 330. And then he finally made us agree to a deal, a number, and I put 315 is what I wanted to list it at, right? And then he had my car for about like 2.5 weeks, and then he would call me, and every like couple of days he'd be like, "Hey, I got an offer for 280. Do you want it?" And I said, "No." Like, okay, what do you mean? No. And then he'd call me a couple days later and be like, "Hey, I got an offer for 300. Do you want to take it? Are you down with this?" I'm like, "No, bro." And then he called me again the next day. And he's like, "I got 305. And then I was just like, "Bro, what are you not understand?" I said, like, you told me you could sell this car. I'm like, "What are you doing?" And so I told him, I was just like, "Give me the car back." I'm like, "Oh, you're done. I cut. Like, that's it. I want my car back. I tell you what I want to sell it for. You give me 3 offers lower. It's been 2-3 weeks now. Like, this is weird, bro. Just give me my car back." And then what do you think this guy tells me? This guy tells me that the car has been sold. And then I'm like, why were you just giving me an offer 5 minutes ago? And then I'm like, "What do you mean my car's sold?" He was like, "I don't have it anymore." And then I even looked on my app, the car is just sitting in someone's driveway, and I just start setting off the alarm over. And now this guy has a Lambo that the alarm won't stop. So, and then eventually, like, we finally had, that's it. I started getting like, I was like, "Bro, you're about to get the shit suit out of you. Like, what the fuck is this?" And then my lawyer even told us, he played us because we could only get the max, like the only thing we could claim is what he sold it for. So then he ended up selling it for 350. The net cut after, and I agreed I have to still pay him the fee, but he ended up giving us some sort of discount, but I walked away with 330, what he pretty much the net value that he sold it for. So yeah, he wholesaled my car on me. He sold it for a way higher price, and then for weeks just didn't tell me, and then would try to offer me lower and lower and lower. And I was like, "Dude, you're crazy, bro. Fucking shady ass." And that's why afterwards, after bitch, he's like, "Fine, I'll get you the car back." And I was like, "Dude, you are the devil." I said, "You are evil. You think I want my car back from you? I don't know what you did to it." I said, "Take it. God is good. It's going to work in my favor." There's an amen, bro, but amen. I was like, "You are crazy." He was like, "How can I make this up to you?" I was like, "Stop being an evil person." I said, "You are awful." Yeah, dude, we ripped this guy a new one. It was like, he was just a dickhead. Excuse me. It's like, man. But yeah, so don't get scammed on consignment. Off lease only? Was that one of those auto dealers? He tried to pocket 70K. Everybody did. That's it. So, like, you got to realize where I got the idea to sell the car. I didn't want to sell it until I got a phone call. The guys that I bought the car from called me, and the Lamborghini dealer in San Diego, and they were like, "Yo, you want to sell your car?" And I was like, "Why?" And they're like, they told me how much they would give me. It was a lot lower than what I ended up getting. But then I realized what was happening. And then I took it to them and I said, "All right, tell me how much you'll give me." And they only would give me what I paid for it. But then I kept asking the guys, like, "How much did you sell the other ones for?" And he wouldn't tell me. So the guys, the first people I brought it to were trying to scam me too. You know, everybody is. But then I just realized it. But it was, that part was just, he got me. He got me under contract. And then he just did the exact opposite that I thought. Yeah, everybody tries to. That's it. They just see an asset. They're like, once you tell somebody you're willing to sell, and then you're willing to sell for whatever price, that's it. But then they gave me the price, and I just kept raising it as they would raise it. Consignment's how you do it. It's cool. I don't focus on selling. Consignment's good if you run. That's where, like, if you run a good consignment business and you, like, take care of your people, you're going to be great. That's the thing about it. Like, I should have went to somebody else. I know who I should have went to, but I went to this person instead, and I regretted it. So it's a good business if you run it, and especially if you do it good. Good consigners are hard to come by, but they're the plugs. I would do consignment again, but now I know, just if you ever do consignment, list the price on the contract as high as possible. So let them offer you low amounts, but that's what my lawyer told me, is that the problem is that you have to set the price on the contract. So whatever price you put on the consignment contract, don't anything like higher or lower, that is going to change a lot. So it's just like, if anything, the higher number, that guarantees you a higher payout just in case anything happens, if they try to do shady shit.
Order submitted.
It's 9:30.
Order submitted.
On the ZT rollover, 101,222. Consignment sounds lucrative if you have the clientele. So that's it. You need to, like, for cars, you're selling cars. For shoes, you're selling shoes. People do it with all sorts. It's usually for luxury items. There's a lot of consignment just because, you know, if you want to try to get top dollar for your luxury good and want to sell it, but you don't want to sell it cheap and fast, a consigner will take a fee and make sure you get a good value for it. Two words, Apple, Nvidia. I don't know. The market the bonds are weird. Like I'm saying, I think the dollar is going to be your thing that makes things go crazy. But 4474 right now, I mean, we're just kind of oscillating here within this little baby range after making that 4490 move. But day is not over and a lot could still happen. It's only 9:30. And seasonal, some try to put RVs and consignment in the off season to get, oh wow, that's genius. It's market makers, and I mean, I think even emotions too. You got to realize we woke up to relief that move was big in the morning, but also there's like the anticipation of all of the events. So over the next 3 days, you know, even starting tomorrow, you're going to get economic data, and it's going to start taking off from there. We have expectations right now. I believe core inflation is expected to come in at 4.4 or 4.3. That's lower than 4.7. And then the inflation rate is expected, headline is expected to go to 3.5 or 3.6. At last time was 3.2. So very weird. Headline is expected to run and core is expected to drop this time around. Yeah, that's actually really weird. So I don't know how that is going to, but then again, all the other data is going to add to it. This one's going to be a weird one. But then we have Powell afterwards, and then, like I'm saying, ECB on Thursday. Believe it or not, I believe that will be the bigger event. I think that'll be worth more than anything. But we'll find out, 48 hours. But right now, core is expected to drop more than headline. Headline's expected to go up 0.5% or more, and then core is expected to only go up by 0.2. Talk about the gold digger prank tonight, bro. That's it. So Twitch, stay subscribed to the Twitch channel. I am going to stream 2K tonight. I get one game tonight that I could play. That's it. I got a lot of work to do, and assuming nothing else happens, but at the same time, just be subscribed on the Twitch, bro. We're going to run some rec games. If some of you want to play with me, I'm down because I need a squad. That's the only thing I don't like about it. Everybody sucks online now. But that's it, man. I got you. So tonight, I'm thinking probably around like 6 or 7 my time. That's it. That's usually when I get back from the gym. I don't know if I'll be smelly or not. No, we playing 2K, bro. That's it. 2K. No, I said after this. That's why I said if you want to hear stories, just talk to me on Twitch tonight. We'll be good. And then right now, just watch if the dollar goes up or goes down. More weaker dollar will be beneficial. Dollar kind of giving up the gains. It won't be negative, but it's worse than not if the dollar goes up. And let me even give you a breakdown here on the market. Right now, 0.64 on the NASDAQ, 0.4 on 44 on the SPY, 0.16 on the Dow. S&P 500, 191 names are in the red. RTX is the worst on the S&P, and then 311 names are green. I'm not in the RTX play. No, we had the news in the morning, but I think it already moved after that. And then Dow Jones, 10 names red, 20 names green, and it has the smallest amount. So smallest percentage gain on the index, but more components are green than not. And then NASDAQ 100, 44 losers and 57 gainers. So NASDAQ 100 is kind of split. Very weird. So the sector with the most green is moving up the least, and then NASDAQ is literally 50-50, and then you're up over 0.5%. Yeah, the bonds are tripping out. I think it's just, like I've told you guys, this week has a very crazy schedule. You know, we have tomorrow, you get a little bit of Europe data, then even China, Japan stuff too. But for the most part, Europe data, then CPI, and then PPI, industrial sales, retail, industrial production, retail sales, Empire Fed manufacturing, and then Michigan consumer sentiment, and then ECB rate decision, and then I think even UK labor data as well. And one more thing, but it's just like 6 big events, probably 10 other ones, but it's, you know, the market has some relief, but I think it will make, you know, it's kind of holding back both ways because we are getting into that data. But, you know, opening up Monday with a green has been the trend over the last 6 weeks. So we'll see how much green it gives us. Weak dollar is bullish for oil, kind of, but in this case, I mean, just take a look. Energy and the dollar have just moved hand in hand. So at this point, I think weaker dollar might even weaken oil a little bit. That's even today, if you looked at it, what you'd be getting. New York Treasury Adeyemo says that the last thing we need is the headwinds of a U.S. government shutdown. Whoa, UVXY now on the low. Actually, is the VIX going to go red? Hold on. Remember, this was green throughout the day. It looks like a lagged version of the bonds, but VIX is dumping now. I mean, someone said the dip has been bought. I could kind of, I mean, we didn't flush there earlier, but today was just so weird. So we might just go from the top ropes and not. But for the most part, I mean, now the VIX is dropping. VIX might go red. You're making your way up. You got to get back up to here, like 44.813 on the SPY. So pretty much like 44.81. Adeyemo. Fitch affirms 6 tranches or something. Yeah, Intel's been holding every single one of these days. That's it. The chip makers kind of like sell off, gap up, and then Intel just kills it. I like it though. We got out of it, but he's still, I think, 10 cents higher. Microsoftian, and then SPY here at this little resistance point from earlier. This is that big one that we had. We could have bounced very early in the morning and then sold that off there. That damned you to the gulag for another hour and a half or so. But if we could get above here, good sign. If not, I mean, maybe it leads to the flush, but it just, you're going to have to wait and do the back and forth. $12.30. Yeah, MO's still going too. Then Qualcomm, that news, actually that might go up. Remember, Qualcomm was up 5% in the morning. Actually, still up 4%, so they've recovered a little bit. A lot of soft landing talks over the weekend. I forgot what it was. I think it was Yellen's comments. Yellen, I think. Yellen is the one who said soft landing. She's like, it's chill. They love her. Yeah, Qualcomm, I don't know. I hate Qualcomm with a passion. I think it's lower than one of those earlier prices, but then, it's just up 4%. That's $4 a share. Yeah. I think Yellen in 2016, or 2018, one of those years, she said something along the lines of like she never expects to see any sort of like financial crisis ever again or something. She has some ridiculous quote. Yellen go crazy, bro. Car prices. I mean, go Google Manheim used car index, and you could pull that up from their website. That's the industry standard of determining car prices and car trends. However, I use cargurus.com. You could use any website to check cars inventories. I prefer CarGurus, but you could look anywhere else. But Manheim used car index is where it's at. I feel like I'm yelling in 2006. Yeah. It made no sense. Yeah. Was she yelling? Isn't that crazy, though? I think, how many more years? We only have like 3 more years of Powell. I think maybe a little less. That's something to keep in mind. And you guys know Powell can run again. If whoever the next president is, I wonder if they're going to keep Powell. Well, I guess we'll have that conversation in 2 more years. Election in 1 year, and then the 1 year after we have Powell. Or it's like 2. Catalyst on the high. Let's see, healthcare. They went up, actually. J&J. It make no sense. Yeah. NVO. ASGN. 3M's on the high, actually. 107, 108. Dude, this thing has stayed relatively. This thing, pull out the chart, the 1 year, bro. This is pinned. This thing has legitimately not moved. Not the chairman we need, but the chairman we all deserve. He lied to us. Who was it? I think it was Leon Cooperman. Last weekend, he was like crying on TV. Again, we said that the other day, but then he does not like Powell. He was saying he's very critical of Powell. He doesn't blame it all on Powell, but he was like, man, you kind of suck. Disney, Pfizer. Oh no, 3M looks interesting. When is their dividend? 3MM. 8/18. So no, you missed it. You don't even get to play the 3M divvy. And then you're right here again. You're still holding here. You're above VWAP, which is still a good sign. We're obviously waiting to see if we could break above here, but as long as it's not breaking below the level, I mean, you still have a chance to do it. We're just moving slow. And again, Dow's the weakest on the day, still green. The VIX was just selling off, still near the low. My goodness. The old billionaire that was crying about meme stock, I think. Leon Cooperman. Did he cry about the meme stocks? Fenbo Holdings files for IPO, 1 million shares, anticipates price range of 4 to 8. A list under NASDAQ, market under FIBO. You get dividend if you buy MPW today? Yeah, you have up until... what? You have up until tomorrow. So tomorrow is the final day to buy MPW and catch the divvy. Otherwise, after that, that's it. Then you could sell out and see what's up. Instacart IPO priced at 33. Does it come out this week? But even then, Instacart, it might do very good. There's a lot of demand behind the other one. There's a lot. What was the other one? SoftBank. Or no, ARM. That one's oversubscribed by 6 times. So, I mean, honestly, I didn't think IPO demand would be this high. So if it ends up being high, I mean, that could end up being pretty interesting. Am I staying in MPW after the divvy? For the long term, yes. But for the trade shares, we'll see where it's at. Because I'll have a lot of shares. I'll get a nice, I'll get a nice divvy from it. But at the same time, if it's not like too big of a... After X divvy, then now real selling pressure can hit too, even after that. So, but long term, I'm down with, but not the other one. This is why I think Walmart's undervalued. Yeah, don't they own part of Instacart? I could get behind that. It's actually up since the day. Remember we made that trade the other day on the job cut stuff too? The divvy for MPW, how much? 15 cents? Yeah, so last time it was 29. So if you want to look at the puts, just 15 cents or not, again, you have till what, this week? So you could get the 650s, which you're pretty much at, but that's more than your dividend. So they're kind of scamming it for a little bit, but like we said, tomorrow will be the last day. Walgreens is in our long term, yes. We've actually had it for years. We didn't make our averages on it till this year, but even then, I thought I waited a long time, but no. What do I do if I want to pay my federal direct loan? You pay it, I think. I don't know if, unfortunately, I don't know if Joe Biden is going to have you have that waived, but I think you just go to, they have instructions on the website, I think, recently if your payments have been resumed. I bought Walgreens this year, and then it just got taken out at the knees. Because I held it for so long, and I was like, okay, let's average at this low. And then it took another one, and then we added something to Colt's sister because she had cash, and it took another one. But I'm still in it. I think 31 and then 27 or 26, I think, for Walgreens. Those are the ones this year. That's crazy. Yeah, no. It was, but even then, the Walgreens and Colt's sister is down 14%. And we just picked up that play. So Walgreens has probably dropped 15% in like 2 days. Or like 2 weeks, I think, less. Yeah, so like I waited till like one of these drops and it still dropped another 10%. All right, trouble is good for Walgreens. It could be, but then also too, like I said, it'll take a long time to realize it, but they look related. I mean, that's the worry for any holder of Walgreens is that it does start to play in like that. Rivian pop in. You could see them reducing their dividend at earnings. Why? My kitchen contractor texted me. He's learning about some program that my kitchen renovation could be 50% off if I sign up for solar. Do you have any idea what that program could be? It sounds like he's it sounds like they're probably like combining it with something else to make it sound like that. So like all there's like what he said, pretty much you'll probably save you'll probably save 50 grand off of getting a solar panel, and then he's probably wording it to make it seem like that. But I don't know. Look into it. I'd find out more info on it and see, and I could verify it. But right off top, it does just seem like a little bit of a, like a rebate. Yeah, exactly. Where they're just kind of saying, hey, you're going to get a 50,000 rebate that you could use for a 50,000 remodel if you'd like. Or he's going to say if you buy certain things in the kitchen that use solar and then you do energy efficient this, you'll get what's so-and-so 50K rebate on taxes or whatever. Sounds like NVIDIA accounted to me. Yeah, so find out more. See, I look, again, it sounds shady, but I look into it more and you'll know. I mean, worst case, he's just telling you how you could use your rebate, more or less. Sunrun has no upfront costs. I think they've been changing that stuff recently, but I mean, I don't know. Solar's like a catch-22. It just all depends. Like for some people, it's such a good investment, and others, it just doesn't make sense. So, but there's a lot of different programs out there, and you do get incentives, but it's all about looking into it and making sure it makes sense for you. You'll be filling out IRS form 5695 to get the money back. That's what I'm saying. That makes more sense. Where they're like, and then that's what they do. They say you save this much, you get a tax rebate, but then you got to do a couple of things. Your student loan forgiveness, I do not know. Go to the websites that the Biden administration said to visit. I have no idea, trust me. Even my sister asked me, and I'm like, why did you buy a car instead of paying off your loan, sister? And then I don't know still. So it's just, I have no idea how it works. But again, there's confusion with the issue, but there is a website that the government has made, and that's the only source I could point you towards. Yeah, you go to the website, fine. Maybe the payment in October. We go to the website, something.gov, and then we'll show what you could do if you want to defer it. A lot of people are doing deferral. Yeah, anyway. So go ahead, do what you need to do. So many people did the same thing. I know, it's crazy. But it works. It works. EMR on the high. Walgreens a little bit off the bottom. Let's see. Value. SJB, no. Was your sister banking on the loan forgiveness? Not really, but then it ended up hooking her up. But then that's it. Like the moment she had an opportunity to pay off her loans, like all of them, she legitimately bought a car. It was a trip, bro. It was something I never thought, but I could only imagine how many people in the last couple of years, you saved up all the money or you have your money to pay off the loan, but then if you haven't been required to make that payment, you might be tempted to use it for something else. I hope you make her feel bad about it. I just laugh. I think it's hilarious. And then she just asks me to pay her student loan, and then I just say, "What are you talking about? You wanted a car." She's leveraging the car to pay off the loan. Maybe. Never thought about it like that. This could be possible. We removed the request for merch. If so, I'm not upset, just disappointed. No, I still need to get the one guy who made it, but I took off all the games and shit just because that, again, there was one day I was just getting annoyed. I was trying to pay attention to stuff, and then I just have 15 ad requests and then this, and I'm like, man, this is, so we'll see. But you guys have been pretty good so far. I mean, that's it. Like, even Twitch on non-members only had like one or two weirdos pop up, but then like, it's, it's been pretty chill. 2.5 mil was too steep. No, somebody got it. I think two people got it. The first guy got it was like a Proton Mail weirdo. I'm sorry if that's you. And you're like, I'm not even weird, Josh. But I said I couldn't vibe with that. The other guy, I've not fulfilled the request though. I think he emailed me. I don't know yet. It was like 6 months ago though. I'm kind of lagging on it. My Twitch account is just trading fraternity. Know that. What's wrong with Proton Mail? Nothing. It's good for privacy and it's good for encryption. But if your only mode of contacting with me is through that and you've been weird in the past, I just view it as shady. So I don't think it's bad, but I know what you're doing when you contact me on there, unless it's like your number one email. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, it's only used by like hackers and weird, like people doing weird shit unless you really care about your privacy because of your industry that you work in. It'd be very nice to see the VIX work. Amen. So valuing privacy is weird. If you don't have anything to protect, yeah, 100%. You know what I'm saying? Imagine building a safe for $1. That wouldn't make any sense. Like I'm saying, if your industry, you work in government, you work in certain things where you need that level of encryption, yeah, but at another point to contact a guy about a stock question, you don't need that level of encryption unless you're doing something shady. Oh, and then you could say crap on Twitter without it being traced to you. Well, I tag you in on TikTok. The Asian guy with all the girlfriends and he never pays for everything? No, I did not see that. Let's go, baby. Oh, I still need to tell you guys my girlfriend's story. It was crazy. But that's it. Oh yeah, I didn't even ask you guys for a single like today except for the morning, so I forgot. I totally forgot. But it's chill. You could like the video if you'd like. Otherwise, I mean, you might get struck down by lightning. I don't control that, so it's not a threat. I'm just saying. I'm just looking out for you. What? Debate was nice. That was a lot of niceness on Friday. People saving their likes for tin. I know, but that only wound up now. You guys are like 5 stories behind. I have like 5 different stories to tell you, so now I'm just going to go one Friday at a time. It'll take me like half a year to get you what I could give you in a week. So it's good. You know what I'm saying? It's chill. It's fine with me. I get to preserve my content. I got content that I can now stretch it. I can whip it, stretch it out there, and make sure you get some good tin real long. Because that's what I'm saying. It had a price attached to it. But, you know, if we ain't, yeah, you got to trickle it down now. Amen. Amen. Mm. Mm. Yeah, my girlfriend's a lot better now. From last week, she was really sick. Create incentive, then blame and punish. No, not even, bro. I always ask you guys to like the video, you know. We don't charge you for anything. It's legitimately free 99. Even a like is free. Again, if my YouTube was like ranked based on like my performance, I would care about it more. But now I don't even give a shit about it because they fuck with me, dog. But at the same time, that's all. But it's never, it just, people thought I would always have tin. And then they would stop liking the video. But I'm like, you know, some days I might not have it or not. But, you know, if we want it to be fully transactional, then there would be a lot of stuff we'd miss out on. So just like the video, that's all. But even if you don't, it's all good, man. It's not, I don't even think it hurts the channel nor helps it anymore. But, you know, it's always good to have some interact just because I think maybe it'll help it show up for you. But even then, YouTube don't even care. Why did my E-Trade just disconnect? Hot dog. What the hell? Anyone else's E-Trade down, or is it just me? E-Trade down. Need reinforcements. Enemy UAV online. I've been playing 2K. I don't know Call of Duty sounds. We'll get him again next time. Enemy UAV online. E-Trade down. E-Trade out. Yeah, bro. Your E-Trade disconnected? Mine's disconnected too. Everything else is working. Even my YouTube hasn't even cut me out, which is awkward. Power E-Trade still up. We'll get him again next time. Enemy capturing E-Trade. E-Trade's been captured. Secure E-Trade Pro. Restart it. I hate restarting it. It's the worst. Boo. Reset. MGM cybersecurity. Someone brought that up after we talked about the Apple one. But like, you got to watch out. Apple is like, that little Pegasus thing is crazy. I feel you typing the password is so annoying. It's not even that. It's just like, I'm an age-old E-Trade Pro user. So I just know that if your E-Trade's like fucking up and you close it, sometimes it's harder to recover it after you close it. I don't know. I don't know if you guys have used it. So it's just like, I've had times where like it's worked. Like right now, I still have the high-low ticker. Like it's still like kind of working, but then I'm worried that once I close it and try to reopen it, if I'm still clapped, then we're going to be like totally blind. Don't worry though, we have options here. You see this? Look, SPY. Wow. Look at this. Just like home, huh? You like it? High low is provided by, really? Tim, find out where we could license it from. Because that'd be amazing. If I could license that shit directly, oh my goodness. Yalla. Mm-mm-mm. 2K likes, and you'll tell me for the girlfriend story. You know, I got a better idea. Good vibes. How about that? That's, maybe by the end of the day, we'll see. I even got some philo I need to get into too. Oh, E-Trade's back on. There you go. See, boom. Now we're good to go. PayPal's kind of rocketing up. Remember, Square got to upgrade. 3M's running. Why when you already got it? Because I might be able to use it even crazier. So what if I could license the high-low ticker and then port all that data into my wire? And now I have a wire that is communicating with a high-low ticker. I'm telling you, I can make it pretty ill. Like, we could do a lot with that. And then if I could find a way to package it up with other stuff, that might help us. So then if I could even connect all of my... I would have to do work with it, or maybe I don't know if I could code it. But if I could turn it into... like even the sympathies. So kind of like what we saw today where like Disney news came out and then all the other ones. I remember on Friday, Buford. You guys remember Bufford or whatever? There was Argentina news. But then like you saw Buford. I don't know how to say this company. Buford. You saw it on the high. But like we didn't know it was connected to the news. So that's where if I can get all this data and like use like an API or something, I might be able to connect it to the news headlines, which would be cool. AstraZeneca Fasenra met the primary endpoint of phase 3 in eosinophilic granulomatosis with polyangiitis. I think I said that pretty good, maybe. Trade idea, yeah. Email. Let me get any of that info. I'll see. No, I'm telling you, E-Trade's high-low ticker is goated. After decades on the market, I've never seen anything like it. That's why I'm like, if we could somehow access that data and, in the both visually pleasing manner and then apply it to literally some of the new stuff that we have here, oh man. But even in general, even without the news, this tool is just, it's very useful. Who provides it? I don't know. So I always thought it was E-Trade. And then Tim just said that there's a chance that they license it out. And if that's the case, then we out there. PRDO. Perdocio. If you get an API, I'll write an AI agent. Are you good at it? I mean, I've learned a decent amount in the last couple months, but at the same time, I would love. I know how to manage, but like I never specialize. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely, if you got better skills than me, I mean, I wound up with a couple of cool things after just playing around. But definitely, like if you could if you could take API data and integrate it very well with AI, like we could do a lot of work. So keep getting good. Honestly, you guys should be working on it. I think figure out some of the AI video editing stuff because like I have that guy who does my like little videos lately, and like I'm pretty convinced it's an app. At this point, I'm pretty sure this guy just takes my clips and sticks it into an app and it auto generates all of those videos at that point with like a little bit of tweaking. But it's like there's certain things that we still haven't discovered yet. I'm still discovering new AI tools every randomly, but it all depends on what it is. Email me the app. I found one of them's called what was it? Let me see. Opus. Yeah, there's one called Opus Clips, but that's not what I want. I want one where like it puts like go look at my latest shorts. Like that's somebody who made them for me, and like they were the best shorts I've ever seen. So I was like, wow. But then it's like I was like, wow. But I'm like every time it's like the same prompt. I could just tell it's an AI. But then the other one, Opus, I could plug in a watch list. I could literally put the link of the watch list into Opus, and then in 2 minutes it'll give me 15 different clips of 1 minute, all from the watch list with like captions and other things. It's crazy. Oh, no, yeah, see, yeah, Choppity, but I don't know if this just does the text, but I'm telling you, there's ones where, like, it's crazy. You could have, the thing about AI right now is that when you hear about the good ones, it's because you heard about it and everybody started using it. But right now, there are so many little, like, AI tools that it's just, like, it just depends on what industry you're in and what you are looking for. But there's just like so many things. It's not Pictoria. That's why I'm saying the guy who did my videos, like lately, I'm like, it's good work, but I'm like, I really think he's using an AI, because I'm like, wow. But it's like, it just shows it. You learn how to, like, if you're not in the game, you're not in the game. And like, if you only listen to the retail side of it, like you'll hear what's popular. But dude, there's so many tools right now popping up left and right that can just automate and just connect things for you. Like I'm saying, from creating news sources all the way to video editing down to even just like emailing and even like sourcing and scanning ideas. So like you could even do stuff for trading that's even beyond like just news, like literally scanning for, certain filters or criterias in the market. Hey, hold on. I forgot. Oh, dude, I totally forgot. I had people at my house. I just blacked out. I didn't remember. My homie's here. My Dogecoin homie. I was like, what the fuck is that? I totally forgot. My short form content. I do all my long form content because it's easy. It's just, that's it. I don't really use like video editing. Maybe I should though. Honestly, I never thought about AI for that, but it's just, I need something to make it quick. But for the short form, I think it's AI. Let him in the show. I want him to. He said the chat scares him, bro. He's like, they think I'm Dogecoin man, all of that. I remember he gets intimidated by it, bro. He's in the chat. He's chatted with you guys several times. You just don't know his name. So he's in the chat every single day. He has a name in the chat and he talks with the chat. I've shouted him out before, like that's it. But he gets nervous on the mic, bro. That's all. He knows the chat. He knows you guys will say the wrong thing, bro. That's it. You gotta watch out. I like NVIDIA, but it's high. Recent play was Intel, the value. We got out of that. Nice 10%. But I think NVIDIA is still holding up. It's just going to be a matter of both the earnings itself individually as well as even just how the market moves and, if anything, if we run into any issues. But for now, it's one of the leaders of the year. We'll see if it holds. I could feel that he just under the radar. And well, it's just like, I tell you, this is kind of just how I operate. Like he's one of my best friends. He knows where to find me every day. If you want to talk about certain things, he knows I'm not available at other times. That's it. Like, you know, he's a full Chad, bro. I'm telling you. He got his crypto. He got his long term. That's it. I want him to do more long term. And I told him, I told him again a month ago. He came over to my crib a month ago, and I told him we were trying to get him a house. And then I told you guys the same thing. I was like, yo, you guys should really be focusing. Like, if you have like 15, 25K, you guys remember this talk? I told you that is your prerequisite to a big bag. That is your golden ticket to get what you want. So I was like, dude, that's what I was telling you guys. I was like, get into some of these properties and some of these cheap ones. You could do a lot. Rivian, 3% at the high. It's not like a crazy can. Oh, there it is. I was like, it's look kind of small. But there you go. Now it's waking up. Maybe like 1% off that. It's your first property with 19K. Amen. It's that, and just these cheap properties, they're either going to cash flow, get you some nice rent, get your money levered, and get you some equity. But then at the same time, if they do good and they like actually you get a nice area and that thing starts like running a little bit, I mean, that's a great way to leverage a $15,000, $20,000 investment in the six figures, like profit. Max RA and max 401k, okay, long. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to affect your like liquidity and like ability to move, but I think that's a good idea. 19,000, yeah, but low debt to income. What do you think? You could pull it off. Like I'm telling you, even then, like I said, just $20,000 will be a 20% down payment for the cheaper ones, or if you want to do hard money. So it's like, I guess like 30,000. 30,000 is the 20% down for 150. And like I'm telling you, the 150 price, that's my price point right now. Houses at 150,000 are the ones that I love. But you have to be careful, like I've said, but those are the ones where you're buying them good, like decent areas. They're not the shit parts, but like they've increased, obviously. They used to be more shittier, but now they have just decent cash flow. They're very cheap, and then if the area blows up, those houses are doubling. So I'm just that's why I'm saying, like, I either have these 150 houses that go up to like 200K and I cash flow a couple $100 off of every unit, but then the ones that I buy for 150, 200, if they go up, they shoot up and then they double up. No, I have one in Ohio that did it. Again, I had one in Ohio that I bought for 150, 160. That house is worth 400,000 right now in Ohio. It's stupid. But then again, the ones in the same thing in Indiana, I had Indiana houses, 150 go to 300, but then some places in Indiana, they're the same price. So it's just like, it all depends, but that is the sweet spot. I think 150, it could be hood, it could not be. It depends where you're at. So I thought the bank term facility started 6 months, so some of these loans are coming up. Does that mean the problems are getting huge? Yeah, it was already bad. They tapped most of it from the get-go. What you should be looking at is the amount of unrealized losses that banks are holding, and that's starting to increase again. So yes, but like the thing, it doesn't mean that the problem's getting huge, but they tapped all of it in the beginning. They tapped 75, 80% of that liquidity facility in the beginning. So all it's showing now is that even if it's slightly increasing, there's not enough room. They will eventually run out of the BTFP if they try to do it, but then at the same time, if they run out, then what are these banks going to do with their unrealized losses now? So it's kind of like the solution is running out, and then the problem hasn't been addressed. But the problem, the problem was unrealized losses. It wasn't not having that money. That was just the fix. Up. Charles Schwab's 130% of deposits and held to maturity. So we were looking at earlier. It's not the houses, it's on bonds. So they just need a hold, but then it's just like if you have deposit outflows, then they run into an issue. That's why they created the BTFP to pretty much give them high interest loans, charge them 5% instead of, the 50% they lost on the held to maturity, but they gave them this ghetto facility just so that they wouldn't get clapped. But the facility has a limit to the amount that could be borrowed from when they first outlined and issued it. So the question is, what happens now if the full facility gets tapped, and then where do they go from there? So they can diamond hand it as long as people don't pull their money out, though. So that's it. So now what happens if the held to maturity losses go down? If people pull out their money and then the Fed does not give them $200 billion to loan, then they are going to have a problem. If they run out, the Fed will bail them again. They could, but you kind of have the logic that once the FTP, the BTFP runs out, it might be harder, or maybe they need congressional approval. I don't know, but it could just be a harder issue. Actually, no, they changed it since 2008, right? I don't even think you need congressional approval for that type of stimulus anymore. Like certain stimulus, you need congressional approval. But I think since 2008, I think the Fed can do that without even getting it. I did hear about the Dumb Money movie. I mean, if this weekend works, I'm going to go see it. But I said it just depends on the timing. We'll see, but it is coming out. I don't know if it's already out. I said we stopped talking about Barbie and Oppenheimer. It's crazy. We have a day like avoiding this. Been tough on the trade account. Sit back too, and I mean, even then, even if you're thinking, even if you get punched in the face a couple times, it might be they landed the shots on you. You don't necessarily need to change strategy, but do what we've been doing the last couple of days. I mean, I don't know if you've realized it. It's like if the market, we are waiting for these events, and if it starts doing this, just like walk away. Like, again, I took a little vacation a couple Fridays ago. It's like, we had a debate on some of this on these days. It's just like you're not really getting a lot of stuff. So in a weird way, just a little bit of space can do good. You don't need to change too much and you don't need to do too much. But it's like at the same time, patience and letting this ride through without getting trapped or putting your money there is good. It'll suck to look at the losses. I don't know what type of plays are in, but at the same time, let it ride through. And like I'm saying, by Tuesday, Wednesday, or Wednesday, Thursday, we're going to have a nice little 1-2 punch. I think it could go pretty crazy from there. PayPal's at the high. I've had that up here. Is it 10 yet? 10:15? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Till you watch it, Winning Time. Bro! Dog, my homie was telling me to watch it yesterday. I was trying to show him something, and then I opened up HBO Max, and he was like, "No, dude, you have to watch it." He was saying it is so good. So that's it. You and my homie are giving me the ultimatum, like you have to watch it. Yeah, Winning Time. What movie did I watch this weekend? I watched the movie. I forgot. What was it? I guess it wasn't that good. Oh, I watched Champions. I watched the one with, what's his name? Woody Harrelson, the basketball movie. It was good. I liked it a lot. I was actually like, I didn't know what it was going to be like. It's like Woody Harrelson. Is it Woody Harrelson? I don't know his name. He coaches a team with intellectual disabilities, but like, dude, it was a good movie. I like basketball, and then I liked it. It was a vibe, bro. I was like, it's good. It was good. You watched Little Mermaid last night? Oh, nice. Watch that too. You cried. My girlfriend cried, but I didn't cry. It was nice though. It was very heartwarming. Have you seen Heat, like the bank robbery movie from like ever? I saw One Piece a little bit. I'm on like episode 2, I think, or 1.5. I don't know where I'm at. It's decent. I know it's like based off anime, but like I may have liked it if it was anime, but like I like the main character, but then I don't know about like the pirates. But then I'm like, it gets better as you watch it. At first I was kind of like, but it's kind of captivating. Tile lit. T-Mobile's going up again. I watched Ted Lasso last night. Let's go. He reminds me of you, how positive you are about everything. It's infectious. Oh my God, that's an honor. If I could be compared to Ted Lasso, that's an honor. Thank you. Thank you. I think somebody, last time I said I was Ted Lasso, they said, hell no, you're not. They called me Farrakhan. I said, geez. Okay. I'll take it. I don't know, but I love Ted Lasso. I love Ted Lasso. I was like, I don't think I get Farrakhan vibes, but I understand what you're getting at, but my goodness. My goodness. They're totally Ted. I love Ted Lasso. Dude, keep watching it, though. The show, be careful. It gets very addicting. I didn't like the show at first. Neither did my girlfriend. My girlfriend was like, why are you watching a soccer show? And I just kept playing it. And by episode 2, she was like, play the next episode. It's a good movie. It's a good show, bro. I love it. That turned me on to Apple TV, where I was like, bro, they got good content. Oh, shit. We need to do push-ups. Chatadonia. Actually, no, I got a better idea. Well, I'm going to save your push-ups for 12 more minutes. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be right back. And then we'll do it. I can't get into it. I'll try it again. Dude, I'm telling you, I thought it was... I had nothing to watch the first time I played it. And it just showed up on Apple TV, and I said, run it. I played it in the background, but then, like, it got, like, surprisingly good. I don't know. It's just... I don't even like soccer. But it's just something about it. And then by, like, dude, I think it's 2-3 seasons, but it's always good. I've loved it. Ted Lasso, big fan. It's all about your mood when you start a show. Yeah, if it doesn't put you in a mood, I feel. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I'll be right back, and I'll see you soon. Please hold.
Managed. It's a very concentrated portfolio, 25 stocks, tends to look at quality and value, uses fundamentals. So it tilts a little more towards this mid-cap or smaller large caps. $73 million in assets, pretty good for an active fund. Expense ratio 75, but that's a fulcrum fee. If they outperform, they take a little bonus. If they underperform, you get it's a little bit of a less of a fee. Let's look at the holdings here. You can see this isn't your typical active fund that's loaded with like Amazon and Apple. You can see just by looking at these stocks, you're going to know some of these names, but as you can see, these are going to be a little less. So this thing has an average market cap that's much less than the S&P and a slightly lower price to earnings ratio. Let's look at the performance of this versus the S&P, which is its benchmark. But I threw in mid caps because, again, this thing does tilt down a little bit. And you can see it's up 123% since its inception, slightly underperforming the S&P, but blowing away mid caps. So this thing it's going to outperform when this Super 7 or these mega caps take a break. So if you see that coming, this ETF is probably in a good position to have some outperformance, which again should draw more looks.
Thank you, Eric. And joining us to talk about this ETF is Edward Elfenbein. He's the portfolio manager at Advisor Shares Investments. What are you looking at when you are...
Or looking at.
When you were thinking about the direction of this market and what can outperform in the world that you're in?
Right now, I mean, what we're looking at, it looks like the Fed is going to pause next week. Maybe it's about 50-50 we'll get a rate hike coming in November. But I think right now there's been a concern that if we're going to cut rates right now, the Federal Reserve is going to bring us right back to the playbook of 2020 and 2021. So back then we see Zoom and Moderna, and now that's being replaced by the Super 7 and the intelligence, all of that kind of sucks. That's just going to replace that, and we're going right back to that. I think the market is assuming too much, and I'm looking at a lot of these high-quality, low-beta names that I think look very good right now.
So what, I mean, I guess I could say Trexco is your favorite, but what do I take as your favorite considering all the names that we just saw there?
Well, I'll tell you one that you might like, which is Miller Industries. And this is a wonderful company. It's not followed by a single Wall Street analyst. I love this. It's a tow truck company based in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Nice.
It's a wonderful little company, and they just had a blowout earnings report. And I can't say if it beat expectations or not because no one follows it.
So there were no expectations.
There were no expectations.
That we know of.
I was looking through your holdings historically just to see what you're buying and selling, and I did see the move to industrials. One stock you sold out of, I mean, this is like a perfect trade. You had Disney for many years. It crushed it. You sold it exactly 2 years ago. Since then, down 56%. What alarmed you? What got you to get out of that company at that time?
I got to tell you, that was a really difficult one because it was a company I had a strong conviction in, but I really didn't like the culture that I saw forming at Disney. I don't like when companies treat their customers, particularly their core customers, like an ATM, and I got that feeling that's how Disney was behaving. Very high prices across the board. And that, of course, there was a leadership change. So that made me make the decision to pull the plug on Disney.
But that's the farthest thing from an orphan stock that there is.
That is true.
I mean, Miller Industries and Disney are like two ends of the spectrum, right? Because everybody on the street follows Disney. No one follows Miller. Does that matter to you?
Not at all. I go wherever there's a bargain.
Now, if you're taking a look and you think that there is either a soft landing or a harder recession, what would you trade out of today that you are still in if you think things were going to get worse than the market currently thinks it is?
I mean, the obvious choice is a lot of these Super 7 stocks. They really have run so far. Even if you don't have to exit your position, it's a good time to take profits on those. That's the number one concern I would have.
Just a little bit about positioning this fund in a portfolio. We do a lot of work on how active should move forward, and you're concentrated, which I think is a viable lane because you can complement cheap beta rather than competing with it. How do you position this to advisors? Are they looking?
Complement it. Spirit is up by 10? Oh, that's been all day. That's kind of crazy considering the bad news with airlines the other day. MNSO, Miniso, that's the stuffed animal company. Let's go, baby. Mr. Sedano, baby. Oh, my goodness. I know he got that philo alert, huh, baby? That's what I'm talking about. It's time, baby. It's time. Oh. So, Chattadonia, are you ready, man? Are you ready? I don't know. I don't know if you're going to like this philo, bro. Actually, it's kind of good, though. It's not the philo that, I don't know. Like, some weekends, bro, I get my time. I get to do my thing. And, I get to relax. I get to read the word. And or get to explore other things, too. And wind up with, I usually wind up with a thought on my mind. Now, I did have that happening most of the weekend up until the last of it, and then it flipped on me. So now I have a different philo for you. And what I mean by that, bro, it was awful. It was both good and bad. It's so weird because I feel very peaceful about it with everything, but it was a nightmare. I'm telling you, thank God I was playing 2K. To the point, bro, of playing 2K, middle of the night. I'm up super late because I was playing this damn 2K. And then I'm worrying about taking family members to the hospital. And then the next day, I'm telling you, bro, it's just and then we, that situation didn't end up bad. And then thank God. But then I see my homie and he came. I told you he's here right now. I totally forgot. But he told me like a bunch of shitty news. Like I'm telling you, like just more. And I was just like, wow, because, I've gone through a lot of stuff in 2023. And ultimately though, I've had a lot of faith and finger to the sky about all of it. But it was like, there was something about it this weekend. And I was just, I felt very peaceful, and it reminded me of all of the stories. And then honestly, again, the beauty is, man, like imagine going from feeling one way to then getting hit by a bunch of curveballs, right? But then remember what I've been telling you, that phone of yours, that little phone of yours, it has all of these things when you open it, right? And I told you to train it because, man, I don't know if I saw anything, like if I saw anything shitty, I don't know how I would have reacted. But what do you think happened when I opened up my phone? Bro, all I kept getting was these crazy Bible verses. And I was like, you know what? And then something made me think, bro. And that's what I'm here to tell you about. Do you guys understand something about the story? Like, it's not even understand. I just want you to really remember the stories we've talked about. Okay? Because that's something in the middle of all of it. That was my realization, is that I know all the stories in the Bible, but it's easy to forget some of the main themes of what they were really about. And what I mean by that, bro, is the torment of all of them. It's again of everybody went through stuff. It's like, yes, like Moses was about leading the people, but don't forget, bro, he was freaking out, he was anxious, and he never saw the land. Right? Elijah, he proved God and the prophets, all of that, he was suicidal. Literally, David was kind of manic, if you think about it. David would, I'm telling you, the back and forth he dealt with being sad. This guy would tear his clothes constantly. He would weep for weeks, months, and then snap of a fingers be right back up. Job wish he never was born. That was the one we were just talking about that randomly. So, but again, what's the point? Is well, okay, they all get tormented. Well, yeah, that literally, but there is always a purpose within it. And it's just that's something, I don't know, just it hit me in a certain way. And then I scrolled through and I saw this one thing. This guy was like, what was the question? Oh, I forgot. Oh, yeah, that was the question. Are you ready? If you could meet God right now, today, what would you ask him? Straight up, you could ask him one question, it was some Aladdin movie. You know what I'm saying? You could get just straight Aladdin movie. God's here right now. You could ask him one question. What would you ask him? So that's what this question was asked. And this guy answers it and he says, honestly, he said, I wouldn't even ask God a question. And I would say thank you. And you know why? He said, what question would I ask him? He said, I used to ask God why. But he said, do you know what why stands for? WHY? It stands for who hurt you. You know what else it stands for? Who helped you. You know what else it stands for? Who healed you. And that's the whole point. He said the answer to those questions will give you purpose in life. Oh, man. I don't know if you feel me, Chad. So, honestly, bro, I was just all about this weekend. It was very great. And then I had a very bad weekend, but then it all ended up very good. I don't know how to explain it to you, but the way I'm breaking it down, man, is for real, though. It's looking at this, looking at all the stories, it hit me a lot different, man. And ultimately, I am very thankful. And it's just something that I really wish I could give to y'all about, really understand what the stories were. And, it's good to take out the parts that we like, but you got to really think about what it was. And it wasn't sugar-coated. When you read some historical texts, that's kind of the beauty of it. But also, too, man, like the question of why isn't why did this happen? It's the things of life. And when you understand who has hurt you, helped you, healed you, and going along those processes, it does help give a little bit of purpose to that and to a lot of things and to understand what really matters. So I hope you could take it with peace, and I hope you could take it with encouragement, because all for me, that's what I got out of it. So wanted to share that with you, Chad. Wanted to start off the week with it because that's how I'm starting off the week. But I really think there's something good. I got a couple more philos for you that are on the way. But I hope you could take this one to the bank and remember, I mean, one, you're not alone. You're going through a lot. And it's not why things happen, but there's so much more to all of these stories that have happened and what we go through. And I hope you take out the purpose that was designed in all of it. So, Chad, I love you. God bless you. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the Chad. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch this main channel. First link for the Screamy Alerts boot camp and real estate course. And amen. Have I recommended the place for sushi? There's a lot, but like the one recently, it was called Lumi, Lumi, Lumi Sushi. That's it for you. That's your post-philo sushi recommendation. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Where is it? Let me get it for you. No, we'll get you some. We'll get you some uncle. You need post-philo. I gave sushi. I need a post-philo uncle now. So, amen.
Depot on the beat.
It's a cult, baby. Yeah, Boston Cribs, they said a crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was move fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math, I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, I'm full with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it, stop rotation. Price are going up, but the ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it, for complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. When it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we saw. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time they waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with the passes, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I eat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite today, yes, before a favorite. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with all the faking, thought I told you. When I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say it. They can't do it how I done it, they still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spend. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit, been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million bucks, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I'm claiming shit, I called that, I made the grip. It fall off, but I can slip if I stop now, I'm still leaving rich.
Uncle, don't worry. One little one. Just one little one. Just don't forget, baby. Don't forget, baby.
Angel on the track.
See, you guys, that was Uncle. This is me. This one's me right here. If you don't know, I'd like to take the credit for this one. I didn't edit it though, so you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
Loading up my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week.
Oh yes.
Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her why they driving in the slow lane.
This was
they
me.
ain't going slow,
This was
man.
me, yeah.
I used to say the same thing when they would slow up in the fast lanes.
Facts.
Now with Kia tryna pass me. Think a Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me mine. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpool is faster, hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile.
That's it. I like it, bro. Thank you. Benny and Marcus, bro, thank you. Telling you, bro. You guys gotta thank. This is where they tell you, bro, the producers. Because you have no idea, bro. I'm telling you, the one without makeup is not as fun. Are you on the 405 now, bro? I hope not, man. I feel you. I hit the 405, not actually, honestly, it was within this creation of this song, to be honest with you. That's why all those memories came back. It's awful. Whoever said the grass is greener must have never seen the other side. That's where I got some information from that. The girlfriend scared is crazy. Why? You're telling me like you don't drive, like you haven't had a Prius get in your way and you had to make an evasive maneuver that made your passenger princess react? Come on now. That's all I'm just saying. I'm a great driver too, but I'm just telling you, like, this is a true story. Except for the F350. Besides that, but like, I'm just telling you, bro. Trying to switch lanes and then a Prius. I was just, yeah, it's honestly common knowledge. I agree. I think I couldn't have said that better. Must have never seen the other side. I'm the passenger princess. I mean, I let my girl drive sometimes. I'm not no Andrew Tate, bro. That's it. I've let her drive the Lambo too. Even the new car too, but that's it. But she's actually a good driver. I don't know. It's weird. I have her chauffeur me sometimes. It's kind of awkward, but just as long as you don't listen to Andrew Tate about that topic, you'll be good. I usually drive like 90% of the time, but like that's it. Especially if you want to go somewhere far, and I'm like, you've run it. Let's go. That's it. Let's roll up on Martin Luther King song. Nah, I'll put you on game, bro. I think I would show you Lil B. You know what I'm saying? I'd say, listen, youngin, I see what you want. I see the appeal. Let me show you the classics. I would take you back. I would educate you in terms of meme rap. I would put you on to the OGs. I don't know. That MLK song, I was not fucking with it at all. That one, I don't know, man. It didn't hit me the same way. Like, even like old Lil B. Like, yeah, you need old Lil B, bro. That's why I like wonton soup. Like, you don't know about that. Like, that's a lot of things came from that, man. Do you know about swag like wonton soup? I don't see. That's what I'm saying, man. First, I park my car. Yeah, got your Vans on, but they look like sneakers. See, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. Like, Lil B doesn't even sound that bad anymore because that's kind of what, like, a lot of it has delved into or devolved into. But, yeah. You had to permit that term? On the Twitch, that's funny as hell. Why was this? Is that offensive? So on the Twitch chat, apparently, like, Charlie had to, like, approve this. Add permitted term of wife can't drive. Apparently that is offensive to Twitch. Yeah. He's like, no, my wife doesn't have a license. That's Twitch is like, nope, sorry. Lockheed Martin, under terms of framework agreement. Wait. Poland's Ministry of National Defense signs framework agreement with Lockheed Martin for HOMAR rocket artillery system. Lockheed, under terms, 486 HOMAR A vehicles will be assembled in Poland, and first deliveries in 2026. Tens of thousands of rocket ammunition missiles will be produced under terms of framework. U.S. State Department, U.S. expects that Blinken will host China's top diplomat weighing separate. But yeah, LMT. LMT supplying what? Defense agreement for HOMAR A rocket artillery system in Poland. Morocco death toll. Is that from the earthquake, or is that something new that happened? Yeah, the earthquake. Dang, that's crazy. That was a year ago, I think, right? Dude, even that one football player was in it, bro. That one was really sad. This weekend? Oh, shit. Are you serious? Oh, no. Are you kidding me? I think I have family in Turkey right now. Like, is this another one? That's crazy. Dude, did we even get the final death toll from the, what's it called? From Turkey? From the other one last year? That's crazy. Morocco earthquake. Dude, that's nuts out there. Yeah, over 2,000 killed survivors after deadly Moscow, Morocco earthquake. It was in February, not last year. Felt like a long time ago. That's wild. Yeah, I didn't hear about this. That's, what was it? 6.8. Oh, did they give the death toll for Hawaii too? That Hawaii, that was what, 3 weeks ago at this point? But still, that's crazy. Turkey, even 2,000, that's a lot of people, bro. Yeah, that was what, like August, beginning of August, almost a full month since the Hawaii stuff. Listen to Tulsi on Rogan, Hawaii's thing, like Tulsi Gabbard. She's not running for president anymore. Meta's popping at the highs, 306.60. Kind of big candles. Again, I have PayPal up here for a while. Let's see everything else. Even out. Actually, a lot of things recovered. SPY's right back at open. Nasdaq's back up to 1%, bro. So Philo helped the market out, you know. Whoever said carpool is faster. I'm just going to reset. Yeah, it's messed up what she was talking about. Do I want to ask you guys? It's messed up what the Hawaii government is doing. Oh, I didn't. I'll have to listen to it. Or you could explain it. You could say it to me. I just can't, like, you could type it in the chat. I just can't read it out loud. Like, I'm not trying to get banned if they're like, what did you say? Like, what if Dwayne The Rock Johnson pulls up or something? Because you know he's involved. So he'll like, okay. We'll see. Whoever said carpool is faster hasn't seen a 4 or 5. Team is on the high. Am I giving out lineup or any game picks for NFL? No, man. Dude, that's so funny. Dude, we are all friends. You know that? Like I had all these conversations. You guys gave it to me first. And then I see my friend after a month. And then we have the same exact conversation. I told you he's in the chat too. Maybe that's why. But he was already asking me about DraftKings. He was already like, yo, man, what we about to do? He's like, NFL. He was trying to get me on there. So I don't know. I told you I haven't funded the DraftKings account in like, what's it called? I haven't funded the DraftKings account in God knows how long. Maybe like 2 years. I think I had profits I was playing with, and eventually I lost them all too. And I have like 3 people on my account. So like that's what I do. I'll even do it with some of y'all too, man. If anybody's good at like betting, I'll stake you if you really want. That's what I did with my homie. That's why like he started hitting it, and then his homie started killing it too, and I just said, go run it. That's it. And then eventually we drained it all away. Joe Burrow, I will too. You gotta be good at it though. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's it. He had like some wonder kid from college. Like he knew this homie that like he knew this kid since he was like young, and like the kid was like 19 or something, and this dude was just nerding out on sports bets, and I was like, give him the account. And then the kid went crazy, and like he just started hitting, bro. Like that's it. Like you got to be into it. The wonder kid, yeah. Like straight up, bro. The new country song is not out yet. No, Marcus just sent me a little bit more of a tuned up version there this morning that I got. So like I said, man, we've been playing with it and letting the Chads do their thing. MO flush under VWAP. Meta's killing it too. NVIDIA, Burr, SYK. Oh, Burford. Isn't that the one from Friday? Yeah, that was the one. The Argentina news. Myrna, kind of coming up. Pfizer too, but most of the vaccine plays are actually clapped today. And then even though healthcare is up. So we got good moves on healthcare, but the vaccine plays last like week and a half, pretty dry. FDA, individual, what is this? FDA's confident safety and effectiveness of updated Myrna COVID vaccine. So there's FDA news dropping right now. The next data set tomorrow. Again, like I've been saying, you should go through the calendar. It's like this week has a lot of stuff. Let me tune up my calendar here. Let's switch it. We get China, Japan, Euro area, United Kingdom. These are all you pretty much need if you want the most of them. But tomorrow, the ZEW, I think, is the most important. The Red Book is related to retail sales. That could have some things. Again, NFIB, our business optimism, it's not as important as Euro optimism. Then you'll get oil data, UK GDP, Japan PPI, and remember that moves some stuff here today. Then balance of trade in Great Britain, then GDP, and then Wednesday, that's where we get CPI, and then I think Japan's still more investment stuff. Then Thursday, ECB, retail sales, PPI. So pretty much tomorrow, I would say the the ZEW, and then pretty much, I mean, WASD report, that could move some stuff too, but I think tomorrow's all about the ZEW, and then Wednesday CPI, and then the real data set Thursday, Friday. Those are really, really big data, because then you're going to get like PPI, consumer sentiment, and retail sales, and then the next day, again, Michigan consumer sentiment alongside industrial production or Empire Fed. Meta running Tesla, I think the market might go up now. So literally open up, sell off, confused why bonds and dollar don't do anything, and now we're right back up to the highs. I mean, I like CVS, but after Walgreens and Rite Aid, I mean, you do have to watch out. I mean, consumer related, CVS was doing good. Remember, they just had their drop finally, but all of them have been kind of beaten with a stick. That site I didn't know existed. Really? Trading Economics? So then you just ignore every watch list for the last like 6 months. But yeah, you could do Trading Economics, literally has everything. So again, we've even covered it on stream several times. But definitely, if you want the data, great place to check it out. Meta hit. Meta, I remember we had it yet last week, sold out too early, but even today, 301 to 307 is great. I heard it, you never saw it. Yeah. Oh, you thought it was a paid service? I feel that makes sense. But yeah, free 99 is great. And I've used them before. Again, any terminal, any access to anything, I've always, they have all the global data, especially if it's like publicly listed. But you could pull up everything, China data, as far as China reports it. But you could get all of the calendars. It's all free too. You could look at interest rates. You could look at consumer data, housing data. It's all free 99 because all of this info is public. You know, trade balances, trade data, that's designed to be accessible. They just revised the shit out of it. Is it possible for tech stocks to one day become value? Yeah, that's usually what happens. I mean, it still will be a tech stock if it deals with technology, but it might go from, you know, a growth stock to value stock. I mean, let me give you a good example. Their name is IBM. You may or may not use an IBM to this day. I don't know. But, you know, IBM was a very, very big tech stock back in the day. It had a lot of growth. I think even then, if we go beyond 20 years, but eventually, you know, Big Blue, you know, it still makes billions of dollars every month, but they don't grow in that way. Yeah, Intel kind of, but Intel, I mean, they should be kind of growing, or they have elements. That's, I think, it's more cyclical, but definitely, I think definitely IBM's a great example. We used to look and compare and talk commodity. Yeah, before I started trading futures, I would only get commodity prices from Trading Economics usually. It's a good site. I'm telling you, it has everything. And especially for, you know, if you want to get involved in macro or have access to the data for free, you know, that's hands down one of the best websites I've ever used. Well, Intel went from, you know, having some growth and being a value name, but then they just, FDA approves, this was old. So yeah, the newest COVID booster, that's hitting red on the wire. But you already should have had Myrna and those moving up. Myrna moved up, Pfizer not really. And then Meta's killing it, dude. 308, Meta's going insane right now. Yeah. All the info, like, and that's what I'm saying, like, use all of the data as a CPI. But, like, if you go through, dude, Meta's still running. But, like, if you ever want to look into inflation, if you want to look into a theory do this. Just go to countries. Like, here's a great place to start. Start with your home country. Go up here to countries on trading economics. Click United States and like go through all of these and familiar yourself with all of the available like publicly important macro data. Like seriously, because you could look at the consumer retail sales. Like what's my favorite is personal savings. So I've been showing you this website since 2020. Because if you remember, I would show you guys the personal savings since like COVID and all the other stuff. So it's like you could debt balance total, especially some of you have a lot of theories. You're looking at data, like go through all of this, look into labor, prices, employment index. You could get the M1 and M2, I believe. It should all be here. Money supply. It's all there. This is all publicly data. They put it into a chart. You could see it all. And it's just like familiar. This is a Fed balance sheet, central bank balance sheet. You would kill to find this on Bloomberg. It's literally on trading economics for free. So it's just like, again, it's on the Fed website too. It's on all of this. It's everywhere. Anything that could be ported to a nice, fancy trading thing, it starts with public data, and they have all of it here. PMIs, everything. So explore it. Just go countries, hit United States, and then just play around a little bit and familiarize yourself. It should even have definitions, and then that's it. IBM is the original AI, bro. Everybody want to talk like they forgot about Watson. Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they got AI degenerative say, but nobody want to talk when IBM moves their lips. It's a bunch of gibberish because everybody forgot about Watson. Seriously, Watson, bro. They had Watson. Remember that, bro? He was on Jeopardy just fucking them up. I'm old enough for that, bro. I got thrown. I remember that. They were like, we put up Watson on Jeopardy and he destroyed them. Oh, except for Ken. I think Ken was on there too. Yeah, he was on TV, bro. They put Watson on TV. IBM beat Kasparov in chess. Yeah, bro, it's big. Watson still analyzes my ESPN football team on their site. Well, that's good. That was the original AI. I think there was a little period where Watson turned rogue for a little. I think there was. CFLT. That's kind of popping up 5.4. Candles are getting a little bigger. Wayfair up. Dell 52-week high. That's moving up again. Microsoft. And what was just going crazy? Tesla's still up there. Save is still 30. That's another 4%. It was up 10% earlier when we saw the first call out. So I looked up BTFP and it started March 12th. If it's 6 months short-term loans, that means they roll over tomorrow. How come nobody is talking about this? Because I think the facility still exists. So even if they roll over, they're just going to pay it back, pay 5% interest or whatever the term is for the quarter, like maybe 1%, and then they're going to re-borrow it all. So I think, but as long as the facility still exists, that's all that matters. At least that's my take on it. Maybe I'm wrong about it, but regardless of rollover, the only problem is if the facility gets maxed out. And then, because if they max out the facility, they have to increase it or they need to get some sort of congressional approval to go about it. Novartis issues voluntary recall of one lot of Sandamune. Oh, it's not their GLP. As long as it's not their GLP. Yeah, if it maxes out, I mean, people won't freak out till it happens. You know what I'm saying? But like, if that would be the problem, if they do max out the BTFP and then the rates go higher and those losses are there, I mean, it just starts the clock for when somebody cracks or is going to go bust. But as long as that facility is not maxed out, if everybody pays back and reopens and does whatever, as long as that facility is there, that's it. But again, even if they max it out, like I said, there's the potential for another increase in the facility. So I read it somewhere. I'm blanking on it. That's why I don't want to get it wrong. So maybe this could be a little bit of a side quest if any of you want to look into it. But for real, I'm pretty sure, I don't know, the BTFP might need congressional approval if they need to raise it again. If you could answer that question, that tells you everything. Because if they do need congressional approval, oh, the banks are fucked. If they don't need congressional approval, it's not a problem. Why? Because if, let's say, the BTFP gets maxed out, and if there is a condition that it has to, what's it called? If there's a condition of raising it that needs congressional approval, how long do you think it will take Congress to approve it? Just take a guess, but I'll tell you how many banks will collapse in the time it gets approved to raise that facility. You see what I'm saying? But on the contrary, if it does not require congressional approval, then Powell is just going to jack that shit up anyways, and who gives a shit? So then even if they do run out, it may not be an issue. So if you want, that's your side quest. Figure out the answer to that. If the BTFP can be increased with or without congressional approval, that will let you know some of the potential next steps. Mm-hmm. Do the banks really keep credit swaps at top premium even after default started so they could try to work out the positions? Yeah, and just, I mean, even credit default swaps, the liquidity up and down all depends on the, what's it called? On people's fear sometimes. That's why sometimes there's fat spreads. So they may have bought it as they're worried and then trying to work out of it. And then obviously, you know, depending on their durational risk, but then they're going to work in and out of them. But it's still like, if the spread's too wide, you may buy a credit default swap, but then like it won't even make sense to sell it, because if fear dissipates and then the spread widens, you know, the ask may be high for it, but then the bid could be way, way lower. That's where the volatility really kills. So credit spreads are, you know, spreads in credit are good, but spreads in credit default swaps, that's where, you know, in protecting those debts, that's where it gets a little different. Novak's currently responding to FDA's request letter. Did Novak's get approval or no? I think Novak's is getting clapped by the FDA. Novak's doses of companies' protein-based non-Myrna are ready to distribute. Novak's doses are updated. Currently responding to FDA's request to facilitate final review. So they just gave an update, not the FDA updating them. I think there is a limit. I think that by the BTFP has like a 200 or 175 billion limit. I think there's a limit, but if it could keep being raised without congressional approval, then like I said, it won't be an issue. Then they will just raise it accordingly. But if it does need congressional approval, then you got a problem. Pfizer pop finally. Let's see. Not really. Again, Myrna ran the most, and they're still holding. Guild, I like. They've been around for a while. They got a good portfolio of a lot of things, but you'd have to really look into them. I don't know. I think you could get better picks, but I don't think they're the worst. Pretty much I'd ask you, what do you like about them? But they're not bad. They're part of the 4 horsemen. So there's like 4 horsemen in biotech. It's Regen, Biogen, Guild, and I forgot the other one. Like biotech drug developments. Is it Amgen? I forgot. The OG, I don't know. The 4 horsemen of pharma. Who was it? Celgen. Yeah, Celgen don't exist anymore. Biogen, Celgen, Gilead, and Regen. Celgen. Celgen got bought out, I'm pretty sure. I think they got bought out by one of the companies. Hoth Pop. Why does that sound so familiar? Hoth Therapy. I think it ran on Friday. Very illiquid. Be careful with that, but it is moving. Kenvue 2, they got to upgrade. Speaking of which, where's Tesla? Again, NVAX still on the low. It was Amgen, Celgen, Biogen. Or wait, no. Biogen, Regen, Celgen, and Gilead. The four horsemen of pharma. First time here. What's up, man? Save 10%. That's the first thing you walk in the door. Somebody should have yelled that at you. Thoughts on Juventus Club? Football club buyout offer. Their stock is at 30. Could do a Manu did. I think that would be a hype play. So I've never even heard of, I know what Juventus is. I don't even know if I say it right. It sounds like gingivitis, but like I've never said Juventus in a normal conversation. But on that note, what's the ticker? But I think people would like trade it as like a hype play. You know what I'm saying? Like that speculation after Manu, I could see it, getting some steam from that. It's Juventus. Oh, Juventus. Nice. Goal is the ticker. No, it's not there, sir. I thought it would be. It's actually JUVE.M. Oh, so it's Italian. So we can't. There's no ADR. It's Italian. That's why if you're in the UK, you could probably trade it, but I can't. So you might get a move, but without the Americans to pump it up, I don't know. But then again, pumping has become a international thing lately. The Koreans just learned it too. I remember we went over that fun fact. The Korean meme stock bubble is crazy. They're having it like last month. My man, no, it's a good idea though. I'd look into it. I think it's going to be risky. It's one of those, I think, very high risk, high reward, really based on the hype, unless the stock's trading at a very good value. How come it's hard for some of the friends and family to understand the concept of paying themselves first? Their excuse is always that they have bills and unable to save. Well, you could always read Richest Man in Babylon again or try to get them to read it, but it's like, when you read the book, man, it's like that's what the story is. It's like it's because it's a phenomena. You don't understand that you could save and pay yourself 10% until you do it. But naturally, you're always going to think, how? You know what I'm saying? If imagine I spent, logically, if I spend all my money every month and you're telling me to save 10%, they're just looking at it like a math equation. They're not really, without making adjustments and substitutions. They're just looking at it like, okay, if I only have $1 left at the end of the month, how am I going to save 10% of what I started with? That makes no sense. But it's just the general idea of doing it. It's like I'm saying, it's a phenomena. You don't realize it's possible till you try it. Until you get your paycheck, take 10% and hide it, and then just try to live the rest of the month. That is where or usually what ends up happening is you got to think about it too, is that in this case though, if you started building up debt though, and now you're several years into debt, and now your payments have ballooned higher than your income naturally, that's another way where people instantly think it's impossible. Does that make sense? Because you might, at every point you start making money, your expenses, believe it or not, were lower. But then as you start making money, your income, your expenses start going up with it. So what ends up happening is that most people, they started making money, their expenses go up, but then little by little that debt started slowly rolling on. So instead of saving 10%, they now have the opposite of 10% working against them in the form of APR and a credit card. So then now if you have the same job, but then 5 years go by, that now your minimum payment might be higher just because of interest rate. And then now it's like, you're like, well, it becomes very, very hard to start saving 10% from there. So I get it, but you got to just get into the phenomena. You get into the phenomena, you'll be able to realize you could live off the other 90, and then you could use that 10% to pay down the debt, and then go from there. Start saving 35 as you're starting late. I mean, all you could listen, man. It just, as someone who's seen it, you'll get people who will never listen to you. You'll get people who are shit on you. You'll have people who will be appreciative of you, and all you could do is just be helpful. You know what I'm saying? That's it. It took people even in my own family time to get on board. People I know, even in the chat, every week, we still got people like, I'm starting my long term, and they got a 20-year badge next to their name. But it's just like, it's okay. But just in the process, do what you got to do good with it. But at the same time, it's like, there's only so much you could do. So, but it's always just be encouraging. People will get it. Show them the long term. And that's the best way. And, people will come around eventually. When do we short Tesla? Well, I don't know. People were starting to get a little bit bearish into the last week. And then there's little Morgan Stanley upgrade. Just whoop. TQQ's on the high. And then Amazon again. That's been running all day. Now even Microsoft on the high. And then SPY, if it breaks out of here, that's it. I don't know. ARM IPO, I think it's going to have a crazy premium. So I'll watch it all day as it comes out. But I will not be... what's it called? I don't think I will be putting in an order unless I get in super cheap. Tesla's above 2 standard deviations for the week. Yeah, man, 10% ain't small. Thoughts on Apple? I'm annoyed for scheduling my hair appointment. No, we can't even listen to the Apple event. Apple bans me every time. It took me 2 years to learn it. So I can't even listen to the Apple thing live. You have to go to apple.com to listen to it. But other than that, it's, I don't think it's going to move much. I think people will like a little bit, but usually it's sell the Apple events. I kind of want a new iPhone though. But other than that, I think it'll be a dud. And there's kind of, in a weird way, just hopefully they don't get any bad China news. PayPal's on the high now again. And NVAC's still at the low. Amazon's killing 142. Someone was asking about that, right? They were asking about 142 or 145. Oh, I could do my fake commentary. That might work. Yeah, Fubo's still down. Disney, bro, I can't believe Disney just did all of that. Oh, it came back down to 81. Okta's on the high. Yeah, Disney was crazy with all those headlines. Yeah, MPW on the low. That one's it. We have till tomorrow, but low key, that's the only one out of most dividend plays that did not get the move. Every other dividend one on our list. Altria came down, but Altria had 1.5. I think even Pep and a few others. So tomorrow we'll see. Could be the bottom. I don't know, though. You got to be careful, though, this year. Just remember, Netflix and Meta had their own movements, but It's just like 3M has been in the process of bottoming out now for like 6 months. And like, so that's how a lot of these names look. And then it's just like, it drops again. So you just got to be careful.
Order submitted.
Slowly but surely. Everyone says sell the Apple. We're in bear markets. Check Apple events in bull markets. Yeah, that's a good point. And this is a big, what's it called? I think it might just be neutral in the sense that we have a lot to react to. And it's not like Apple isn't cheap. That's the only thing. So I'm kind of neutral towards it, but this is a big upgrade cycle. But that's where it's like maybe this will get reflected on earnings and not necessarily the, what's it called? The earnings and not the actual event. Unless they want to come out swinging with some like generative AI. Smart Rent issues response to short seller report, SMRT. What was the other one today? Fruit Ninja? Or Shark Ninja, I think. That one was the one that was up. I think down 6%, moving a little bit. The wheat stocks, I think, are killing it. I don't know, where is it? MSOS. Still 8%. They stopped like moving, but that gap up and move is crazy. Ninja Fruit Shark? Yeah, something like that. What company has ever responded to a short report and like, nah, they kind of right. You know, they brought up some great points about our misuse of capital. You know, I don't think they right on terms of our value, but like low key, bro, we've been actually, was it the Under Armour guy? How about that one when like they just found out he was just buying like strippers on the Under Armour card? That one was a weird situation. Because I don't know if that one was like in the middle of his short report or like if they just found it out. But like, you guys remember that Under Armour dude? Yeah, dude, he racked up like $250K and like, I think he even got like tax fraud for it too. Because it was one thing to use the company card at a strip club, but it's another thing to try to like expense that. It wasn't really business activity in that case. Yeah, he has a crazy story. That was kind of recently, I think, in the last like year or two. Baker Hughes questioned over business with Russia. Yo, SLB, Halliburton, are they going down on that? BKR, watch maybe USO, but that'd be crazy. If US started clapping oil companies because of Russia. Will you run Pump It Up? Why? Oh shit, 4,500? Yeah, actually, did we pump it up last time? No, we pumped it up at 45. I'm so confused. Didn't we pump it up at 4,500? What are you saying to me? Yeah, we pumped it up, bro. So like we just dropped below it. We pumped up at 46, man. No, we did. What do you mean we didn't pump it up? We pumped it up here. Because remember, we didn't get past 4,500 up until here. And then we pumped it up, and then we had 3 days, and then we sold it off. Yeah. It was 4,600. Tesla. Big day for Tesla, though. Honestly, it's kind of crazy. 10% off of that upgrade. I mean, I know it sounded very exciting, all the content of, thinking 500 billion a market cap more, but dude, 10, that's this every week, I'm looking at Tesla going, wow, that's crazy. You said 460, we pump it up. Then we will pump it up at 460, my brother. Amen. There was an accidental pump it up. Yeah, that's true. Snuck into the watch list. Morgan Stanley, 2 for 2. They had that report when... Oh, yeah, huh? Oh, those were the fuckers. No. Oh, dirty dogs, bro. I forgot about that. Of all the things I've remembered... Oh, you're right, Jesus. No. Weren't they the ones, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm speaking from memory here. Weren't they the ones that it was somewhere around here, I think they downgraded it like right here, and then 2 weeks later they upgraded it because they said now that it's fell so much in value after the downgrade, we thought it was an attractive risk to reward. Yeah, it was during the whole Twitter thing. I know. It was Morgan's. Oh my gosh! Someone find it. Get me the dates at least. But I remember that. I totally memory hold that one. I did not even remember that. Now that it was them. It was Morgan Stanley. It was one of them. I want to say it was Credit Suisse, but I think they're the ones who fucked up on Redfin. But I'm pretty sure it was Morgan Stanley. You're right. I think they came in and they downgraded it because of all the drama. And then a week later, they upgraded it and overweight. And they're like, yeah, it's so cheap now after a downgrade and all these factors. The risk to reward is beautiful. And then it just went crazy from there. That's crazy. Tesla extends gain up 10%, most intraday since January. I almost forgot about that too, yeah. Adam Jonas at Morgan Stanley. I forgot. They 1-2 punched it. So I don't know. Maybe they'll downgrade it tomorrow or after it goes up too much. They'll be like, yeah, we still like it and believe in it, but now we think $400 is too much. We downgrade it. Morgan Stanley's Bank of America, not JP Morgan. Citi or Chase is JP Morgan. There's a couple of others owned by JP Morgan, but Morgan Stanley's Bank of America. America! Dude, I forgot about it. That's funny as hell. You're right. They are 2 for 2, man. Good catch on that, Jesus. Good catch. But yeah, you should. That analyst is killing it on Tesla though this year. Yeah, I know. Honestly though, it's hard to forget. Dude, today is September 11th, 22 years ago. We had our moment of silence in the morning. Sadly, some of you thought we were muted. That was kind of, I was like, all right, guys, but I feel you. But yeah, there's like genuine confusion about it. But, shout out to the veterans, man. Again, the police officers, the firefighters. It's one thing to say it every morning, but it's crazy, bro. I think most people, you remember where you were when it happened. I remember I was on my way to school and I didn't even understand it. I thought it was like an accident, but I didn't even get it. I was a kid. Today's my birthday. I'm 22. No way. Wow. Happy birthday, bro. Are you serious? You're 22 today? Dang. Well, that's a crazy birthday, bro. That's a crazy birthday. I wasn't born. No, wow, what? So if you said I wasn't born and you don't got the long term, I'm going to slap you. Okay, jackass, you got more time than anybody in here. What do you mean you weren't born? The hell? Were you born in the 10s? That'd be crazy if you were, man. I'm just saying. I'm not. Maybe you'd be like 13 now. Still. I was in 9th grade Spanish class. Waiting for class 2 to start. Oh, what happened to Amdizzle? I forgot about Amdizzle. They came up a little bit. Broadcom, too. Broadcom would have been a nice short in the morning. Freshman year of high school, I have friends who went to war because of that. Yeah, bro, it was crazy. It was like, the day it happened, it was confusing. Like, I didn't understand it, but, you know, like, the world changed afterwards, bro. Like, a lot of things changed from, like, laws all the way down to, like, patriotism, all the way down to, that's where everybody started calling me different names. Like, it was kind of crazy, but, you know, a lot of things have came from that era. Oh, shit. Damn, bro, you creeping up on me. Are you going to say hi? Are you too shy? I told him earlier. I heard you, man. I was like, oh, shit. Bro, you just pulled up on him. He could have killed me right now, bro. You could have killed me. You know that? This is why he's my homie, bro. That's it. Somebody could have paid him. He could have got me right there, bro. He's just sitting right here. He's literally right behind me right now, bro. I'm freaking out. What's up, bro? That was fucking crazy. I thought it was lending tips for a second. I was like, nah, man. It's getting... All right, man. Are you dipping out? Yeah, you guys say was you see, I got trying to get him to say words. You guys see that? Yeah. All right, hold on then. Let me. My boy has to leave real quick. Let me walk him out, man. We got to go say bye. Chad, say goodbye to him though. Say goodbye, honorary Chad, who's in the chat, and we don't know who you are, and then you won't even talk to us on the mic. That's it. Oh, you gotta say bye. All right, I will be right back. I hope. What can I play for you? Actually, I'm gonna play you the email Tim Whitman sent me in the morning. Are you guys ready for this?
New Price is Right.
Don't be nervous, guys.
New Price is...
You guys can watch the first episode of Price is Right ever. 1972. Right, this was during inflation starting. Yeah. You guys ready for this?
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Welcome
all right.
To the
I'll
new
be right
Price
back.
Is Right. And let me assure you, fans of the old Price is Right, that this is your favorite game, still based on the pricing of merchandise, with wonderful awards for smart shoppers. We call it the new Price is Right because we have some exciting new games that you will enjoy right there at home with our studio audience, and we're going to get that first game going right now. Here's the first item up for bids on the new Price is Right.
It's a fur coat. A luscious natural brown muskrat coat with genuine white leather trim from the exclusive fur salons of Harry Brown, Beverly Hills, and Las Vegas. This beautiful coat can be yours if the price is right.
That's right. Now, I want one bid from each of you and only one bid, and the one of you who bids nearest to the retail price without going over the retail price wins the fur coat. Now, we have rounded off our bids. We have rounded off our prices, that is, to the nearest dollar, so make your bids in dollars and dollars only. And we'll begin with you, Connie. What do you bid for that fur coat?
$350.
$350. All right, Myra?
$900.
$900. And I can't see your name. May I? Sandy?
$150.
$150. And Paul?
$1,000.
$1,000 for Paul. All right. We have our four bids, and here is the actual retail price of the fur coat. $595. And Connie is our winner. Come right on up here, Connie. Come right up here with me. Here you go, Connie. Come right around here. That's a girl. Up these steps. And right over to that podium. Oh, yes, Connie. I get the impression you're happy.
Oh, am I?
You are happy.
Oh, yes.
Now, the fur coat is yours. How would you like to win more?
Oh, I'd love to.
Do you think you're up to it? Can you stand it?
I'll try.
Well, we're going to give you a chance to win one of three prizes. Two of them you'd love to have, Connie. Listen to this first prize.
It's a range. From the full line of Whirlpool home appliances, a 30-inch electric range features automatic self-cleaning oven, automatically timed oven with rotisserie and high-speed adjustable broiler.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? To go with that fur coat?
Yes.
But, Connie, listen to this. I'm almost afraid to tell you the way you took off with that fur coat. You may win this.
Yeah, I see it.
It's a car!
See it?
Wow.
This Vega Cam.
Look at that Chevrolet.
Features bucket seats, power steering, front disc brakes, AM radio, and white stripe tires. It handles like a little sports car. Vega from Chevrolet.
Yo, that dude, isn't that crazy? That's it. That was the first Price is Right with Bob Barker. That was his first episode. Look at that, man. His first episode. Man. Have your pets spayed and neutered. Amen. All right. 2 Tessies. I don't know if she won the car, man. That was the dream, though. CVS on the high, yo. CVS, 3 big candles. Somebody was asking about that earlier. That's popping. Check Walgreens or anybody else, but it looks to be just CVS. CVS. Whoop. Yeah, bro, 3 big candles. I'm calling it out earlier, but I don't have the news. I caught that off there. Oh, is that 5:30? That's old. They had something about generic drugs or charging insurance. Something there. Insurers are charging thousands of dollars for generic drugs. That's old. Yeah, I only have old shit on CVS. Big pop, though. Telling you, they haven't really moved, and they're waking up. Oh, it could be the conference. There's another conference going on. I think that could be a lot of it. Was it low? Kind of. They sold off a decent amount in the last couple days. Or last week or so. CVS today is September 11th. They have the Morgan Stanley Healthcare Conference tomorrow. Isn't today Jesus' birthday? No. But like certain like religions, I think like Coptic and like even in Egypt and like Middle Eastern countries, they celebrate Christmas in September. Or they do believe that the birth of Jesus was around September. Can homeowners insurance raise rates like car insurance? Well, yeah, that's literally what's been happening lately. I don't know if you've heard the reports. And then check CVS, too, if you guys have anything. They're going to be at the Morgan Stanley Tech Conference tomorrow. But, yeah, I don't know if you've heard about it lately, but that has been that's been the problem in California. It started in Florida, and now it's happening in California. These homeowners companies or these home insurance companies are just randomly jacking up all of the premiums on insurance. Like in some cases, 30, 40% or even more. It's like it's actually wild, but it's kind of difficult. It's just because asset prices have remained high for so long now. So you guys got to think about it. How many of you? Let me ask you this question. How many of you have a car that you bought before COVID and that car is worth more money now? Or again, maybe the car wasn't worth money when you had it, and now all of a sudden it's at least worth what you owe on it, more or less. Would you say that's a common occurrence? I got worth double. I'm positive. Yes. Yes, still 4X. Last year, uncommon. Okay. Yes, kinda. Def not me. My Honda Civic's double. Me, worth about the same with 100,000 miles. My Tesla went down 12,000 weeks after I bought it. That was a price cut, dog. That's Elon. DocuSign. I added too many miles to my used car. It's worth less now. My Tesla's worth less. Could be I'd rather end up paying it off. It's not common, but it is of late. At the peak, I would have broke even on the 7-year. Oh yeah, wait, what am I doing? Hold on. Let me see. Okay, let's see. We'll take it to a flash poll. And then CVS still going. If anybody has news on it. Again, I gave it to you on the fucking second candle there, but I wish we had something to go with it. There's that conference tomorrow. Again, Morgan Stanley Tech Conference. Maybe they're going to upgrade it like they did with Tesla. That's why it's running. So I asked the question here. We'll do a quick flash poll for the chat. Is your car worth more than the pandemic / when you bought it? The answers are yes, no, I don't have a car, just 10%. So just in case. So if you don't have a car, you could vote if you would like to. But here's the point, though. You guys could keep voting, and we'll see. Even then, the fact, even on 100 people, almost half of those people could say so far that 40% of them are saying that their car is worth more. That's crazy. So, but think about that. So how does that relate to the insurance? Think about the insurance companies. That means they all insured your car at a lower value than what it was worth. Same thing with houses too. Houses are doubling, tripling up from 2019, 2020. So imagine all of these insurance companies, they literally, I think this is getting ready for the conference, bro. Because anytime you get the headline where it's like quickly spikes with no news, and then there's a conference, it's something behind there, but the conference is tomorrow. But essentially, all the insurance companies, they've been agreeing to insure your assets. But like when you made that deal with them to pay them $100 a month for your car was worth less. When you said, I'll pay you $5,000 a year for house insurance or $3,000, your house was worth less. It costs less to fix it. It costs less for labor. So in a weird way, the insurance companies, they have to kind of run their way up here. And somebody even said it though too. They're like randomly, LOL. I mean, I could give you the tinfoil. I don't know if you want the tinfoil. It's easy. You don't know the tinfoil, but it's stupid because it still runs and it's trading one for the other. It's wild if you think about it. It makes sense. It does, but there's some tin to it. If you struck me in the head, it makes sense. I hope so. But it's also like, there's a realm, though. Here's the difference. That's only if you insured your car earlier, though. But like, if you insured all of your stuff recently and they're raising the price on you, that's predatory. You get the difference? So it's like some people are, they insured it really cheap. But like, if you just insured your car 6 months ago and they're raising your premium without an accident, you're just getting shit on, like, by the company. That's just, unfortunately. That's right, but they've been collecting premiums for years and they didn't pay anything. Yeah, it's the values are going to adjust, though. Like in the sense that if all it takes, they got killed on some health insurance ones because of all the deaths, but at the same time, it's just like they necessarily could get wiped out, though, where it's like you are agreeing to protect these assets that are now worth double, triple your book probably. But, so yeah, even then, I'll keep this vote up for a little bit. We'll see where it's at, but for the most part, it's like the tinfoil is just, it keeps products moving. And then it also, like, in a weird way, you got to think about it now. If your mortgage rate is low, or your mortgage rate's low, and then interest rates go up, it doesn't affect you. You're not going to sell. Bro, CVS is killing it. You got a stream alert, a call out. I have no news. I think it's from the tech conference, and I think Morgan Stanley's front running it so they could pump it tomorrow. Otherwise, there's nothing coming out on it now. And then none of the other, and Walgreens is just dumping as they are running up. And then I don't even know, like, if Rite Aid's even making any relative move. The big picture, they do not want to pay out. That's the business. I agree. But I also think they don't want to pay out, but it's also a numbers game. That's just it. Essentially, if they don't find a way to, they're vulnerable. That's all. That's the only way to put it. It's just now they're insuring a lot of assets that may, if there was a mass catastrophe event where there was like a hurricane or, God knows what could happen, right? I don't even know, even a very bad car accident or weather events destroying vehicles and houses, they could be on the hook for a lot of money. So I agree. They don't want to pay out. That's their job. Again, it's a business and they're doing it. But at the same time, it's not as if though, yes, they're greedy businesses making money, but there's a risk on their part, essentially, that if they don't find a way, there's a lot of coverage that they're guaranteeing that they're not really getting paid for. So they are kind of footing the bill, but it's good for now unless, like I'm saying, there is a catastrophe. If any problem occurs, that's where they would be vulnerable. But I think it just adds supply for real estate. Like I'm saying, your mortgage rate goes up, you're not going to sell your house. But if your insurance goes up, you may have another incentive to take out the equity in your home, especially if it's doubling and tripling, especially for old people and even reverse mortgages. That's the sad part. The people on fixed incomes, you're required to just pay taxes and insurance. So if your insurance just doubled or tripled and you're on fixed income, that's to the people that it's hurting. Those are the people with houses that they own, or the people who, again, fixed income, lower fixed cost, but now your insurance goes up like a variable credit. That's where you have a problem. And then nothing on CVS. I'm just going to keep it up, but we don't have anything. Again, Walgreens went in reverse, but I don't know if any other retailers move like that. PG, J&J. MRC. Yeah, someone called out CVS really early in the day, and then I gave you a nice call out here off the high ticker, and then it just went nuts. But we have no idea what it is. And then honestly, we're just right near the high. We haven't broken out since what time? 11:44? Are you kidding me, Chad? Happy Monday. My goodness. My goodness. The day's almost over, Chad. You have an hour, 15 minutes left? Are you kidding me? Oh, my goodness. Or is it? It's almost 12. Yeah, bro. It's crazy. Mm. Have I shared the girlfriend poker story yet? Nah. That's it. Honestly, I mean, we said the vibes of the chat by the end of the day, but I'm going to stream 2K tonight. So maybe we just save all the stories for 2K land. Because that's it. But I don't know. I don't know. You tell me. I think 6 or 7 tonight. CVS 50 to 52. I mean, it was just that. What was it? 66 earlier? $2 a share. It's moved a lot, but then retail. Good thing earnings are over, so that's great. But at the same time, retail sales can move all of these companies, and then them specifically, they have it. How will we know when you're online? I don't think you will unless you're subscribed on the Twitch. And then even then, I mean, I don't know how. I don't know. Do you get alerts on Twitch? Does it tell you every time I'm live on Twitch? How does it work being a subscriber on Twitch? I honestly don't know how it works on Twitch. I don't know if we've got the same, like, if they hate us the same way. So it's a little delayed. Maybe you're following me on Instagram. I'll go live for a little bit. We'll get you guys woken up. I haven't. I did. I posted a couple of things on Instagram, man. You know, my Instagram is at the Trading Fraternity. It's good. Even being a follower, it tells us. Oh, nice. But yeah, let's go. I think post watch list for sure. You think I got time to play 2K before I do a watch list? I wish, man. I wish, bro. I gotta knock out every priority that is somewhat important. Otherwise, I cannot play 2K. Yeah, I have to go to the gym. I have to poop. I got to do the watch list. I got to do my real estate calls. You know, I got to see what's up. Got to check up on some people. But I think I could get it again, usually by like 6 or 7, and then I'll have enough for like 1 or 2 games, and then I'll stream, and then I'll go to bed. Am I able to start your stream 5 early with the countdown? I've never done it, but I could probably figure it out. In that order? No, the order is always sporadic. Always. Busy as fuck? Not really. I mean, it just depends, but it's just priority. So I could get even more busy if I don't do it, but that's it. Like, that's why the weekend I played 2K. I'm telling you guys, I don't think you get it. I'm already at like the baller status on the rec. That's all I'm telling you, bro. I'm ill at it. 10K high risk, high reward play. I would wait till this week in the data. I think maybe by either Wednesday or Thursday, that play is where I'd be looking at, but I'd respond to the data instead of trying to make a play predicting it. You veg out for the day, get some rep. No, I bought my VC so I could have like a decently upgraded player. That's the only bad decision I made was I spent money on VC. I feel so guilty, honestly, but it was just the only way. But then, and then I got really good at it. That's it. I played at least 10 or 15 games, I think. I really VC'd it. I know. I feel dirty. Like I didn't even shower. I don't think I need to, because it was just maybe a double shower. In the grand scheme of things, have bonds lost their appeal? Oh no, not at all. the appeal and the rationality, no, not at all. But if you are trying to speculate on bonds for policy and what Powell is going to do, that's the thing. It's not that they lost any appeal. They've lost any sort of degree of certainty coming out of Powell. So all you could do is just take whatever's being said and that rates are going to be up until something changes. And that changes it, especially as that starts to become more and more true every single day. Well, I'm telling you, bro, the only problem with 2K is that everybody sucks online. Otherwise, that's it. I'm good at this year. Thank God, until everybody gets better. But so you guys are in for a treat if we stream. We just need a squad, bro. Any time I've ever lost is only when I play with random people who suck. It's awful. If I get good teammates, it's straight. CLF on the low? Bro, everybody stopped talking about their buyout. Now that I think about it. Do you suck? No, do I sick? I'm not sick any. No, I wasn't. My girlfriend was sick earlier. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. See, dude, all the weed stocks, I'm telling you, even if it feels like we had a gap up, sell off, and then come back up here, but like weed stocks just gapped up 8% as an ETF again. So I guess it's coming down. CGC 78%. Wow. I mean, do you suck at 2K? Nah. I did last year, but now this is it. This is my moment, bro. Oh, I'll wait till this stream. It's the funniest shit ever. I'm sorry. I can't talk 2K with the stock guys. Even though way too many of you play 2K is what I've learned. Ain't nobody. Most of you guys were like, amen, amen. Yeah, you could buy Supreme stuff. You could buy a lot of shit, bro. We were just talking about it. So remember on Friday, again, when the game was coming out, we were talking about Take-Two, and we were just talking about people spending money on VC. I know, I did it. I'm sorry. Yeah, but it was, even the executives at Take-Two, they have like stock-based performance incentives tied to microtransactions. So like the CEO and like CFO and like a lot of the marketing teams and all of the developers, if you get paid in stock at Take-Two, especially the higher ups, they have incentives to just maximize to maximize microtransactions. So if they reach like a yearly goal, they get a boost in their pay. And that'll explain a lot about this year of 2K for you. You bought some VC. I'm guilty. It's okay. It's okay. We'll have a 2K altar tonight. You guys could come forward, confess your sins. You spent a deposit or less on VC. Yes, my son. It's okay. If I stop donating here and see you blinged out on 2K, you know what's up. Honestly, I feel. I'll be like, Charlie has not donated in the whole entire NBA season. But if we win, I'm fine with that. That means we better be on the same team and we better start winning, bro. That's all. Oh, the poll? Well, I think we'd end it now. 500 votes here. Why not? That's what I was looking for. I like the 500 number. But I kept it up there for 19 minutes. Is your car worth more than the pandemic when you bought it? 43% of 536 people said no. 39% said yes. And the other 16% said they don't have a car. So, Chad, that was to the insurance question. That's still a pretty wild statistic if you think about it. Good afternoon. Had to add a follow here. We'll see again. I think 6 or 7 tonight for the Twitch. Be subscribed, you'll get it. Follow me on Instagram. I'll go live while I'm like taking a shit or something if you want like a heads up. Maybe that's a little too aggressive, but I feel you. Yeah, right? They didn't flag that comment, but they got the other one? Jeez. So, Porch, is it a good day or a bad day? I'm still trying to... I don't know. I feel like you're leaning in the middle. I feel like it started off a little worse, then you got more playful. It was still with an aggressive tilt. How are we looking today? You don't have to subscribe just to... I know, but you guys don't realize I'm from YouTube. Remember, I grew up on YouTube. So when I say subscribe, that's just following. I don't know what to call. I didn't... Like, on Twitch, they charge you to subscribe. So I'm sorry for asking you for money that often. But I'm just... You could follow, dude. This is all good. You know what I'm saying? We live in like that's what I say. No, I was gonna say you're more play. It's like playful aggressive. I could usually tell once you start like fucking fuck the economy, and then we know. But you're good. You're having fun today. Wolf believes CVS could get back to 4 stars on large PPO contract from 2025. Wolf Research. So that's what it's off of. I don't know about 4% off that. Damn, bro. They called you out. They said possible ban evader. I love Twitch. But you said you sell vehicles and it depends on which state you're in. But you could buy a used car for $2,000 in Texas and then take it to anywhere in Florida and nearly triple your money. That's pretty crazy. But dude, that's a wild statistic if you think about it. Think about how many people were just right now saying that don't work. Like, or that it just, but even then, half of the people said, or 40% said their car went down. But then like, dude, that's such a trip. Cars used to always go down. You don't remember that? That's why cars used to be such a flex, because you were just an idiot if you were buying it, because you instantly lost money. Like, you would buy any car in the world, unless, even if it was rare, bro, like, straight up, even if it was a rare car, that shit was going down in value. It didn't even matter. Literally, every car. I was explaining this to my girlfriend. I was like, dude, like, do you realize, like, 458s were going for, like, 150? I don't think you guys get it. It was like cars, and now those same cars are like 300, 280 for used ones with a shit ton of miles. It's so fucked up. But it's just like all of these cars, bro. It used to be like cars were brand new, 300-400K. Buy it, drive it, half off. Even a Ferrari, Lambo, it didn't even matter. But that's why I was like, damn. But now lately, it's just, dude, 40%. And again, a year ago, it was even more. It's just now the auto market is like chilled out. Do you know you have to be a VIP or own a law Ferrari to get an allocation? Yeah, and it's, I mean, and VIP is a very like loose but very strict term, but yeah. So like, I have my hands on an allocation, but it's from like doing really, really weird deals with people. So like it even depends on this last car that I'm holding right now. But it's like you could get it. It's not hard, but they originally offer it to a very select few. But I'm trying to flip it. I don't want the car. I think it's better to make 200, 300 grand off flipping the allocation than trying to actually, because I think the car's ugly. But you could get it. And then Law Ferrari owners, they do get one as well too. I'll take it. Well, we'll see, because I'm getting that other car that I have now that I'm selling. I have an agreement with the guy who has the allocate. It's another car company who has it. So I bought cars with them several times, and like I've even done deals with them. They got mad at me because I didn't do the Lambo deal with them, and I told them what happened. I was like, I should have went with you, but now we're making moves on it. But I told them it's gonna be weird though, because they're gonna get mad if you flip it. But that's it. If you could get good you could get in there. But if you could get those are easy money. I mean, the Ferrari one is very anticipated though. But there's other cars. Like honestly, bro, you could flip Priuses right now if you could get your hands on a Prius delivered. It's crazy. No play on Walmart. I mean, we just averaged down on it like a week or two ago, and it dropped another 15% when it was already down 30 or 40. Yeah, Tesla got a fat upgrade today from Morgan Stanley, which they've done before, but it pretty much got people, what were they excited about? The $500 billion of added market cap due to supercomputing is what it said. They'll get into trouble with Ferrari if you flip it. Yeah, but he's a dealer, so like that's why just how we have to do it is weird. But then he knows I don't want it though. That's why if I buy it from him and then I quickly sell it, he has to report it as like he can't sell it to me for cheap, or he has to sell it at a reflective premium. But he said we could pull it off, but he said if I don't want to keep the car, that's it. That's why I said give me the other car that I have now. And I said, let me make a bag off that, and I'm just down. And then I said, even we have an agreement with that too. If I don't sell it, he even wants it, but we'll be good. Not new supercomputer. Tesla, it's like the AI stuff. I don't know I don't know what they were referring to, but the Morgan Stanley analyst who pumped it last time after down pumping it, he said, what's it called? He says he said they're going to add 500 billion, and it's pretty much their AI stuff. But we have talked about this. Is it called Dojo? I think that's what it's called. Benefits of Dojo. I think it is called Dojo. Disney Charter end dispute, restoring ESPN and ABC to 15 million households. Not Pumper Sandler, it's Morgan Stanley. But like, why it's funny, do you guys remember at some point, beginning of this year, end of last year, it was somewhere around here. I want to say it was like right here. It was like, I think it was this like right here. They downgraded it here and then upgraded it here. But I don't know if you understand. It was like Morgan Stanley, they downgraded it. And then as the stock dropped, and they're like, well, after our downgrade, the stock is so cheap, we believe the risk to reward. And then a week later, they upgraded it. And then that's where the stock started going crazy from. So they just did it without, I mean, there was one bad downgrade earlier, but I think that's what somebody was referring to. And now they came out today and they're like, yeah, we think this thing that's existed, but no one's really talked about, we think it's going to add 500 billion to market cap. How did you get that connection? Buying a lot of cars. That's it. Again, I was an idiot in life early on. And again, doing financing deals for people as well too. like I said, I've had a lot of interesting deals in my life, but the car connections from car people telling you buy enough cars, even if you buy one or two nice ones, you'll be there, especially and then if you flip them and run through them, even better. That's it. That's the reason why I've only bought cars is because I sell them a lot too. Buy them, use them, flip them. That's it. I mean, the only thing you hold long term is the long term in real estate. Now watch them say they might, man. I don't know. And then CVS is climbing. Looks like the news was just analyst upgrade by Wolf Research. It's rumored prices could be raised 1,000 on the Model Y in China. That's what is moving the Tesla too. Could be. But then, I don't know. Can they handle it? Oh, I guess they're lowering rates in China. Elon higher rates, lowers prices, lower rates, raises prices. I love the stock, hate the car? No way. I'm the reverse. We went over the Lambo index today. I forgot how we were talking about cars for some reason. We've had a lot of random conversations today. It all started with a good question related to business and economics, and then we just left field. But kind of still all on the same topic. Wranglers, was that it? But we did look over the Lambo index. Oh, we were talking about the Manheim, because remember, Manheim index was last week or 2 weeks ago. And there was updates on the inventory, and we were talking about how demand right now with cars, super weird. Because the Lambo index actually went lower in inventory, but prices dropped dramatically. I saw a Urus for $200,000 today with barely more miles than the one I sold mine with, which blew my mind. But you have all that. That's actually crazy. But we were talking about how inventory is raising demand, but demand isn't going up. As weird as that sounds. So essentially, it's not like people want to buy cars right now, but they want to buy the models that they weren't able to get. So it's based off of inventory demand in the sense that if you have a certain type of car that was kind of limited or was sold out prior, people are still buying those. Or again, certain, options on vehicles, but they're not buying, just the general ones. Amazon. Is this on there? All right. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on the indexes on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning. SPY's near the highs of the day. I don't know if we did much or not. It's up to you to determine that, but I will be right back.
So I do agree with that. The issue is one of timing.
Yeah, absolutely here. And I mean, anytime you sort of see these discussions about where we are in the business cycle, economic cycle, I'm always reminded of this fact of, remember we had that sort of, attempted breakout in cyclical stocks. The Russell was outperforming the broader market for quite some time, a few days, few weeks here. And then that just kind of just disappeared. It was like poof, all of a sudden it was just, everybody was back to big cap tech and defensives.
That's troubling. I would say out of anything, in terms of market action, there are troubling things in terms of monetary policy and the yield curve inversion. But just looking at market action, it's the weakness in financials and especially the bank stocks, and then the Russell 2000 measured off of last fall's bear market lows. And now the Russell bottomed a little bit earlier than the S&P, but if you measure it from the S&P's bear market lows 11 months ago, on October 12th, the Russell 2000 is only up 10%. The average gain off of a major market low in the Russell 11 months later has been 60%.
Wow.
And I do think the action in both the Russell and the financial stocks, and both the banks and brokers in particular, is an economic tell that these more cyclical high beta names are sniffing out economic trouble in the months ahead.
So when it comes to leadership, you had the big tech, the Magnificent Seven, getting a bit of a revival, but they've kind of faded a little bit today, notwithstanding. Yeah. Where do we stand in terms of the sectors that are likely to help support the market going into year end?
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a continued rotation into tech. And I am speaking our own book here because we're about 35% in technology stocks and another 10% in communication services. I mean, that's where our quantitative work is leading us. And it's more growth and momentum factors that are just dictating that, I should say. I would make the case that they're great values. They are not. But currently, it's not a value-driven market. So I wouldn't be surprised if that bid stays intact, because I do think in a way they are perceived as economically defensive sectors.
Yeah, I'm curious, Doug, what is your overall allocation to equities right now?
It's 50%. We can range between 30 and 70% in our tactical strategies. Just last week, we trimmed about 4% of equities. We didn't actually sell equities outright, but we increased our equity hedge. So we're right in the middle. Our disciplines are neutral. We'd argue you should already have some chips off the table because of monetary policy and where valuations are. And then if we finally start to see those signs that the economy is tipping over, and obviously we'd like to be in front of that, but there'll be some more chips we'll take off the table in those tactical funds.
I thought what you said was interesting, that you're heavily concentrated in tech, even though that's not where the value lies. Where does the value lie right now then?
I do think energy stocks are a good value. They've lagged here in light of the big move that we've had in crude. We also look for, I guess what I'd call underspending in the face of good fundamental conditions. And I think that's certainly been the case in the energy sector, that, in a way they've taken a nod from the administration and not invested as they normally would, given the rebound in the sector over the last couple of years. So I think that's probably a longer term play, but I do see pretty good value there. They just don't happen to rate attractively yet on our
greedy short level right here. I'd say this top peak that we sold off from, but Chad, y'all know there's only 45 minutes left. That's it. That's it, man. Only 45 minutes left. So it's already you. You got to wrap it up, Chadadonia. You got to wrap it up. That's dude. Today flew by. I'm like actually surprised. Oh shit. Clicked one too many. Bro talked about Dojo for a while. Who? I want to read the Morgan Stanley thing, but at the same time, like, it's something I feel like everyone should have already known in a weird way. I mean, Dojo, I think if you attach a name to it, it makes it sound like that, but it's like Tesla's been on this shit. That's why it's like, it's interesting. This is the reaction today, but I wonder if it continues. And then somebody said it earlier, maybe other people start piling in now once the analysts go in. Today was a weird day. You guys we gapped up and started just selling off. Everyone's like, why the fuck is it selling off? What's this on? And then it starts to like shoot back up, but then you're just right at the level. So remember, there was relief on the yen, relief on the Chinese yuan, and a couple of other things, but we're just really chilling here coming into the end of the day. There's enough time to either rip past and maybe make a 4,500 move or to even die here. So we're going to see. But my goodness. And then Big's on the high. But we haven't done this is all off of nothing really throughout the day. All you've gotten was just, your headlines from the morning, your little bit of relief. It kind of looked like we faded. Dollar and bonds did absolutely nothing. I think the dollar slowly sold off, but kind of just came back to pretty much neutral and holding all of that. But very, very weird market moves. RTX on the low. Remember, they had engine problems. Damn, they're down 9% now. So they were down 3 in the morning. Again, they found a problem. It's leading to like a $3 billion charge-off in the development, I think, of one of their engines. People just feel good because 49ers won and Cowboys won. Maybe. Walgreens, another low. President Biden delivers remarks. Oh, he has his 9/11 thing on at 12:30. Kern Pop. That's another weed one. I remember that one from back in the day. But CGC is actually nuts, though. So the rest of them are going up 8%, but I think it might just be CGC. But even then, Tilray's even up like 9%. But 75%, I see why everybody keeps bringing it up. Feels like we only get moves the first half of the day, and then it stalls. You're right, but like the problem with all of it is like just be careful, because this is how we get like lulled into, the just not realizing it. But yeah, it's really first hour of the day, last hour of the day. That's always how it's been. We've talked about that earlier, but when it's all said and done, I mean, it feels like it's moving slow until it just slowly turns into something. So remember how August played out. August was very, very slow. The range was wide. The movement was weird. But then, like, before you knew it, bro, you gave up like a month and a half off of just these tiny, slight boiling of the water moves. So that's the only downside, unfortunately. So, like, you'll get that. Stay away from... You don't have to stay away from the middle of the day, but you definitely got to be, just know where you're going to get that movement. Yeah, December does kind of feel like December. But I guess end of the year is October for some, but it does kind of feel like December. We should be wrapping up summer, though. I mean, everybody should be getting back. Did I live in the San Diego and the Chargers were still there? Yeah, I was born in San Diego, believe it or not. My little Arab ass, my parents found a way. I was born in sunny San Diego. Isn't that a trip, bro? So SoCal, born and raised. It's weird. I have been to New York. Do I say I'm African American? Honestly, I go with whatever anybody thinks I am. That's it. I'm fine. Whatever you call, I say, yep, let's do it. That's it. So, I mean, I have some people, they insist on what I am. And like, I don't know. I think it's just me. But like, I have people fight me about it. And they're like, no, you're this. They're like, nah, man, you have to be. So I go with it, bro. I go with it. I identify as human. Or crazy Middle Eastern. San Diego Clippers. It's okay, man. We don't have any good sports. I don't know. The Padres, I don't know if they're good. I don't know. NVIDIA. You're going to Egypt next month? Wow. That's exciting. Do it. I want to go. All I know is you're the homie. Amen. Amen. That's how it usually boils down. I feel the same way. Yeah, the Chargers left us. It's very sad. Isn't that crazy, dude? It's stupid. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Well, actually, hold on. That's you. You guys hear all that in my mic? Honestly, I might need to get ready to land. Not now, but we got to make sure everything's good. We don't want this to approach us too fast. And then where are we at? And then somebody, I don't know if they're still here. I don't know if it's one or two. Everybody keeps asking for the levels. So I don't know. I could put this on the watch list, but hopefully, I mean, here's the beauty of any of the levels. We haven't been anywhere new in a solid month. You know what I'm saying? So like these are the only levels here. There's like a couple in between. Like you see these highs that like get set and then fade. Low key, like these could be baby levels, but at the end of the day, it's not like, it's all the same thing. It's pretty much 4,500, 4,540 leading into 4,600, and then all the levels from there down to 4,350 and then 4,300 flat. But we haven't really broken the crazy levels to hit 4,600, and you haven't broken down from 4,350 to go to 4,300 flat. Yeah, and the levels haven't been respected when the rallies start, kind of. So, like, to the downside, but it does make us stop at every point. So, like, it doesn't have to respect the level, and I think you're speaking facts there. Because it does speed up, but it's like these prices are very specific, and it just keeps ending up there no matter what. So just it's good to have, but you also don't need to confuse yourself because it hasn't really changed over the last month at all. So any price point from 4,300 to 4,600, it's all the same, Habibi. It's all the same. Very, very easy. Burry. LAC is investigating potential lithium mine in the U.S. that they popped 10% today. Oh, nice. Where? Bank of America CFO says investment banking fee pool is down probably 30 to 35%, pretty significantly year over year. What the? Check Bank of America? Are they not reacting to that headline? CEO says banking fee pool is down 30 to 35%. He's either talking about his company or he's talking about the whole entire base. I was wondering if you have an opinion on ARM Holdings. It's coming to the stock market on the 14th of September. Taking into consideration that it's one of NVIDIA's biggest competitors, it might be a good option. What do you think? I think the company is fire. Or good. Let me start over. The company is great.
Order submitted.
And then hold on. You have to wait. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. Are you serious? Oh yeah, right before it. Buzzer beater Peach, baby. Bradley Frizzle in the Peach. Happy Monday. Let's go, baby. Peach Nation. Oh no, my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, bro. Wow. Chatadonia. Are you kidding me? Wow. Thank you, Bradley Frizzle. God bless you. Peach Nation. I'm sorry. There's a very good, very, very good question asked. He may not even know. He may not even know about, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he may not even know. It's key. This guy asked the question. It was a great question, but he may not know about the peach. So, my bad, G. My bad. But anyways, here it is. Are you ready? All right. So, like I said, I think ARM is great, and I think Bradley Frizzle is the best out of all of them. Easily, hands down. Shout out to the peach. That's literally what I was saying before we got interrupted there. Like, it wasn't even an interruption. It's called the blessing. But anyway, sorry. I think ARM is a good company. And I think the thing that was amazing, that's what I meant to say, what I said the company was amazing, or fire, but the fact that there's that much demand for an IPO in this market, that's the thing that's good about it. It's literally 6 times oversubscribed. That means they are offering this company at a premium, and they could sell it 6 times over at the price that they want now. So they're going to jack up the price because everybody wants in on this. So I think the company in the long run will be good, but I do think the price is going to be the issue. And when it comes down to IPO now, that's one of the problems that I have, is that after watching this thing price so much, I hope you realize it is going to be absolutely insane. So this thing is going to price probably double to triple to where it's at. So here's the way I look at it for IPO day. This is my IPO criteria. What you should be looking at for IPO, you want to know how many shares they're offering. And then the next thing you want to look for is how much of a premium the stock is going to open up at. So they may say the stock is priced at $20, but then it may open up at 40. That's 100% premium. And then the final thing you want to look for is that it could trade half of the offering size in the first 5 to 10 minutes. And then you want to look at the price and premium after trading 100% of the offering. That's how I determine if an IPO is good or bad. I failed on it once using that criteria, but other than that, it's kind of been a success every single time. ARM IPO is September 14th. So hopefully that's something that could give you something to take with this, but I think long term it will be good, but the problem is going to be the price. Yeah, right now they're saying $50 per share. After this oversubscription, they'll probably raise it to like maybe 100 and see if the demand is still there. But even if it is $100 offered or 75 by the company, it may hit the market at 150. So to give you an idea, Airbnb, when Airbnb IPO'd, their IPO price was $60. It never touched the market unless it was 120. That's it. And then eventually Airbnb dropped a couple years later, but it never actually went to its IPO price. So Airbnb, yeah, it opened up at 125. Even first day was all the way up 140, 150. So they had a lot of demand. It priced high. And even though it was at a low price, it doubled up and went crazy. So that is the criteria. Netscape? Oh, I've heard. Netscape. What's the other one? It's 10, 11 times the average IPO. Yeah, and it's, dude, to be oversubscribed in this market where that, so much cash on the sidelines and cash pays 5-6% almost, it's like, dude, people to have that much, this is AI, that's all it is. It's the AI chip stuff, but people are just throwing money at this thing. TLT came out with the January 2026 contracts. Wow. It's that time of the year, the new leaps. New leap season. Woo. You said I could come to the cookout. Are you lagging behind? Or are you just responding now? You might be stuck like 15 minutes in the past. No, Walgreens, no leaps. Get leaps on growth shit. That's it. I don't even like the leaps that much, but, Meta and NVIDIA went crazy. And, those are long-term plays that if we did put a leap on them, they would have went fucking insane. But if the company pays a dividend, I'm not doing a leap on it. There's no point to spend money for the right to own a stock when you could get paid money to just own it. It's like, yeah, if you're more worried about the downside and it's very volatile, then I understand why you would go with the leap. But maybe at that point, if you're not comfortable holding shares and it pays a dividend, what are you really expecting for the upside? That's what you really got to think about. We like all the bonds. I mean, it's a matter of timing. It's not a question of what the play is going to be. It's literally it's Powell and when this is actually going to materialize. So somebody asked, they were like, does TLT and bonds no longer have appeal? And I said, actually, to the contrary. I said, on the opposite of it, it's not that bonds are lacking in appeal right now. They actually have the best appeal ever. That's why there's more money than ever in money market funds right now, because people are holding cash and they're just getting that return. And money markets are all through bonds. The demand is insatiable for interest rates when they're this high. Like, it's free money, and there's a lot of people going out and taking 5%, which is good and good for them. But the point is, the speculators who are expecting bonds, and you want to speculate because Powell is going to change policy, that is losing its appeal, because every single day, month, and week, it is getting proven that higher for longer is actually going to remain. And we're waiting for, several years of lag data to come out and show us a story to make them change. But that is just going to prove higher for longer. So the appeal of speculation, the doubt is increasing, and then people are getting worried about it. But the appeal is there more than ever. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Is Robinhood offering pre-IPO reservations? I don't know. They have in the past before, but I mean the road shows now they IPO in a couple days, and they're saying is this oversubscribed? I think everyone's gonna hoard the offering of this. I've been in the market for like 15 years. I think. Or 16, 17? I don't know, dude. Actually, it's fucked. Holy shit. No, it's more than 15. That's crazy. So you're 34? I don't know, clearly. I'll have to figure that out. I'll get back to you on that. We could enter stagflation for sure. I mean, a lot could happen here, but it may not even have. Maybe stagflation is the best outcome or a better outcome. But I just think it's good old inflation again. Like, just back to the play. Me and my mama hopped in that U-Haul van. I just think it's back to the 70s. Like, everything is playing out like the 70s still. I mean, everyone's been telling me it's different, but like, nope. So far, real estate, equities, 1970s, 72, sell-off, pump up, market, it's the same. It looks so similar to a lot of the features of the 70s. So I do think that maybe we're just, 38 months, 40 months in, a little more, less than 48 months, more than 36, less than 48 into inflation. And it's running its course. This is kind of the effect we have. That's why I'm saying maybe in the result of it actually being different, we get stagflation, then it becomes different. But other than that, I just think it's back to step one of what inflation was. And now, we overreacted at first. Maybe we underreacted this year, and then we're going to just play this little weird game. Yeah, man, today flew by. It's beautiful. That's how you know it's a good Monday, man. So we got a lot to do. Am I bullish or bearish on the or neutral on the housing market for next year? I'm neutral with a bullish tilt, just because of. But then it's a bullish tilt that will quickly turn bearish. So pretty much, I think I think real estate will be neutral and kind of have this slight tilt upwards because of supply. And then if there is anything in next year, if it gets bad, that rate cut, I think, is going to boost up real estate a little bit. But then if we do get a rate cut for the wrong reason next year, I do think employment will suffer. And then that, like I'm saying, that temporary bullishness, maybe 2024 starts to sell off in real estate. And then maybe 2025 is a little precarious. So pretty much, it all depends on the rates. But all I know is that people will be sensitive to interest rates in real estate. But at the same time, the minute we move those rates and you get those interest rate sensitive people moving into real estate, you're going to have the job people moving out of real estate. So how that plays out, I don't know. But that's where, for the most part, though, I think, let me give you one. The real estate market will do what stocks do, lag behind 6 months, give or take. Maybe 3. But I think that's a fair way to put it. Again, stocks dropped, then real estate came down, real estate bounced, and then stocks bounced, then real estate bounced, and then again, now they're kind of even moving in tandem where they're high but not low, but it's very similar. Honestly, there was a point where they were lagging way harder, but I think how all assets are going to kind of move with a correlation over the next couple of years or so, I would say. And then as we start getting real economic effects, like through the lag data showing stuff, or then, real just movement to it, then maybe we start to watch different things play out that we can't forecast yet. Yeah, bro. CVS, I've had it up here since we called it out. It's a monster. Yeah, Apple was red. Everything kind of went red here briefly. Remember, half of the day. Now the Nasdaq's up 1.2. Remember, it was half of the Nasdaq in the green. You're getting into trading 10K every day with the trading fraternity. You need a solid team to learn and earn with. You try to play 2K? Or nah, but why did Twitch said you got banned on here, bro? Twitch ain't showing you any love. And it's okay. Either way, just come with good vibes, man. And realistically, though, get a long term as well. So trading, I'm not your typical trader. Like, I don't know, like people want to see me with lines every day, you know, scalping some of them. Sometimes I'll do day trade, sometimes I don't. You could ask anybody here. When I hit, I fucking hit. And when I miss, I fucking miss. And then the long term just always goes up. So I really think if you want to be here and you want to be a part of it, you know, you may be disappointed if you want the 20,000% trader or like the kind who's like, yeah, I tried it and then boom, boom, yeah, and then scalp it. But, you know, I could get you news, and like I'm saying, you know, if I make contact with the ball, you know, a lot. And then again, there's a lot of other people here who are way different than me, and they provide a lot of valuable insight. So, but just remember, everybody has their own style, but a lot of things we unite under is the long term. And what I mean by that is that I love trading, and you know, I've done it good and bad, and it's very, very simple. All you got to do is just make sure the moment you start trading, if you have a long term on the side and separate, it will make sure you do not waste a second of time knowing the information that you know. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's all it comes down to. Like, that's because the moment you know there's a stock market, a market, and how to access it, then you start reading up on this and that. You start gaining information. You are putting in time, but like the way you make sure you do not waste that time is have a long term on the side of it, because then that means you owned a stock and kept holding it from the minute you learned about it. Oh my gosh. You watch what happens. You know what I'm saying? You watch what happens. I would enjoy seeing some long-term reviews this week if you're up to it. I could be up to it. You bring the vibes, I'm with it. This channel's not for traders, it's for long-term investors. Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you hear my attitude, you see what I provide. This channel is for everybody. I believe it should be for everybody, and I think there's many styles and you could go about it, but like I'm saying, you have access to stuff, and it's just everybody. Like I'm saying, we have everybody here, but it's going to be on you to make decisions, and I hope I can show you success and failure in a realistic manner, that you can make the best decisions you can too. But it's like, for real, you got to get it where you fit in, and that's why I'm saying, bro, I got news scanners. I could tell you so much. I can tell you everything that happens in the market every single day. I have that ability to do that, and a lot of you listening have it now too. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, you need a long term, no matter what. And it's just like, if we were only focusing one or the other, you know, you gotta get all of it. Gotta get all of it. So that's it, man. You get all of it, and that's why I'm saying, you know, the guys come to me. You get a long term. Let's talk about some of the trades. Let's talk about making a bag. But then at the same time, the same thing applies. You gotta risk and balance it. Vice versa. You're like, I want to make 10K every day. Bro, I get you plays in the morning. I'll tell you what's running. We could talk about biotechs. I'll get you a newswire. We could talk about ex-dividends and all the events coming up. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, before you take your $10,000, I'm here to remind you, get a long term as well too. And then you'll make sure you get everything. So amen, baby. Amen. Amen. Platform you're viewing. This is E-Trade Pro. The one with the lines is TD Ameritrade. This one here. You gave me tons of 2,000% plays. All depends on market conditions. Yeah, I mean 100%. Like that's why. I mean all around. And then again, like I said, I know it. I hit big. I'll make great plays when I hit them, and when I fail, I will fail. But at the same time, it's just like, dude, you gotta still have the long term, and I also hope it's all realistic. At the same, you know what I'm saying? Where I do want you to see good and bad and ugly, and it sucks. I don't like losing, and I don't like it if you lose with me. That's not like it's fucked up. But at the same time, it's like that is the reality of trading. You have easily watched me lose a bunch of money, make it all back, and then end up break even or end up barely up, or maybe we turn 12 grand into 150 grand. But then it's just like your long term, and like all of these names we've all watched and studied year after year after year after year. It's like, you know, we've seen all of these different things. So that's why I'm like, man, it's crazy. So I just hope everybody gets something out of it. But like I'm saying, reminders on every element too. You know, if you're going to be trading, don't forget about the long term. And at the same time, there is elements to do stuff. If you have the long term, yeah, you could trade. Maybe I'll get you into house flipping too. You know what I'm saying? So it's anything, baby. I don't have enough money to make big plays. You come to learn. Simply the best for providing. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And, you know, like the man prior said, at the same time, you know, I'm a patient person and I've been in this for a while, but there will be a time that will come around. I don't doubt it. You do know that, right? And no doubt in my mind. I don't know when it will be, but there is a no doubt in my mind there is going to be a moment where all of our big plays will be off of small amounts of money. And there will be those opportunities. Why? Because every couple of years in my history of the market, I've been exposed to that. It's just always, again, the 500 to 50,000s, the 100 to 10,000. So that's why I just like stay in the game and get a long term. And that's usually the idea. If you could stay alive, not waste your money or anything. And, you know, when there is those opportunities, like what I'm saying is market conditions will change. It will be very hard in the market. It will be very easy. There'll be opportunities for shares. There'll be opportunities for options. There'll be opportunities for these crazy small plays. And then opportunities where you're just taking way too much risk or you have to make big risk to make money. So it's just over time. That's why to stay in the long term, though, waiting for a trade is hard. Holding the long term is easy. And that's why you hold the long term, make that priority one, and then work in your trades all the way throughout it. You want to show me my before and after home remodel? I'm down. I'm a big fan. Big fan of, of home remodels. Oh, wait. I see ARM Holdings is now on Robinhood. Is that why you asked? I think they just put out that email. Bullish or bearish on the world, society, the market, Apple event, Robinhood. If you could get the ARM IPO on Robinhood, do it. Yeah, they just sent out another email. Now they got Instacart. But if they let you buy it like pre, then that's good. IPO access shares says pending. We get a portion of IPO shares randomly allocate during access. Oh, I guess you could apply for it, bro. Yeah, bro. They're going to scam everybody. What do you mean you can't flip them? Oh, I remember they did something like that. Oh, wait a minute. Can't you wait? When do you? I think you could. There is something about it. What is it? You have to wait 30 days? Yeah, with Robinhood, you have to wait. Not everywhere else. Like if you do it through a different brokerage, I don't know if E-Trade has it. I could check. I forgot. Robinhood, they won't let you buy another IPO. Oh, that's fine though. Honestly, you should just run it up on ARM, and then who cares? You don't want any other IPO after that. They'll ban you for like a year. No, I would. If you want to get out of your, maybe fuck it. I'm gonna do that then. Why not? I'm gonna put in I'll sell it out in 30 days. Fuck you. Kick me off. Close my account, please. They'll randomly allocate you the day before. You could buy private shares, yeah. But at this point, it might be hard to access. That, or you could apply with all of the brokers. Or is it? Let me see. I gotta see. I know one guy who does IPO shit, but you have a better bet off like going to all of the brokers, or maybe people like even if you open up a new broker, they might incentivize it, but you just need to go and put in the request with all of the different brokers, because it might just be too late. I don't know. People may have already scooped them up. Oh, yeah, the WASDE report is tomorrow. So wheat has the ability to move. Keep that in mind. Didn't wheat hit like another low here today? I don't know if we got any Russia headlines, but yeah, the WASDE report is about to hit tomorrow. The IPO price is like 40 to 50 right now or something like that. Nothing to need trade. Check TD. Again, I think Robinhood just got it. I don't know. I don't think I got the email for E-Trade if they have it. It was in the 60s. It's about to be. It was supposed to be a little lower, but it could even be higher. You guys got to realize they have 4 more days to market this. So now every mother effer in the world, and then as they go around here, that price might be higher. The price might get up to, the price might go up double even from now. As I know it sounds ridiculous, but they are 6 times oversubscribed. So that means they could sell at the current price of like 20 to 40 bucks on those shares. They could sell it 6 times. They could sell the whole entire company at that valuation 6 times to everybody who has put in an order saying, I want them. So literally, if you raise the price by 100%, you still might even have 100% of demand in there. You could double up the whole entire valuation and you might still have that money there. Again, there still will be. And that's where it's like now it's going to go around the next couple days leading into IPO. It might be able to run up. The private shares, you can buy them at whatever they agree to. So we're gonna find out. But that's the crazy things. We got 3 or 4 different things happening. But like number one, it's one about how they price the company, right? But number 2, it's what it opens at. So it's one thing to say this is going to be the offering price that they've agreed on. They're already raising it, which sucks. But then let's say the company agrees on 60, or maybe it goes to 70 by the time the road show's over, right? But hopefully it just stays at 50. But let's say all that happens. Then when it hits the market, it's probably going to double by the time you're able to trade it, just on the first candle, every time. So that's what you got to watch out for. When all bigwigs say that they have interest, is it off market? Yes, they're talking about IPO. They're getting in on the shares offered directly from the company. Would you sell instantly? If you got the shares, yeah. So Robinhood, they're going to limit you. People are said you get a restriction, but if you could access them from anywhere else, I mean, you could sell them instantly and literally you could double up if you get the shares. The pre-shares, it's guaranteed money usually, especially when there's this much hype. And then SPY's dropping a little bit. Hold on, 10-minute rigged, you guys. You've been dropping a little bit since there. Remember, we were actually right at the high. Oh, within 0.77. Now you're coming down here on the 10-minute rig to the level. We'll see the final 5 in a little bit. Only 55 million to the sell side. Wow. Very light today, too, you know?
We made it in.
Sorry. I didn't mean to do that. That was scary. That terrified me. I have like adrenaline, like I just got in a car accident or something. You know what I'm saying? That just freaked me out. SoftBank, yeah, because they'll benefit off of it for a little bit. And then to SoftBank, but yeah. NVIDIA. UAW lowers demand to pay raises in mid-30 as strike deadline nears, days before threatening. UAW has raised or reduced demand for pay raises. Oh, yeah. And then Tesla off the red. CVS all day since that first candle has just been running. My goodness. Greedy U.S. firms not to blame for inflation. Fed study suggests. Fed done raising rates will cut them in 2024, economists say. Is that Bloomberg or BBG? Yeah, Bloomberg Global. Apparently, there was one Fed report today that could be a headline from it. U.S. Homeland Security Mayorkas tells reporters that not seeing greater threat to 24 elections so far, but concerned what next year may unveil. Oh, Mr. Daniel Garcia. How are you, my friend? Happy Monday. The day has moved. How's the weather in Chicago? Is it good weather in Chicago? Are we chilling? And then SPY, you had that little drop here again. 10-minute rigged is there. 2-1. Final 5. At the level, or right below it, or right above it. Not today, rain. Raining all day? Oh, no. It rained yesterday, though. It was like cloudy, and then it got sunny. Super League. Oh, I thought that was going to be them offering James Harden. Did they offer James Harden $900 million? That's what my friend said. I don't know. That sounds like a lot of money. But Chad, listen up, man. The new guy is about to close it out. So the day, again, we had so much fun on Monday. The day's already over. You know, isn't that crazy? So when I say earmuffs, you might want to lower the speakers or put on some earmuffs because the new guy gets on, he lands the plane, and it gets really loud in here. So just want to make sure you have an enjoyable experience, and I want to also make sure that like your ears don't bleed or anything because we've had reports of that. I have not been able to verify them, but you know, just looking out for you. So when you hear earmuffs, make sure that you mute your speakers, okay? All right, good. Still got some time. I'm just letting you know. Just giving you a little warning. Lyft is on the high. Remember, they added new executive today. Mallorcas. Did I do anything today? No. Shit. Yeah. I had the MO. Yeah, and then MPW sucked again. We have one more day tomorrow, and yeah, that's it. All right, Chad. Earmuffs. Earmuffs, ladies and gentlemen. Earmuffs. It's going to get crazy now. All right, here he is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 67 degrees, slightly cloudy, on and off sunny. Looks like a great day unless you thought the market would actually do something after gapping up with all of this data on the way, because nothing really happened. But either way, we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please fly down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Chatadonia. It's your time, bro. It's your time to bring it home. Monday's over. That's crazy. So again, tomorrow we're going to get a little bit more data. Should not be, it's still not going to be the most active, but like we're saying, man, the rest of the earnings, you're saying oracles today, but the rest of the data, CPI, the ECB, consumer sentiment, production, retail sales, everything this week, Chad, it's going to be wild. So wrap it up. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize or plays, shares, options, futures. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You have less than 30 seconds remaining. Tomorrow, we're going to get a little bit more action by the morning. You got ECB data, so you got to wrap those plays up. And then after that, it's all data. Then the bonds, the yen, all that. The yen moved crazy today. Apple, the chips, don't forget about Qualcomm, Tesla. There was a lot that happened, maybe more. Welcome to Monday. Now you have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. There's this song. There's the song. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books, baby. I need a GG in the chat right now. Let's go. Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something, baby. It don't matter if you're the best contributor in the world or the worst. A baby back bitch or the best Chad to ever grace the Chad. I need a GG. It's good sportsmanship, baby. We go through battle every day. 7 hours, open till close. A lot of law, term, and real estate and other stuff on the way. I need a good G. Let's go. Let's go. Members, non-members, stream alerts, baby. Good game. Honorary members. What about that Twix? Twix. I'm gonna see you tonight, baby. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. Hope you know we stronger as one. All my long-term people, good game. Anybody who just started it, good game, baby. GG. You made it to the bell. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
Influential as fuck, boy, my mental bit tough. Wear my heart on my cuff. It ain't hard, I don't want, cause then everyone got like opinions and thoughts, while they don't mean a lot. And my money on stacks, I can show you the top. Every bottom my pop, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. When they do further, you need me, let's talk. Huh.
2020, baby.
No. Honestly, though, Chad, GG, bro. I love you. God bless you, man. Thank you for being here, man. I do. Thank you for this awesome Monday, Chad. You know that for real. Because before you all get going, I'm supposed to tell you how. I don't think I'm supposed to. Nobody ever tells me I have to. It's not like I get punished if I don't tell you. But so it's great. It's not even under threat or coercion. But literally, man, I love you. God bless you. Today we've gone through the day so fast, man. That's how we open up the week. That's what I'm saying. Good conversation, good plays, good I didn't even make a play, but we had some great call-outs. But I'm just saying, Chad, thank you for your time. Thank you for being a vibe. All the contributions, all the love, the positivity. Again, just great information. Let's go. This week is going to be crazy anyway, so let's ride through it. But Chad, thank you for being here. Don't matter who you are. Members, non-members, bro, for real. If you came out, show love. Even if you're a hater, bro, for real. You gave me the opportunity. Even if you're a hater, bro, for real. Good sportsmanship in the way the community comes together. Everybody adds their own little sauce to it. That's why they call it the melting pot of America. But it's like, Chad got their own sauce too, babe. Stop playing with me. That's it. So thank you. I love you. God bless you. But now, we have to run it, bro. We have to run it. That's all you get now. That's it, bro.
Angel on the track.